Back for another day of action here in Philadelphia on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. This is the New Balance Nationals Outdoors at Franklin Field. Again, day 2 of competition rolls on after a great day of competition from yesterday. Lots of meet records performing. A lot more to come today. Keenan Gray alongside the great former Texas All-American Serenity Douglas. And you look back at yesterday, all the middle school records that we saw, some of the championship records we saw. What more can we expect from day 2 today, Serenity? .72 degrees here, a little bit of winds out of the west. So the first event on the track is the men's decathlon. Through 5 events so far. This is their 6th event. This will be the men's 110 hurdles.
It's a nice clean start.
So in the first section of the hurdles, it's Sean Meniza of IMG Academy, Jay Brown out of Pennsylvania, Joseph Pratt of Warriors Track and Field, and then right there in lane 4 is Jay Brown. He'll score 851 points out of that one after running 14.99. So after the first day of competition, the decathlon, Colton Dean led with 3,795 points. He was ahead of the competition by 608 points, or excuse me, he was ahead of the competition right around 58 points, just ahead of Joseph Pat, who just got done competing in that first section of the men's hurdles. Dean won 2 of the 5 events yesterday. He won the 110.58, scored 956 points. Then the long jump at 7.15 meters to score 850 points. For the rest of the day, for the rest of the decathlon, they'll have the hurdles right here, then the discus, pole vault, javelin, and the ever so loved 1500 at the end of competition. Total, there were 12 athletes. We're looking at Sean Helfrich, and then our current leader, Colton Dean. He'll be on the outside in lane 6. Dean, Helfrich, even with each other here through the first couple of hurdles, as Helfrich now with the slight advantage. And Sean Helfrich through 783 points after running 1556. Dean, 761 points, 1575. Puts Colton Dean's total now to 4,556 points. So as a look ahead just to the action going on here today, lots of middle school championship races to come. We got the 2-mile races just right around the corner, and followed by the freshmen, both the boys and girls in that 2-mile section. Then our first championship of the day will be the girls sprint medley. Of course, always featuring the great IMG Academy's team, Purple Track Club, Motor City Track Club. Should be a good one with those threes contesting with each other. Boys sprint medley should be a good one as well, featuring Union Catholic. Always been a big presence here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. And then we'll see the first rounds of the boys and girls middle school 200 and the first round of the boys and girls 100 meter championship.
Stone stroking from Florida is in lane 6.
Section 3 here, Ethan Bizanson, Garrett McNeil, and Stone Stroken. Clean start out of the hurdles. Neil emerging on the inside in 4, as well as Bizanson 2, but it'll be McNeil. 834 points for the junior out of Texas. That moves him to second overall, just right behind Jay Brown of Pennsylvania, leaving us one more section here before we move on to the next event. Again, that'll be the discus competition. And that's set to take place right around 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Fourth and final section, John Bass, William Fedler, Brody Foster, and Pierce Monkey.
Four runners are as follows. John Bass from Tennessee goes in lane 2. William Fedler from New Jersey is in lane 4. Brody Foster from Tennessee is in lane 6. And Pierce Mackey from 252 Elite is out in lane 8.
Bass in 2, Fedler in 4, Foster 6, and then Monkey in 8. Monkey with 3,345 points, Bass 3,333.
Nice clean start. Pierce Mackey
Monkey on the outside in 8. And he'll produce the fastest time of the day out of the decathlon, 14:64, 894 points. And that launches them up to 5th overall after the men's decathlon 110 hurdles. There you see the results from Section 4, 894 points, 1464 for Pierce Monkey, John Bass, 790 points, 1550, William Fedler, 700, for running 1629. Those are your overall results after the decathlon 110 hurdles. Pierce Monkey, 894 points, and after those 6 events, it's Colton Dean still out front. And Jay Brown, Garrick McNeil in 3rd, Ethan Bizanson, and Piers Monkey for 5th. So through 6 events, Serenity, lots more to come here on the decathlon side of things. We'll have the discus right around the corner. But as I mentioned, there was so much action that happened yesterday, and again, we'll have a lot more to come today. But kind of what was the biggest takeaway from yesterday on day one?
The biggest takeaway from yesterday, Keenan, I would say, is that these kids did not come to play at all. And they made a statement yesterday. We saw a couple meet records yesterday, and I think that we're going to see even more today. Maybe even see a U.S. #1 later on today. And that's not hopeful wishing. It's happened before, and it might happen again. If y'all don't know who I'm referring to, that's Christian Miller. He's going to be in the prelim of the 100 later on today. And he's run U.S. #1 before. It was just taken away from him a couple weeks ago. But we might see it again in some more amazing races. But the Decathlon 110 hurdles, I mean, it's so early in the morning in Philly right now, but these guys, they have so much energy. I need some of the energy that they have.
Christian Miller at one point was not just #1 in the United States, was also #1 in the entire world with his 993 he ran just a while back. And of course, the pros are starting to get faster and stronger as the season has progressed. And like I said, the trials are just right around the corner, and everyone's just preparing for the respective countries' trials and try to hope they can qualify for this year's Paris Olympics. But I was really impressed with all the middle school athletes yesterday in the hundreds and the 200, or the 200 today, the foreigns, I should say. Especially Parker Coes out of the Bullis High School broke the meet record in the preliminary round and then came back in the final and was able to run 11:87, which again, you don't see very many 8th graders running under 12 seconds. But again, we emphasize this so much. The Bullis School with Coach Joe Lee at the helm, they've done a phenomenal job for the last however many years it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of me wants to be surprised, and then the other part of me is like, well, this is New Balance Nationals outdoors. You see the dope book bags online, and you see the atmosphere there. They call it the fastest place on the planet, so I can't really act like I'm that shocked that it happened, but that is smoking fast for an 8th grader. Huge kudos to him, for sure.
Yesterday's one of the big meet records in the championship side of things on the high school side. Purple Track Club out of Michigan setting the meet record in the champion girls 4x mile, anchored by none other than Rachel Forsyth, who has kind of been under the radar this last track season. We haven't seen her race as much as we have in the fall, but the future Michigan State Spartan ran 4:41.93 on her anchor split, and actually just ran 2:03 just this last week in the 800. So it's nice to see her back in action. And of course, when you break a meet record, it's always a nice feeling. And this team from Michigan has always shown up here at the New Balance National Outdoors and has delivered their best effort.
Absolutely. And I mean, it also helps that they don't have to travel as far for this. The same case when it was New Balance Nationals indoors, when it was in Boston, Massachusetts. We saw a lot of the athletes. We saw the Bullis out of Maryland, and we saw the athletes out of Michigan, D.C. for Archbishop Kara as well. So it definitely does help that you don't have to travel as far, because that can be very taxing. To sometimes go all the way to the infamous Hayward Field. It's beautiful, but it's really difficult to get there.
So, talking about Christian Miller a little bit, as a sprinter yourself, what is something you've seen from him? Obviously last year when he was kind of a rising star at the U20 level, got to compete at those U.S. championships at Hayward Field last summer. What have you seen from the progression that he's made this year? And like I said, he's ran 993 this year, which ranks one of the top times, not just in the U.S., but also around the world.
Well, I actually had a chance to interview Christian Miller at U20s last year, and I think the main thing that he was telling me is that he's from Florida. It's very difficult to get records in Florida, and that was always just his goal, is just to beat as many records as he can in Florida, be the fastest one there. And he said that was really hard with the amount of competition that he has on a day-to-day basis. So many amazing athletes come out of Claremont, Florida, Miami, Florida, Dade County. So that was the main thing that he was telling me, is that he just has such a competitive state. And, for high schoolers, that's their focus at the moment, is to just be the fastest in state. And then once you achieve that, he became the fastest in the world at some point. But also his fearlessness. And that's what you get out of these kids a lot. You would think that because they're younger, they would be a little bit more timid and more scared. But no, they have nothing to lose. Running barely hurts for them at this point. They don't really have that much lactic acid. And I think that's what I see out of Christian Miller for sure. he runs fearless. Like, he knows exactly who he is. It doesn't matter that he's 17 years old, 18 years old. He's going to put on a show and go back home perfectly satisfied with his parents and have a good day. I think that's the main thing I've seen out of him.
Well, speaking of fearless, anybody that wants to run a 2-mile is taking the step out of the comfort zone, and will be racing 8 laps around the track here, especially these middle school boys. This will be the first of 4 sections of our middle school boys 2-mile. And to no surprise, just like a common theme yesterday, the athletes are so nervous that the officials have to tell them to back up a little bit from the start line, and it has to take a second time around to get this thing going here. So first section of the boys middle school 2-mile underway. There you see the athletes and their hip assignments on the bottom left of your screen. See all sorts of athletes from around the country represented here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. And that's the one thing that a lot of the common theme you would see for these national meets is, all right, New Balance Nationals Outdoor, they're going to have people from the East Coast. Nike Outdoor Nationals, they're going to have people from the West Coast. Well, that is the case for in some circumstances, but everyone wants to travel around the country and get new experiences. You know, everyone talks about wanting to be at Hayward Field and race there all the time, but not very many people get the chance to run at Franklin Field. And this is one of the crown jewels in the Northeast, and the history speaks for itself. I mean, you see a building like this, and it's like, wow. You walk in, it just feels nostalgic. It's older. It's the stadium is older as well. Not like Hayward Field where it's completely brand new. This is a different type of feeling for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, Keenan, you really hit the nail on the head. Out of my 14 years of running, I never got a chance to come out to Franklin Field, and I always wanted to feel the energy of the Jamaicans that come out and race at pin relays. I was a relay type of girl. I really put in more effort on the relay than I did in my individual event. So this is a great honor to get to run at a stadium like this, and it has a whole lot of history. You're right, it's not like newer like Hayward Field, which is very beautiful in its own right, but Franklin Field, you can see the history behind it, and especially like getting some of these angles, it feels like you're running at an old Western house or something. I really like it.
Early on through the first lap, Reed Takis of Red Devil Black went through 75 seconds through the first quarter mile. As the chase pack now strings out into a single file line. Meet record in this one, 9:38.47, set by Ryan Sykes from last year's meet. Again, that common theme, we're seeing all these young athletes. I mean, 9:38 for a freshman boy would be really, really good. For a middle school athlete, that's well beyond what we could imagine what they would be running at this age. But again, in this day and age of distance running, sprinting, jumping, throwing, it's not a surprise given the technology and the advancement of training and anything else that really goes into the factor of becoming a great athlete.
Absolutely. And I would say another common thing that I've been noticing are these distance athletes, and we'll see it with the sprinters as well, repeating events. I saw a lot of names I recognize from yesterday's mile. We have Luke Janke, he's sitting in 6th right now. He was in the mile yesterday. Noah Pizzarillo, also in the mile yesterday. He's in this heat. You know, you might as well come back for 2 miles. You've already done one. A lot of these athletes do 3Ks up to 5Ks, so might as well get the reps in. The 1 mile might not have gone how anybody would have wanted to yesterday, so you have another event to come back and do better.
Well, I'm glad you think all distance runners want to just go from the mile to the 2 mile. That was certainly not the case for me when I was in high school. That was never going to happen. The only time I ran 2 mile was when my coach said, you needed to do this, and as soon as I got done with it, he comes over to me. He asked me, how'd you feel about that? I look at him, I'm like, I hate you for that. It's just an 800 and 1600 guy through and through. So we've gone through 3 laps now. 3:52.68 for Dominic Laurel as he's starting to put some separation between himself and the rest of the field. 78 seconds on that last lap. But I'm sure you felt that way as a sprinter when it came to racing a particular sprinting event. I'm sure if it's the case if you're a 100-meter sprinter, you don't want to run the 400.
Well, you are absolutely correct. You know, me being a 400 runner, every time he was like, well, you know, you could do an 800. It's off season. Just get one in. Absolutely not. And any of the 100 runners, all of my teammates, they never wanted to hop in the 4x4. I did not know that that was the same for distance runners. I did, you know, you guys don't get the messenger, but I did think that all distance runners did not mind going up. I always assumed that they all ran cross country, and they've all went a lot higher than this race. The 2 mile, you know, they do 3Ks and 5Ks, but you're right, they might go down to 800s and want to stay there as well. And this might just be their coach just throwing them in it.
I know for a fact an 800 guy is not thrilled when he finds out the fact that he has to run a 10K during cross country at the collegiate level. The only reason that he would go to that college is just to run the 800, but then his coach says, hey, we want you to join the cross country team and get the experience of just more base training under your belt. So let's throw you into a 10K or an 8K. And every time you see the look on their face when they have to do that, it's priceless. And nobody at the 800 level wants to do something like that.
Well, you know, if you have the stamina, you might as well. And it looks like Dominic Laurel does. He's actually out of North Carolina representing Without Limits Triangle. You know, yesterday, Keenan and I, we were talking about some of our favorite track and field club names. Don't get too hurt in the comments. It's just, people are getting pretty creative. And I've been liking them lately.
5:14.74 through that first mile, so a little over halfway through, and Laurel have some company now right there in second. We'll get a better look as they head down the home straightaway. So 2 packs have developed. Laurel now being accompanied, I believe that's Dominic Johnson of St. John Striders. And then that's Max Cervinsky and Samuel Young sitting in third and fourth. That's Young's out of New Hampshire, and then Cervinsky from Michigan. And it's an early morning too for these kids. I mean, it's right now it's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the preparation to run it 2 miles as hard as you can around the track. I mean, a lot of these kids probably had to get up at 6 in the morning, get a breakfast in them, get enough good energy in them, and get a nice shakeout going. That's asking a lot out of a middle school athlete, that especially when these kids probably need 9-10 hours of sleep every night.
Absolutely. And what all goes into the preparation of the distance runner race day? Because I never used to eat a lot before the 400 because I was so nervous. But with an event like this, you have to. And the warm-up for it is so much longer than the race sometimes. So what goes into the preparation?
Well, at least from my point of view, I've never had a race this early in the morning. I've raced around 10 o'clock, 11 a.m. And for me, I didn't have to race as much or as far because I just did the 816. So I usually would go with the classic peanut butter toast in the morning and maybe some cereal just to fuel me, give me some carbohydrates. And obviously the peanut butter was with some protein, but it was enough I feel like I could be full, but also like I can digest it a little bit and be ready to go and have some energy going into my race. And then obviously for people that are warming up, it really depends on like what race you're doing. I mean, if you're doing the 800, you probably can get away with maybe doing a 7, maybe a mile, maybe a mile and a half of warm up. If you're in the 2 mile, you probably can do around 2.5 miles just to get your legs moving a little bit. And a lot of those also is when you throw it with the running, there's the strides, the surge, so that adds another about 200, 300 meters of running. Again, that's just to get the legs turned over and ready to go in the morning. As we see Laurel kind of throwing a surge of himself, actually as Johnson just moving ahead of Laurel, about maybe separating by 15, 20 meters as we're coming up onto one more lap remaining. This is the penultimate 100 right here for Johnson. And looking at the time, just surpassing 9 minutes.
So Dominic Johnson, the 6th grader, is going to be the first in the bell.
just a sixth grader, as you just heard from St. John Striders. 78.50 right at the bell lap. And he's looked smooth this entire time, and especially on that last lap. No hesitation to move right to the front ahead of Laurel.
No hesitation at all. He's used to being in the front of races. We were speaking about, you know, athletes going up to the 3K and the 5K if you're in this 2 mile. And Dominic Johnson is one of those athletes out of St. John Striders. Comes out of Florida. He's won a 3K before. He has a 3K PR of 10:15, 1500 PR as well of 4:50. So that kick is kicking Keenan. He did not hesitate to take the lead and to separate himself.
Very confident racer here these last couple of laps. And takes one look over his shoulder, just surpassing 9:53 through 3,000 meters. Ran pretty even through the middle portion of this race. So lots of 80-second splits, but he'll be cruising through this last 880 yards. 78 seconds on that last lap and crosses the line 10:34 as he closes in 75 seconds. 2:23 for that last 800. If I do my math correctly, I'm not sure exactly. I'm actually just trying to see if I can do my math correctly. Actually, that's 2:33 on that last 800, not 2:23. That'd be a very, very fast time for a sixth grader to run that, even for an 800.
Jackson Bowman from Michigan, 10:49.23.
I just always get so shocked. How are they still walking?
Because this is what distance runners do for a living. We're not like sprinters where we just collapse to the ground immediately after just running 100 meters. We're tough at that way. Not saying that sprinters aren't tough, but we got to go through 8 laps of pure pain for races like this.
Are you calling sprinters dramatic?
If the shoe fits. It makes for TV. I'll say that athletes like, you know, Noah Lyle, Sha'Carri Richardson, Fred Curley, they like the, you know, get the attention. They like people wanting to have their eyes on them and watching them do what they do. And, you know, distance runners are, well, at least from Jakob Ingebrigtsen and Josh Kerr's perspective, they do like the attention. But with distance runners, they just go about their business and kind of just do their own thing.
You're right. You're not wrong. I think what I always found so funny about distance runners is that they would have workouts after the meet. And I would always get so shocked. Like, why are you guys running? You just raced. Relax.
And for a lot of those athletes, like, this is threshold type work they're doing after. And the only time you really see those athletes that are doing the workouts after the meet are the elite level athletes, the pros, the collegiate athletes. Rarely you're going to see a high schooler or a middle school athlete do a workout after they complete a race. Now, that being said, I was able to catch, before I came to Franklin Field this week, I was able to catch the Brooks PR Invitational and saw this middle schooler just got done running the mile. And as soon as he got done with the mile, he started doing more laps around the track. And what's funny enough is this young man actually had a really good 10K race not too long ago in the state of Washington, and he has his own YouTube page as well. He's create this content for people to watch him do workouts, watch him what he eat, his nutrition, like what he's fueling himself with to make sure he's running good times. And the social media aspect of track and field has taken this by storm, basically. You look at all the social media influencers, the content creators. It's a new era. I know definitely all the old people that are working in the industry of newspaper and journalism, they're wondering, is this going to be the new takeover? Is this what journalism is going to look like in the future?
It for sure is the new takeover. I mean, it started happening in 2020. Just athletes just started to post. You got famous and viral a lot quicker than you did all of the other years. But back to your point, even about you saw him just continuously running. So I need to reiterate that maybe it's not necessarily workouts that I see them doing, maybe it's just because the cool down is just so long, and I don't expect that. What you're going to get out of a sprinter is maybe a lap to cool down. What I've seen out of distance runners, y'all will probably do another mile to cool down, and I consider that a workout.
And for some, when you look at it that way, sometimes depending on how your race goes, it might dictate how your cool down goes. Now, if your race is great, PR'd, you ran awesome, perfect. Let's go do 5-10 minutes of cool down. That being said, if it doesn't go well, they might be out there running frustration, so they might be 3 to 4 miles trying to get that out of their system so they can totally forget about it and try to move on. But it just really depends on the runner themselves. And, for middle distance people, like I said, it's usually 5 to 10 minutes. And at least that's what I would do when I was competing. I would just go 5-10 minutes and then just call it for the day. And also, if I had another event, I had to make it a quick turnaround and go get right off my feet immediately, because I knew if I just stood up, lactic would kick in. I would be tired for the next race, and I wouldn't race as well for the next competition I perhaps had maybe in an hour or so. And I'm sure that's the same that applies for sprinters. When you have the 100 in the morning, then you realize, okay, 2 hours later, after racing as fast as I could, I got the 200 to do. No, I had to do this twice as much like I did in the 100. So you have to be able to rest yourself and be mentally prepared, but also physically prepared.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's why I'm loving the content creation I've been seeing from athletes lately, because people don't know that track and field runners do things like that. So the blogging is what puts everybody in their shoes, like, here's what I have to do. Like, can you even walk a mile in my shoes? Probably not. And one of my favorite distance content creators is Coach Bennett. I see him on Instagram, and he just keeps going and going and going. He's a global head coach, and he just inspires people to just get out there and, run.
And that's what we're seeing right here with these athletes, just 3 laps through. Coming up, Caden Mowry, Ryan Walensky, Adam Tiller, Christian Estep. Plenty of athletes still going through the first 1,200 meters and then some. Around 3:52.09, Caden Mowry of Devils Track Club, then Tiller of ASL London, Walensky out of North Carolina, and Gruner in that top 4 lead pack. So Serenity, if they were to change the roles, if you were from a sprinter to a distance runner, what event would you choose? I know you sound like you showed some interest in the 800 because you're a 400-meter runner, but if you had to choose mile, 2 mile, or 5K?
Ooh, the options are not good. The options are just not good.
I never said they were good. It's just the only options.
Okay, I would say a mile. So I actually have, well, not anymore, so let me not lie, but after my track career at Texas, I did take up running the mile sometimes. Trail running is not my favorite. It's too hilly. I feel like I got shin splints in week 1, so I would just go to the treadmill, but then it's just so boring because you're just looking straight the whole time. So I did do a good mile. Don't ask me my time, Keenan, because I will not expose myself like that.
Is it faster or slower than these middle schoolers?
Slower. A lot slower.
5:10.10 for that first 1,609 meters for Adam Tiller of ASL London. He leads the way. Then Dan DeCola of Pennsylvania sits right there. Actually, DeCola now into the front for the very first time. The native from Pennsylvania and 7th grader. Oliver Gruner in that mix as well. So all these athletes starting to string out now after the first couple of laps and developing the second half of the race here. You see just 4 racers well ahead of the rest of the field. DeCola, Tiller, Gruner, and then right back there in fourth is Caden Mowry.
So 3 laps left, 1,200 meters remain, and Dan DeCola from Pennsylvania, the 7th grader, leading the way.
76.95 for DeCola.
Adam Tiller is hot on his heels, and about 3 or 4 stripes back in third place is Oliver Gruner. It's a much bigger gap back to fourth place, that's Caden Mowry.
It's actually the younger brother of former All-American here at New Balance Outdoor Nationals, Brian DeCola. He now races at Penn State University. He just completed his freshman campaign for the Nittany Lions. And if he's anything like his brother, he'll be definitely fast by the time he's in high school. His brother, before he went to Penn State this year, ran 4:04.14 in the mile, 8:18.68 in the 3K, then 14:26 for the 5-kilometer race. So the running is definitely in the family, and we perhaps could see the same thing from his younger brother Dan when he gets to the high school level.
And I spoke about just running together sometimes helps a little bit, but look at this surge. All of a sudden, looks like that's Oliver Gruner from Seven Locks Running Club. You know, sometimes when you get so focused on the opponent next to you, you always have that one to just come and take it.
Oliver Gruner said he's had enough here on the penultimate lap as he looks over his shoulder, and maybe it was a bit of a too early of a move. You can see the fatigue starting to set in as both Tiller and DeCola start to chase him down once more. As DeCola now just right on the heels of Gruner, with less than 500 meters to go, and DeCola now back out front.
Takes back the lead, and he's got about 450 meters left.
DeCola, Gruner, Tiller. And Gruner continues to fight back. Nothing's stopping him here. So right at the bell lap, 75.58 for Oliver Gruner.
Sophie Knudsen for the first time fasting in the total at 275.
And playing some cat and mouse here between him and DeCola. Does DeCola have enough here to make another surge and catch up to him on the backstretch as Gruner continuing to build that lead? The gap has now grown to 20 meters between the 8th and 7th grader.
There's a gutsy lead change from Gruner. He's out of Maryland. We weren't sure if he was going to keep it at first, but now he has distanced himself from DeCola as he's coming around the last 100.
Still within striking distance the last 50 meters or so, but it will be enough for Gruner to hold on as he starts to go to the arms and throws that surge in one last time. And it'll be enough for Oliver Gruner to take section 2 in 10:16.76. Dan DeCola 10:18.63. So 72-second last lap for Oliver Gruner. After trading laps back and forth with Dan DeCola, he takes section 2 of this middle school boys 2 mile.
And we're going to start to see these heats get faster. So you want to put up a pretty solid and commanding time so that you can possibly rank in the top 8 when all the heats have gone. But that can be pretty difficult to do when you're in one of the first couple of heats.
And again, top 6 will be on the award stand, so a lot of these boys will have to await what comes next from the next two sections. There'll be two more remaining. Yet no one's reached that meet record time of 9:38.47. But as these races progressively get faster, you could see someone try to dip under that time that was set last year at this meet. So there you see the results from Section 2. Gruner, DeCola, walking with there, chatting it up. Nice little sportsmanship between the two as Gruner takes the win. Still almost 2 seconds ahead of DeCola in Section 2.
And something else about this level, you see a lot of the same athletes that you have run against before. Especially when you're at this level in terms of New Balance Nationals, and you are a high-class athlete, which is all of these athletes at this meet. And especially coming from Pennsylvania like DeCola has, and Gruner coming out of Maryland, I'm sure they have seen each other before. I know that feeling as well. Stepping on the line is like you again. You didn't miss your flight. Got to deal with you over and over again throughout the year.
Do you ever have an athlete yourself that's like, I'm seeing you every meet, I'm sick and tired of racing against you, but I know I'm going to beat you?
I absolutely did. And the last part was debatable. Just coming from Georgia, it was very difficult to ever have any break because you dealt with athletes like Aaliyah Abrams, Mackenzie Dunmore, and I guess me. And it was difficult because you could just never get a break. You could never just cruise through the rounds because they were always on you. Obviously, Candace Hill came out of Georgia as well, so it was always pretty difficult for sure.
You can only imagine what it's like on the boys' side, especially when you have to deal with someone like Will Sumner, who had just dominated the high school scene. He was also great in his freshman year at Georgia, now running professionally. But that's an athlete that's just like, dang, like I know I don't want to have to toe the line with him, but I know he's going to make me better as an athlete too. And obviously, I mean, he's a 145 kid. He's done really well at the 800, but he's also done really well at the 400. So it's just the all-around athleticism from him has probably really shaped a lot of the athletes in the state of Georgia.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And UGA in general has been getting so many commits. Ever since they got Coach Carroll down there in Athens, Georgia, they have Christian Miller that is committed there. Adasia Hodge as well is committed there. So a lot of great athletes about to come through Georgia. We saw Lena Irby, Elijah Godwin as well, that roamed the streets of Georgia. UGA was not my school of choice, but it was a fantastic school. Just did not want to stay in Georgia.
Well, and we're on the topic of SEC schools. Your school is making that change this fall from the Big 12 to the SEC for an opportunity like that. And you kind of see the new age of collegiate track and field. And the only reason why teams are changing conferences is because of the football level. That's the huge moneymaker right now. But when you see Texas, Oklahoma move to the SEC, or like Oregon, Washington move to the Big 10, does that change really anything from the track and field perspective? I know the conference championships ramp up, but really from a regional aspect, they're still going to compete with the respective teams in either the East region or the West region.
Yeah, it definitely does change. It doesn't necessarily change regionals, but it's just conferences and your schedule in general throughout the year. It gets pretty difficult, and that you have to adjust things like workouts. You have to adjust how often you might compete because it's all gas, no breaks all of the time. And I know a lot of the times when I was competing, I was just competing against my teammates all the time because we were going to smaller meets in Texas, and, well, we were our own competition. But in the SEC, you get competition constantly, going to those meets in Florida, those meets in Kentucky, and that could get very difficult. You might not open as quickly because you don't want to get blown out. You might not race as often because it feels like every race is the SEC final or Nationals final. Texas really didn't get much competition. We would breeze through conference, but they wouldn't really get much competition until regionals and then Nationals. So it definitely does change a lot of things.
That lead trio here as we're back in the boys middle school 2 mile. That's James Gage, Camden Shields, and Jaden Diaz. There's 3 across now here as we've gone 3 laps through this race. But to your point about, and obviously Texas has dominated the Big 12. There's no question about that. Coach Flo has developed a program that continues to win Big 12 conference championships and also do well at the national level. With that being said, now they're making the shift to arguably one of the best conferences in America when it comes from a sprinting perspective, especially when you look at what the Arkansas women just did in the 400 and the 4x4. And you realize now, geez, I mean, I have kids that are running 50 seconds, and that's really good. But now I got to have kids that are running 49 seconds, 48 seconds, because that's the standard that Arkansas has set in the SEC.
Absolutely. So to have to race against those athletes on a daily basis can be very difficult because, like I said, you might just want to open up, have your season opener, and then here comes Nikisha Price from Arkansas running a 48, and it's like, whoa, slow down. This is just an invitational meet, and sometimes it does kind of hurt your confidence. I would talk to my SEC friends, and they were saying, well, we never really get confidence boosters because we're just getting beat down all the time. You know, at Texas and dealing with Big 12 competitors, you get confidence boosters. You're winning everything. You're leaving meets feeling good. You get to slowly progress at your own pace. You're not feeling the pressure.
And it's not that the Big 12 is not a great conference either. I'm just basing the fact on, it seems like every single year at the team level, granted, I know Texas Tech had a really good indoor season the last couple of years on the men's side, but from team perspective, it's really been the SEC's turn. Florida was a three-peat this year. Arkansas just completely dominated. And even then, I think a second-place team was Florida, so it would have been an SEC team and perhaps could have been a sweep of the SEC teams had Florida gone and completed that on the women's side.
Absolutely. I think every conference has its own level of difficulty. I think just because Texas has been in it for so long, they kind of know how to gauge it, and they know how to design their schedule so that it's not the most difficult that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Meaning that you'll have a couple of competitors to give you a run for your money, even beat you. Of course, beat me plenty of times. But just to the level of SEC, yeah, I mean, you have a time like 50 flat getting, I want to say it was 6 at Nationals. That's difficult.
So we saw them all bunched up. There was 8 at one point single file, but Shields and Diaz decided to step away from them and make it a 2-man race here with 3 laps remaining. They went through 5:06 and some change on that first mile, so the pace is much faster than we saw in the previous section. As they continue to make their way down the backstretch and battle the heat too. And even though it's early in the morning, it's around 75 degrees, which for a distance runner, it's kind of a happy medium, depending on where you grew up. If you grew up in the South where it's humid and warm, this is nothing. If you grew up in the Northwest or in the maybe a little bit in the Northeast, this is a little bit challenging you have to deal with. I know during the Northeast, during the summer times, the humidity is awful, but as you can see right here, 79 degrees, and the humidity 69%, and the wind's picking up too, so it feels like 82 degrees as well out there. It's not necessarily cool for some of these distance runners, and I know sprinters love the heat. It's not always the case for distance runners.
I mean, when you have to run for that long, I completely understand why it's not the best to be running in humidity, especially as stiff as Texas. But I have to shout out 7 Locks Running Club here. They are out of the Maryland area. And like we were talking about earlier, just COVID-19 obviously was absolutely horrendous. But these kids, it was even worse for them because, you know, kids, they're bouncing off of the walls during the summertime. And all of a sudden, life just stops and they have nothing to do. So 7 Locks Running Club came into fruition that way when COVID-19 happened. And they just wanted to get athletes out of the house. And head coach Laura Heimland, she pretty much just decided to create her own youth running club. And look at what is done so far. 2020 was not that long ago. It was only 4 years ago. And we've seen so many of the 7 Locks runners here on this national stage today.
For a lot of these kids that were, I guess you could call them pandemic kids that were all stuck in there, they really came out of that pandemic and have just exploded on the track and field scene. It's not just right here. We see it at the high school, the professional level, and everybody at all different levels are excelling as Camden Shields now separates himself from Jaden Diaz here on the bell lap. It's about 20 meters separating those two, 77-71, with less than 400 meters remaining, as the 8th grader from HP Distance continues that build, that lead here as we hit the backstretch. And unless Jaden Diaz decides to make a move now, there's no way he's going to be able to catch Shields here in the end.
Shields out of Indianapolis, Indiana, getting a whole lot of love right now, just with the Indiana fever. Home of Caitlin Clark now. It's amazing to see how much Indy has really blown up. I was actually just in Indiana. It was a very beautiful state. Indianapolis, even better. They have Indy 500. So many events there that you don't really realize. And he looks very strong right now.
Down into the home straightaway he goes, and it's been pretty much a wire-to-wire run for Camden Shields as he'll take section 2 and actually just be a little bit slower than that second section as he hits to the track. So maybe distance runners are tired when they're done, because Camden Shields is already to the track. Similar to what you see from someone that runs a 400 meters after running 45 seconds or even 49 seconds on the women's side.
Well, Camden Shields, he has a 3,200 PR of 10:29. So he was really pushing this pace for himself. He really wanted to run away, essentially, from New Balance Nationals with something to be proud of. And 10:17, that is a time to be proud of for sure. So take your time getting up, Camden. I understand.
10:17:30, went 5:06 the first mile, and then closed in 5:11. So a little bit of the humidity and heat decided to play a factor in the end of this race, as you can see the aftermath of Camden right on the track. And the results there for section 3. Leaves us with one more section remaining to determine a champion in this middle school boys 2 mile. There you see Oliver Gruner currently still in the lead, 10:16:76. With one final section remaining, and that meet record time 9:38:47 by Ryan Sykes from last year.
And in this heat, we have Roy Newberry from I'm Better Than That. He won the mile yesterday, 4:33:64, just shy of the meet record. And he has a 2 mile PR of 10:44. We were talking about how much we love that name. I'm Better Than That is out of Denton, Texas. So he's used to this heat.
And I can only imagine this race is going to be fast for him, especially after running 4:34 yesterday in that race, in that mile, especially if we're going to do some calculations there. If he's running around 4:34, we should see him in sub 10 potential. And there you see right there in the green and neon blue, take to the lead early on here through the first 250 meters.
And I spoke about these athletes knowing how it feels to take that lead, knowing how it feels to win. I think that gets so slept on sometimes. Of course, you want to know how it feels to win, but that's so important at this level because you don't want the athletes to freak out. Some athletes need to learn how to gauge where they're at, even while being in the lead. Some athletes like to sit on the pacer's heel, but these are kids, they have no pacers. And you see Raul Newberry, he is just not letting anybody take this out any faster than him. He's won AAU Junior Olympics at 12 years old, and he won the 3K. So he knows how to win races. Like I said, he won the mile yesterday. So he's trying to come away with 2 golds today. We'll see if he could do it.
Newberry channeling his inner Jakob Ingebrigtsen as he's the pace setter now, as Jakob has said multiple times when he's ran in his races.
But he's got a
Of course, just
commanding
coming
lead
off and just saw an official decide to stick his arm out with a water bottle and collide with Newberry, but nothing to move out of the way. So hopefully he's not distraught or anything from that incident. I mean, it was just a nice little light tap from the official. Didn't even realize he was there, but you know, from the start, this kid has set the tone, and really no one's tried to go with him. And if they've tried to, they might pay the price in the end. Just right around 880 yards, 216 for the first half mile. That race 2:16.17. So right now he's actually running much faster than what he did in the mile yesterday. He's right on 4:32 mile pace. I don't expect that to last here for all 8 laps, but as you've mentioned multiple times, this is a national championship, and those that come to this meet, they like to do things that are unexpected. And we mentioned about peaking at the right time of the year. Maybe this is Newberry peaking at the right time of the year.
Absolutely, and I can recall when I ran at New Balance, back when it was held in North Carolina, I want to say it was at NC State, I just went out as fast as I could. I didn't care if I felt lactic acid because I knew I was going to get a PR out of it. And I did get Georgia #1 out of it. So that's what a lot of these athletes are deciding to do. I mean, this is nationals. Why not? That's what you really have to ask yourself. Why not go out this hard?
It was about 2:14 through 800 meters, 2:15 through 800.
That's 69.95. Just a second slower from his last lap at 68 seconds, but all by himself. The heat, the humidity, not slowing this young man down. Just an 8th grader again from the I'm Better Than That track club. And this has looked smooth this entire race. And you can just see it in his form, just relaxed, able to just drive the arms and really just stay controlled this entire time, even without anybody near him.
And he's only in 8th grade, but he has so much range. He's run the 800, 15, 3K. But on this level, that is what you do. You run all these events, see which one sticks the most, see which one you feel the most comfortable in. And I would say Newberry seems so comfortable in his lead right now, the same way he was in the mile yesterday. So hopefully he's able to keep it, but it looks like he just continues to increase. He knows exactly what he came here to do.
Out of the state of Texas, which for the last couple of years, we're starting to see some really good distance runners develop from out of the Lone Star State. And especially on the girls' side, and the first one that comes to mind is Elizabeth Leachman, who has so far this year set the indoor national record in the 5,000. I believe also the outdoor record in the 3,200. He's had one of the best seasons we've seen in a long time from sophomore runners. And to put in perspective, and I don't know I know because you ran at the University of Texas, I don't know how well known you were for like all the high school stuff there, but Elizabeth has ran 15:25 this year for 5,000 meters, and she's 15-year-old high school girl. So something's in the water in Texas right now.
Oh, something has been in the water in Texas. There's just so many areas of training.
Don't get me wrong, like sprint side, yes, but distance side, it's like, wow, it's really exploded.
No, you're absolutely correct. You didn't see it as much before. I know, especially for our distance runners at Texas, they would always go up to Colorado for the altitude training or go down to New Mexico for the altitude training. They would never stay in Texas because it was too hot to train. They would always try to go before the sun would even come up, but it was just very, very difficult for them. So yeah, you're absolutely right. But distance running in Texas is for sure making a surge.
We're seeing a nice race develop here, and yesterday this young man ran 4:33 in the mile. He just went through 4:36 for the first of his 2 miles here today. So right on track to see maybe he can dip under 10 or 9 minutes too. If we could see an eighth grader dip under 9 minutes, that'd be an incredible effort too. Wouldn't see very many middle schoolers able to accomplish that. let alone you wouldn't see very many high schoolers accomplish that in this day and age. And right now, when you talk about the the barriers in high school track, everyone's always talking about the sub 4 minute mile. That's the huge one. Well, and this is my opinion. I believe the 2 mile is becoming an even more popular event at the high school level because we're starting to see kids break 9 minutes in the 3200 or the true 2 mile, and that's becoming a new standard. 9 minutes used to be that barrier back then, where it's like, wow, that was a rarity to see high school kids run that. Well, this year at the Arcadia Invitational, we saw 27 kids break 8:50. I mean, to put in that perspective, that's a lot of kids that are running that fast of times, and a lot more kids are running in the 8:30s, the 8:40s. It wouldn't shock me to see a middle schooler running sub 9, and I think we're about to maybe perhaps see that right here with Rule Newberry.
I agree. I just think across the track and field community, things are just continuously getting faster. We see it with sprints. The fact that these girls like Adasia Hodge is even running a 22.3 is insane to me. Running 24 was a big deal back then. So, yeah, you were for sure starting to see it with distance runners, especially coming out of, random enough, but especially coming out of Tennessee. I see a lot of the distance runners coming out of there as well. But Texas is for sure making a surge as Royal Newberry is headed into that bell lap, and he is not letting up, Keenan.
Keep a look on the clock, folks. 8:05.73 would need to run a 55 last lap. I don't think he's able to accomplish that, but he is well under the meet record time of 9:38. There's just 69 seconds on that last lap. And it's just looked smooth the entire time. Again, won the mile yesterday in 4:33, trying to complete the double today here in the 2 mile, and could do it in record-setting fashion. He probably was unhappy about the fact that he was not able to beat the meet record yesterday in the boys mile, and he is taking that anger right out here in the 2 mile and has just dominated this race from start to finish. Rule Newberry out of the state of Texas is going to run away with this middle school boys 2 mile. Again, keeping a look at the clock, and he destroys that meet record of 9:38, and it's 9:11.70 for Rule Newberry. 65 seconds on that last lap.
I mean, you said it correct. He was 0.06 off of that record. If I'm not going to get a record, don't let me be that close. And he looked to be pretty mad at that. 9:11 for new meet record for Newberry. I know his parents are going to be so proud. When I was doing my research, I kept seeing just pictures of Raul and his parents supporting him at every single meet. And these are the stages you do it on. And he can now say that he's a 2-time national champion.
Gordon Smith, Graham Hamill as the peloton now coming in. And you see 8 racers on that 10-minute barrier, which again, for middle schoolers, that's their own barrier compared to the high school where it's 9 minutes. So for them to break 10 minutes during this time of the day, especially how warm it is, and you can see some of them just completely done after that race. And hopefully we'll get a look at Newberry over there and just how well he ran that. And again, put in perspective how dominant that race really was. I mean, was pretty even split throughout the entire time. 68, 69s. The slowest laps were at the mile split at 70 seconds. And then the lap after that, that was also at 70 seconds. But really just tremendous racing from this young man. And the state of Texas, you'll be in for a treat for the next 4 years when he reaches the high school level. This could be the next star in the making right here.
And Newberry's actually entered in the 800 as well. Hopefully we can see a triple out of him. Walking away with all the bling from New Balance National.
There you see the results populating on the lower left hand of your screen. Again, that 9:11.70 stands out the most. A meet record smashes that time of 9:38 by 27 seconds. And for you math nerds out there, averaging 4:35 for both those miles. Again, he only ran 4:33 yesterday in the true mile. So he did just enough to have enough energy for today. But the fact of the matter is that he can run 9:11 for 2 miles. He is certainly in 4:20, mid 4:20 type of shape for the true mile.
And we'll see him in the 800 tomorrow, early in the morning, again at 9:30 a.m. These kids just don't get tired, Keenan.
There we see section 1 of 4 getting underway. For these girls, the meet record in this event. We scroll down the list here and check it out. 10:50.35, also set last year by Caitlin Essep from Without Limits. And we see our early leader. I believe Celia Mayer is out front early on.
So it's Isabella Suarez
So
leading section 1.
So it's a tough act to follow after that boys race, but hopefully we'll see another great race from these girls right here. So it's 82.88 for it. That's actually Isabella Suarez out of New Jersey.
So Suarez out in the
Just 5 seconds ahead of Brady Pernetta of New England Elite.
400 meters.
So now you understand the excitement of distance running. I know you're a track and field nerd, and I'm sure you're well reversed in the sprints and the hurdles, but when you look at a performance like that, you got to think, wow, if that's what we're going to get here to start day one, you can only imagine what we can get for the rest of the day.
Oh, absolutely. And the distance runners just continue to get better and better as the year goes on. I just continue to get so surprised with it. I actually got to witness the new 10K world record at Pre earlier, and that was Beatrice Chebet out of Kenya. So I have been this distance nerd. And speaking of just records, I'm still stuck on Raul Newberry, setting that new 2-mile record. He got the win in the mile yesterday, and we're actually going to hear from him. From Kate Van Buskirk is down on the field with the winner.
With the winner of boys middle school 2-mile, you just set a meet record, international record, Real Newberry. Over to you, Kate.
Well, I've had the pleasure of interviewing this young man twice now in 2 days. Rule Newberry, another win here at New Balance Nationals and a new national record in the 3200. You said this was your favorite event. How did it feel?
It felt good. I started getting a little tired after on the last 2 laps, but I pushed through.
You sure did. You closed in 70. That is a blazing fast finish, and you still have the 800. How are you feeling about that tomorrow?
I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm hoping to get a PR.
What's your PR?
2:03.
2:03. All right, folks, you got to come back and cheer him on tomorrow. Rule Newberry, double winner here at New Balance Nationals, coming back for the triple tomorrow. Congratulations.
You just heard from Royal Newberry right there, looking to complete the Triple Crown tomorrow. Not very many middle school athletes can say they've done that, let alone in a national championship meet. And that's an athlete right there that is looking to potentially dip under 2 minutes as well. He said his lifetime best in the 800 was 2:03 as he chatted with Kate Van Buskirk. But after watching that performance, it would not shock me to see that young man just run away with the field. Although the 800 is a different beast when it comes to middle distance running, and it's, like I said, totally different from what the 2 mile is. It's a different strategy. I mean, you obviously, you're a sprinter. You thought about potentially running the 800. I mean, that's just racing 2 laps as fast as you can around the track compared to a relatively difficult pace you would do for a 2 mile.
The 800 is without a doubt a sprint. Seeing these athletes run insane times like Ajay Wilson, Raven Rogers, Athing Mo, it's been absolutely insane. And even Donovan Brazier for the men's 800, he was just a powerhouse. So, yeah, it's for sure a sprint now, Keenan. I can't even call it middle distance anymore.
You see Suarez now in the company of Gideon Bradford. Or excuse me, that's Celia Mayer from New York. So New Jersey and New York 1-2 as they approach the first mile of this middle school race. After an early lead developed by Suarez, Celia Mayer now right just behind her, separated by a stride's length as they've gone through the first mile. 5:54.71 for Suarez, and then Mayer 5:55.23.
She's starting to get some company from Celia Mayer now. I mean, she's had it the whole time, but now she was right on her shoulder. Still contemplating if she wants to pass now or should she wait. Sometimes just putting the pressure on the athletes is actually a lot better than just going ahead and passing them. Just staying right there on their heel, which is exactly what Mayer is doing.
And Suarez is probably glad that someone is right there and was able to go with her even from the gun. I mean, it took a while for obviously the first mile, but now that there's some company, it might feel a little bit easier in a relative term, especially when when it feels like 82 degrees out at 9:52 in the morning here. That being said, it's always nice to have a running buddy by your side, and you know these two girls are going to be pushing each other back and forth as Mayer now takes over the lead for the first time. And can Suarez try to hang on with her and just right on the heels? But when you have a pack like that, and even if it's just 2 people with each other, it's still going to help feel like it's a little bit easier than it actually is.
Seems like they just switched positions there, even down on the track, not just in first and second. Celia Mayer decided to take that inside part of lane 1, pushing Isabella Suarez to the outside of lane 1. So they kind of just pivot each other there. But she's just going to stay right there on her hill. She's like, we can switch places, but I'm not going anywhere.
The fatigue's starting to set in as the rest of the pack now are running them down. You see 5 other girls just right behind them. And it's actually a quartet of Without Limits Triangle athletes. Nevaeh Matadeva and Jalen Alexander, Peyton Rice, and Genevieve Helfrich in company now with Mayer and Suarez. And then Gideon Bradford is among those as well, representing Cozy Elite. As we'll see another lead change. This will be Jalen Alexander now moving on to the outside just ahead of Suarez, along with her teammate Mahab Deven. And a little bit of a trip up right there. You saw some jostling of the feet, all trying to set themselves up here as they have 2 laps remaining. 91 for Alexander as the pace begins to ramp up here with less than 2 to go.
And we spoke about having running buddies. Looks like there's 4 without limits triangle runners in this race. So they're used to running with each other. They know each other's styles. That trip up was a little bit scary for them, but they were able to bounce back and recover quickly.
See the 2 teammates together out front, then the other 2 just right behind Suarez in that 4th and 5th position. Just less than 600 now. Alexander, Mahadevan, 1, 2 respectively. As they run by, which apparently the steeplechase area is known as Emma's Splash Zone in New Balance Nationals. I know New Balance Nationals, at least for Emma Coburn, she is a New Balance athlete, but it's just, that was the first time I saw that, and I was just like, all right, yeah, if you've done pretty well at the steeplechase level at the World Championships and the Olympic level, I guess you could have the steeple pit, the water barrier, if that matter, named after you.
And what a privilege that is. I mean, if you've done as much as Emma Coburn, you know, yeah, sure. She should have a couple things named after her.
It's not like she's won a world championship or a multiple-time U.S. champion in the steeplechase. Perhaps will go down as one of the greatest steeplechasers, not just in U.S. history, but also world history for what she's accomplished. And hopefully these girls trying to rewrite record books themselves as they continue their running careers. And Alexander trying to look for a win here at New Balance Nationals and solidify her legacy as a winner here. As Jalen Alexander, 200 meters remaining in this one. It was 90.25 seconds on that last lap. And could we see a 1-2-3 sweep? You saw another without limits triangle athlete sitting there in 3rd. That was Genevieve Helfrich. But it's the Alexander show here in the last 2 laps. And then her teammate Mahadevan sits there in 2nd. As Jalen Alexander looking to complete a trio sweep of without limit triangle teammates, as she'll cross the line in sub 12 effort. Then her teammate in 2nd. And then here comes the 3rd without limits triangle athlete. That was Genevieve Helfrich. And then a 4th, so it's a super sweep, similar to the Arkansas women in the 400 at the NCAA championships. Peyton Rice finishing 4th overall, so without limits triangle 1 through 4 in this first section of the middle school girls 2 mile.
And without limits, Triangle is out of Triangle, North Carolina. I don't think I've ever heard of Triangle, North Carolina. I kind of want to fact check myself. But I think another one of the clubs just made for the athletes to just get out into the community, run until you can't run anymore, and come out here on these levels and compete. That was great to see from them for sure. They're all matching. Love that too.
So the 4 girls going 1 through 4 and call it the super sweep for without limits triangle, all led by Jalen Alexander in 11:56.82. Then her teammate Navedya Mahadevan, 11:59.76, so 2 under 12. And then Genevieve Helfrich and Peyton Rice in 12:08.12.12. There you see Emma's Splash Zone right there, and the results on the left side of your screen. And one of my favorite distance events is the steeplechase, and I never got to do it myself. I tried to convince my coach. I was like, I want to do this event. I want to try it. I think it'd be fun. And he looks at me. He's like, no, not a chance. If you trip on one of those barriers, you are going to cost your career and be done with running. And I looked at him like, you're right. I am a clumsy runner. I do not want to do that.
I mean, the idea of you putting fun and steeplechase in the same sentence is very hard for me to grasp.
Well, for me, it would be fun probably for the first couple of barriers, and then I realized, what did I get myself into? And especially even for a 2K steeple, which is what the high schoolers run, compared to 3K, which is what the collegiates and the pros run. That's another 1,000 kilometers of going over barriers, and you have to go through 5 barriers total when you're on the track, I believe. And that's just a lot for the legs, and sometimes, like during practices, a lot of these high schools, they don't have steeple pits. They don't have a water barrier. So what do they use? They use hurdles. And hurdles, they can actually move. A steeple barrier, if you hit that thing, that is not moving at all whatsoever.
Seems like it hurts. And I will say, we had something at Texas for one of our practices. I want to say when we came back from spring break. So we decided to do something fun. The coaches facilitated it also. We could switch events. But obviously they were really nervous about it because they didn't want anybody to get hurt. But it was moderated events. So instead of the 3K steeplechase, they had like the 800 steeplechase. And I participated in said 800 steeplechase. It was not fun. I did not know that the pit was as steep as it was and that there's a rhythm to it, so I got like full body water. It was very difficult. I didn't realize that you're supposed to like jump to the outside. You're supposed to like barely splash the water. I pretty much went for a swim.
When it comes to the water barrier, and you know, I've never ran the steeplechase before, it's personally, you're not supposed to put both feet into the water. You're supposed to jump right out of the steeple pit by pushing off the barrier and just 1 foot down, and then your other lead leg leads you through and carries you through from a momentum perspective. And then that's why when you run the steeple, it can be taxing because you want to stop immediately. You want to be able to let your legs are just so gassed out, especially after going over so many barriers. You just want to stop there for a second. And again, it's really just a momentum thing when it comes to the barriers. If you can create momentum throughout the steeplechase, it's a lot easier to race. Not saying you won't get fatigued during the race, but it's much easier when you have great form and constant movement over the hurdles and persistence of just pushing off the barrier. So another without limits triangle athlete looking to see if he was this. Yeah, go ahead, Serenity.
Yeah, I was just going to say, without limits triangle once again making an appearance. And I know she just saw her teammates do really well in the last heat. I know that probably gives her some motivation. Without Limits is out of North Carolina. So there is a triangle in North Carolina, but it's a triangle park in North Carolina. So that makes sense with the name of the track club, because I'm guessing they run in this park a lot. And they are coached by Coach Joss Estep. And they're really representing out here today. And I know they always love traveling with the big team. I know I used to love that when I ran as well. Getting to stay in the hotel and go out there and compete. Get the cool New Balance bags and the gear as well. Hopefully, Amelia can come away with something today also.
So the park itself is an actual triangle, is what you're saying?
You know, it's one of those things, in my opinion, that they call it a triangle, but who actually knows if it's shaped like a triangle? But that is the name of the park.
If we're gonna go based off the definition of a triangle, does it have 3 sides and does it have 3 corners?
That's a great question. Triangle Park in North Carolina. Let's see, I have my.
For those that are tuning in
here.
right now, we want you all to check this out now at Triangle Park in North Carolina, and maybe have a poll here with us to determine whether this is an actual triangle or not. I know we're not actually keeping a poll, but if you're able to look this up and see it, make sure to tell us at runnerspace.com and see what if it actually is a triangle park. And me and Serenity are curious now that, especially after Serenity just brought it up.
I guess you could call it a triangle. Research triangle. It's an odd shaped triangle, but yeah, it is a triangle. I'll give it to them, Keenan.
So Petra Grundle
So without limits triangles athlete Amelia Cluley sits in second, just right behind Petra Grundle. Or excuse me, that is Lucille. No, that is Grundle. Petra Grundle from Virginia. With the bright colored top. I believe that's pink and blue she's wearing. You know, a lot of these athletes also with their uniforms, and I know a lot of them are club teams, they bring a unique taste of uniforms into this. You'll see like a uniform like this one. It's very bright, very colorful. You can see it. But then you also see like the basic ones, like just a tank top in the case for Cluley right here in her Without Limits triangle teammates. I know from a sprinter perspective, you guys always want to be flash and you want to be able to show out your uniforms. Sometimes distance runners, they don't really care about the uniform. They just want to have something and that's good enough for to run in.
Oh, on the contrary, Keenan, this is New Balance Nationals. I know that everybody used to bring out all the stops at New Balance. They would go to the New Balance store and they would get something special, especially when you're not traveling with such a large team. You could technically wear whatever you want. And I would go get me a nice New Balance uniform, and I would have the arm sleeves, everything fancy, because this was the meet to really showcase your outfits as much as your talent. And I know parents are just like, well, that doesn't really matter as long as you run fast, but it does matter, especially for a meet like this.
Well, in that case, you want to run fast, but also look good too.
Oh, absolutely.
So Amelia Cluley creating separation from her, and Grundle is 5:50.33 through that first mile. You can see her teammates on the corner right there, just on the opposite end of the track, cheering her on, trying to make it another sweep, or at least keep the sweep going and make it 1 through 5 for Without Limits triangle. We're coming up to 3 laps remaining. And I beg your pardon, it actually is 2 laps remaining here for this girl's 2 mile. Or no, 3 laps. So we have a little miscalculation on the live results. So 7:21.57 at a little over 2 kilometers for Amelia Cluley, the 6th grader from North Carolina.
Just approaching the completion of the first round. So far, the longest jump.
Cluley's brother actually run the 1 and 2 mile as well, Gavin Cluley. Of course, he runs for WL Triangle. So they have a pretty deep team out here.
See, Cluley now moving up into 2nd position is Petra Grundle. Or excuse me, that is Eleanor Jang. Catherine Azaris. Maeve Heck in the top 5. As Amelia continues to run by herself, and you can see fatigue, her moving her head to side, trying to fight this heat, get through it these last couple of laps.
So Amelia Cluley, the youngest runner in the field, just a 6th grader, out in front now.
The 6th grader just ahead of all the 7th and 8th graders here. 2 laps remaining.
2,400 meters, 8:55.
Try to hold her own here, 93.19, so slowing down here the last couple of laps, and each lap has progressively gotten slower. It's Catherine Azaris in 2nd position, and then Eleanor Jang out of New Jersey in 3rd, and Petra Grundle still right behind in 4th.
And it has to be pretty tough for these athletes. Yeah, we've seen a couple of them repeat, such as Amelia Cluley. She was in the 1 mile yesterday. She ran 5:35.93. But I think I would have rather my events be switched. Like, I would have wanted to do the 2 mile yesterday and the 1 mile today, so it could just feel shorter, even though it's just mental. Obviously, it is shorter, but it's a mental case, of course. But going up right after having the 1 mile yesterday, I feel like it can be pretty tough.
From the finish line.
Well, not every kid has doubled back from these races either. Some of them, this may be their first event, and unlike the case for Newberry, who won both events yesterday, we may not see somebody win both events, especially if they're coming off fresh into this 2 mile race and didn't race that mile yesterday. In the case of a lot of these athletes, they are doubling back, and Amelia Cluley is one of them. I believe she ran in the mile yesterday. And now will be challenged by Catherine Azares on this final lap. That gap is shrinking here. About 10, almost 15 meters now as Azares keys down on her on the last lap.
So now we're on the last.
Cluley Azares, and Cluley can feel the presence of Azares. She knows she's right behind her.
From speed skills. Let's hope these ladies down. Now the match.
She's trying to give every ounce of energy left here with less than 300 meters to go.
Over the fast
Now Azares creeping up now with less than 200 meters to go.
back to Maya Salmova.
And it's Azares now moving onto the outside, right on the heels of though patiently waiting. Maybe we'll wait to go around the turn and then slingshot herself into the home straightaway. But there's the stride opening up for Azares, and she takes over now here as it's 150 remaining.
That's a decisive move from the 7th grader.
Catherine Azares, the 7th grader representing speed skills, waited patiently throughout the race
Catherine Azares.
and will deliver some closing speed in the final stretches and will win section 2 and right to the track, rightfully so. 77.77 on that last lap, her fastest split of the day. And it was actually 13 seconds faster than her slowest split, so she closed strong over that last lap.
Catherine Azares, she was just being so patient in her run as well. She's out of New Jersey. She's actually the cross-country state champion as of last year, so she knows how to win. Hopefully her time withstands. We have a couple more heats to go, but she looked so strong that last 50. I have no idea how anybody could finish that strong after running 2 miles, but shout out to Catherine.
There you go, Catherine Azares, 11:46.64. That puts her up into first overall with 2 sections remaining there. The winner of our middle school girls 2 mile section 2. Now the compiled results. Azares again moving up to that first position overall, just ahead of Amelia Cluley. Excuse me, section 2 results. And then these are the overall standings there. 4 girls under 12 minutes so far.
16 feet 8 inches of the first round. Let's see if that was an improvement.
As we're halfway through now, as section 3 gets underway now.
She remains in 6th place.
There you see the athletes and their hip assignments. So we go down the list of competitors in this field. Time beat after that section 2, 11:46.64. And that meet record still stands at 10:50.35.
Haley Stargill from Georgia with 128, 17 feet 4 inches in the first round, good for 637 points. Let's see if she improved with her second rally.
That's Haley Mancini, early out front, the 8th grader from Valley Blaze.
So 5:14, 16:10 and a half.
Leads everyone through in around 80 seconds. It's 80.65 seconds. You also have Cora Conley, a kinetic from up in New York, better known as Saratoga Springs. Great distance program up there in New York. Sadie Kruger of New Jersey sits in 3rd. Grace Love of 7 Locks RC. And then Nora Schmidt, so 5 girls in that lead pack, with the rest of the chase group hunting them down.
Leading in this third section, the middle school girl 2 mile. Up on their heels is Cora Conley, Sadie Kruger, and Grace Love.
I think the biggest concern I always had with distance running, do you think they forget what number they're on? How can you not
There's a
forget,
reason why they
especially
have a
when
lap
you get
counter.
to the 3Ks?
There's a reason they have a lap counter for those races, and sometimes officials will tell them how many laps, and especially when people are starting to lap each other, they will. That's when it gets chaos. When people are lapping each other, that's when it does become crazy, and especially during indoor season when you have athletes so far ahead of the rest of the field. And but it also makes you question as to why some of the athletes are in that field, but also wonder, is this athlete that dominant that they're lapping them twice in this race? And sometimes that's not the case in an indoor track race, but it is the case sometimes when they are on a 200-meter bank track that you are lapped. And then the officials start to get cranky and realize, geez, now I got to keep track of, all right, you have 1 lap to go. All right, you got 3 laps to go. All right, you got 2 laps. Then it just becomes total chaos. And yes, sometimes the athletes do forget how many laps they do have remaining. And yes, it does boil down to them to know that, but also it's the officials' job to let them know that as well. So it's a 2-parter, if you will.
That just sounds horrible, Keenan. The fact that you're running so long to the point where you forget what lap you're on. Do you even remember that you're in pain? I heard that eventually your legs do just go numb. But sometimes it's not even in my legs, it's in my lungs for distance racing.
They do, and that's when lactic starts to kick in within those last however many meters or so. And for some athletes, like, it kicks in probably with 2 laps remaining, and then, well, you really can't do anything about that. You just have to fight to the end and hope for the best. And whether that means you run slower than you expect, or you just accept the time that you're going to run, because distance running, some people have a love-hate relationship, and when you're running at your best, you love it so much. That's why they call it runner's high for a reason. When you're running so much and you're having the success, you're loving it. Now, when you're not having the success, it is not fun. It is a lot of pain and suffering, if you will, if you want to call it that. There's so many different factors that obviously go into distance running. Like I said, you can either love it, you can hate it, and when you have your really good days, cherish those days, because sometimes it's a rarity when you really get those days, because a lot of the bad days, those happen more often than you think, and it makes you question why you run the sport. Sometimes I question why I still run to this day, because some of the runs that I've been having, I'm like, why am I still doing this? I don't need to be doing this. I could be doing so many different things. Heck, I could just be walking if I really wanted to. But the matter of the fact is, I love this running thing. It's fun, and when you do have your breakthrough and you feel good, it's always a great feeling. Plus, one thing my mom always told me when I was in high school is, you can never feel as worse after a run. You really can't. And that same probably goes for any type of workouts. Like, you can never feel as worse as possible. So to anyone out there, you feel like you're just in a slump, or you're dealing with some things, go out there, go exercise. It's really a good thing for everyone to do. Don't be just sitting on your butt at home and worrying about whatever's going on with life. Go out there, clear your mind, because really once you're done with your exercise, you feel like you actually accomplished something for the day.
You're absolutely right. Now, will I go out for a run? Probably not. But that was a very encouraging speech, Keenan.
I'm
Probably
here.
not
I'm here
a mile, though.
No, and that's the thing. Like, just remember the people. Like, whatever you do for workouts is I'm not here. I'm not preaching the choir. I'm not here to give a seminar by any means. I'm just saying my piece here because I've just heard this over and over again. Like, running is a love-hate relationship sport. And I'm sure that's the same way with sprinting. Like, geez, like I'm sure you've read like 11 seconds. Gosh, I can't even break 11 seconds. Like, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing everything right in my sport. I just can't have this breakthrough. Well, when you have that breakthrough the first time, it's the best feeling in the world. And a lot of these athletes get to experience that, but it takes time. It takes time for them to really get to that part. But it's all part of the process, and everyone has to remember that. I'm sure you were told that by Coach Flo when you were at Texas. Heck, even back when you were in high school and middle school.
About a 15 to 20 minute gap.
I was told lots of things by Coach Flo. Yeah. I think we could sum it up to that. To put your best foot forward with a couple 4-letter words in there. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. It does make you feel better. And I mean, it keeps you healthy, keeps you active. And then you never stop. That's what I've noticed. You just never stop. We're going to have Carrie Tolfson on the broadcast later on. I mean, she's an Olympian. And before some of the broadcasts that she's done that I've worked with her with, and she just goes out for a run before we're about to go on air. And I'm going on a walk to Starbucks. But she just continues to run.
With Carrie, would you expect anything less? Like you said, she was a former Olympian herself and is still running. If you can still run at that age, that is a great accomplishment, regardless of how slow you think you might run or not as fast as you were when you were in your 20s and your 30s. You're able to still do that. That's an accomplishment in itself. And, athletes like Sadie Kruger, who's just been running away from this competition for the last couple of laps. She's having herself a day. She's probably feeling really good about herself right now with the lead that she's built upon. Still 2 laps remaining, but at this point, it's really just been Sadie Kruger for the last couple of laps. And the New Jersey native, just an 8th grader, has really picked up the pace after running a couple of 80-second splits. Now she just ran 79, and that was an 82 right there, but she's all by herself and no one really to chase her down.
Yeah, and she has a mile PR of 5:30. And she is for sure starting to separate herself. She's taking little baby steps, but that's exactly what you need to run away from this field right now. It's working for her. She's about to lap a competitor, I want to say for the first time today. And I always like to see the way the distance races just eventually start to separate themselves. How it starts in the beginning is never how it ends in the end. And
it's more of a cross-country type of race. There's more of a cross-country type of race at the beginning when you have that many athletes in one field. I mean, shoot, I remember watching the Pac-12 10K championships, and it seemed like if you had a 10K time, you could just enter the field and run. I believe there was at least 40 women racing in that on the track in the 10,000, and it was like watching a cross-country race from the start. And the fact of the matter is that they were lapping each other, and officials were having to keep track. Now, granted, not all of them finished. Sometimes distance runners do drop out of races. But when you have that many racers on the track, that is a lot to keep track of. As Kruger now hits the bell lap here, and we'll finish things off here in Section 3. 86.85 for Kruger, just 5 seconds ahead of Colby McCollum. McCollum, though, she can smell blood in the water here on this last lap. Just 5 seconds, as I said, separating the two here as they make their way down the backstretch. Kruger, McCollum. That lead for Kruger decreasing here as we got 200 meters left now here on this backstretch. And Kruger can see on the clock. She can see McCollum now trying to move on the inside, but now it's McCollum swinging wide as she turns on the kick here. And it's 150 meters to go for the North Carolina native. 11:46.64 is the time to beat, and she'll be well under that. And it'll be close to a sub 11:10 effort. With Colby McCollum with a strong second half. She'll, did not cross the line, just stepped right off the track. Thought she crossed the line, but then steps right back out into the track. A little bit of a scary finish right there. Again, like most of these athletes, they're not running on the outside in lane 4, although probably she assumed that 2-mile line back there was where she finished off at rather than where the numbers are at.
And when you're so tired, your vision is blurring. You know, I'm sure it was just a simple mistake that a lot of the athletes are doing, as you can see. And now the officials are trying to get them to run through the line. Oh no, it seems pretty tough for them. Seems like they have
right there on the right side of your screen, the lap counter is right there at the mile mark, so it's probably confusing athletes as to why they think that's the finish line, because typically when the lap counter is at the finish line. So that's perhaps causing some confusion. So not necessarily, maybe I wouldn't say it's the racer's fault that they think that's the finish line. It might be where the officials have placed the lap counter at.
Absolutely. And like I was saying, you know, they're finishing a 2-mile right now. The only thing they're thinking of is being done, finished. So they're not able to pick up on what the officials are saying right now. They're like, I am coming through the line, but no, like not that one, the other one. And it's like, oh man, I've already broken my momentum. So it's for sure pretty tough. I've actually run a whole 4x4, and I think I was second leg, so I ran the whole thing in lane 7, and I was supposed to cross over. And my mom was telling me, everybody in the stands was telling me to get over, and I just didn't because I couldn't hear anything. So I know it's pretty tough for these athletes. Hopefully they can figure out a way to just move the lap counter.
I hope this was high school when you did that too, and not
yes,
when you were at the
Keenan, it was
university,
high school.
and not the University of Texas.
And if it was, you know, things happen. It's hard.
Coach Flo probably might have used a few words or two.
Oh, my bags would have been packed.
But I'm curious, though. I mean, during the time when you were at Texas, that seemed like it was a golden era of sprinting at the University of Texas. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, Keenan, you know, I could say it was more like the silver era because they won nationals the year I was out. So that cut me pretty deep.
But just the amount of talent that has gone through that program. I mean, we're talking Julian Alfred. I think it's pronounced Rashidat Adeleke.
Rashida Adeleke. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I was their host when they came to Texas. And I just know Coach Flo wanted them so bad. And they were nervous because, you know, coming from St. Lucia, like Juju is, and then Rashida coming all the way from Ireland, it's pretty tough. But, you know, I like to say that I was a pretty good host. And they came to Texas, and you see how well they're doing now.
So so we could always just talk about Coach Flo, but really, you're the driving force for them to come to the University of Texas.
Precisely. No, I'm just kidding.
Section 4 of 4 getting underway. The last middle school girls 2-mile race of the day. We'll still have the freshman boys and girls 2-mile races to follow, but this will be the last middle school distance race of the day. And the time to beat after watching Colby McCollum run 11:09.46. That moved her to first overall. We see another without limits triangle athlete. That's Caitlin Estep. She's the one that holds the meet record in this event after running last year 10:50. Just an 8th grader from North Carolina. As they go single file now.
Used to winning. Caitlin. She won the 2 mile and the 1 mile last year. I mean, she has the national lead right now of 10:39.18. She's coached by her parent over at Without Limits Track Club. So definitely, it can be pretty tough getting coached by your own parent. But you see her right there in the front. She's one of the taller athletes. But there must be a lot of pressure for these athletes as well. We always think like, oh, well, they're the meet record holder. They're the national leader, so, oh, they're fine. But now you go on the track thinking that I'm the national leader. And that can be pretty tough.
All bunched up here through the second lap, and lots of jostling, lots of positioning trying to be found. No athlete wants to get boxed in, although for a 2 mile race you don't have to worry about getting boxed in unless you're around a pack of 4 or 5 girls. But with a 2 mile race it strings out eventually. So again, a lot of these girls trying to find position early on, which is key to racing a good 2 mile and put themselves in a good position. But you can, if once everything starts to string out, then you can find positioning again and be able to settle into that pace. There you see Estep right there in second, just right ahead, right behind I should say, of Sawyer Nicholson, the 7th grader. Saw her race in the mile yesterday for the Durham Dragons Athletics. They've gone through 880 yards in around 2:43.88.
Half a mile into this girls' middle school 2 mile. This is the fastest of our 4 sections.
A faster split than that first lap in 81.70.
Right up in that lead pack, we've got Caitlin EST, fresh up at 4:51 mile on Wednesday in Seattle, Washington. He comes in West Virginia, one of our favorites. This is Sawyer Nicholson.
And it looks like that's Sydney Johnson that just took the lead. We have lots of talent in this last heat. She ran a PR at 5:02 at the end of May, and she won the middle school girls 1 mile just yesterday. And she's out of St. John's, Florida, but she's getting that pressure as well from Caitlin Estep, who is the meet record holder. And Caitlin just ran 4:51 in the mile just on Wednesday up in Seattle. So lots of talent in this race. It looks like Sawyer Nicholson is dropping back. Now, she set the record at 11 years old in the 5K just last year. So this is a stacked race.
A competitive race. As you mentioned, an athlete that just competed at the Brooks PR Invitational has made the trek back over here to the Northeast. And I'll give her credit too to put herself in a position. I can only imagine she probably, because the race was on Wednesday, had a flight on Thursday, probably got back really late yesterday, and then had to wake up this morning with the time change to race this 2 miles. So props for her for doing that. It's not an easy task, and it's certainly asking a lot out of a middle school athlete.
Absolutely. And we have a native, Leah Navarro, sitting in 5th right now. It's always really good to be on your home track, getting to represent. She's on that, looks like the outside lane right now.
See right there with the white top and the black shorts. Moving up on the inside. She's currently now in 6th position as it's Johnson, a step, Scatici, King, and Friedman, then Navarro, all separated by less than a second, 5:26.38 through the first mile. So a much faster race than what we saw in the first couple of sections. A really competitive start to this race, unlike the other ones where we saw them string out, and then at the end it was close battles, but it's turning out to be a competitive fight here into the second half of the race.
Absolutely. And Scapitici, she was actually 2nd in the mile yesterday. So like we were saying, these athletes just continuously repeating. And not just repeating, they ran great races yesterday, especially in this heat, and they're really trying to run great races today. Looks like it's 1, 2, and 3 right now for Johnson, Estep, and Scapitici.
2 packs, 3 girls in each of them. All led by Johnson, Estep, and Scapitici. And there as well, Fiona King, Jennifer Fryman, and Leah Navarro in that second chase pack. Which is going to be first chase pack. 81-26 for Estep as the battle begins now here with 3 laps remaining. They go single file now. As Scapitici, the Michigan native, just a 7th grader, trying to make some decisions here. Looked like she was about to move onto the outside, but now remains on the inside rail. Step's record time 10:50:35 set last year. After running the first mile in 5:26, that puts her around 10:54, 10:55 for a predicting time.
So the meet record is 10:50:35. That belongs to Caitlin.
Caitlin still positioning herself out front with Johnson and Scapitici right there. Now it's 2 laps remaining. It's 82:05, a little bit slower than the last couple of laps, which were 81s.
We're just at the point where it's like, who's going to take it? Seems like Alexandra got a little tripped up by that rail, but she was able to recover really well. Hopefully we don't have the same problem like we just had in the last heat, where they didn't know where to stop. But these girls are experienced. They go from 8th grade down to 7th grade with Scapitici, who's in 3rd right now. But it's all a step, but I know she feels Sydney Johnson right behind her.
And you hit the nail right on the coffin right there with the experience piece. Even though they're still in middle school, these girls have been racing for the last couple of years or just running in general. And it shows out there. They don't look like rookies. They look like seasonal veterans. And now Scapitici with an aggressive move now on the outside, trying to move past the meet record holder as she goes out into lane 2. And now onto the shoulders of Estep. It's like they're going into the last 100 meters of this race, but Estep responds back as it's 1 more lap remaining for the meet record holder. 9:31.78, an 82-second split. Needs to run faster than 79 seconds to beat her meet record. And the surge is on now from Caitlin Estep as she hits the backstretch.
And Caitlin played that so well. She started to feel Alexandra, but she pushed her to lane 2, and that can break all of your momentum, especially in these longer races. That's tiresome to, try to pass, and then you end up getting pushed out, and now she's turning on the jets, and Alexandra does not look like she's going to be able to respond. This is the meet record holder, so like we were saying before, she has plenty of experience.
The afterburners are kicking in here as she's surpassed 10:20 heading into the home straightaway. Caitlin Estep, she's an 8th grader from North Carolina representing Without Limits Triangle. And she will be well under her meet record time of 10:50. Will be close to sub 10:40 as she crosses the line with her hands up. Hands on her hips. Mission accomplished. She wins in 10:43.05 over Alexander Scapitici and Sydney Johnson.
That was a great run from Caitlin. I mean, the fact that she just ran up in Seattle on Wednesday, and she won the 1 mile out there, and to come back and break her record in this 2 mile, it just speaks to her experience. Experience does not always have to come with years of running. Sometimes it could just come with the level of competitiveness that you have. And that is for sure Caitlin a step out of Without Limits Triangle out of North Carolina.
Scappaticci also under that meet record time, finishing second in 10:49.65. Johnson under 11 minutes, along with Jennifer Friedman. And then Leah Navarro close to breaking 11 minutes at 11:01.39. But that's a second win for Without Limits Triangle out of the 2 of the 4 sections that were contested here in the middle school girls 2 mile. And Caitlin Stepp, back-to-back champion, also back-to-back meet record holder with her 10:43.05 effort. There
Right
you
now
see
on
her,
your
she's standing
screen, you could see
yeah,
Kate
go
Van
ahead.
Buskirk. I mean, is great athlete to great athlete. Kate, she's a Canadian Olympian. So to get to talk to these young athletes, because this is where it all starts. And she's feeling pretty good about her race, as she should. I mean, she just set another meet record. So we have now seen 2 meet records, Keenan, for the boys and now for the girls. So what type of day are we going to have?
Sets up the pressure now for the freshman boys, especially after watching an 8th grader just run 9:11 for the true 2 mile. The meet record in this freshman boys 2 mile is actually slower now than that middle school 2 mile. It's actually set back in last year by Andrew Wright of Kazoo Central. Ran 9:25.81, so can expect potentially maybe a sub-9 effort. And after watching an 8th grader, these boys hopefully are motivated and, well, they want to run faster than an 8th grader. They don't want to say they're slower than a middle school athlete.
For sure. I mean, they put the pressure on them. I know just watching the races, that's what always made me pretty nervous. So for these athletes to just see these races, hopefully they're encouraged now. They see what type of day it's going to be. I know they've just been waiting around all day in this heat. It doesn't even look like there's a cloud in the sky, Keenan, but it can be pretty tough for distance runners. Hopefully they're staying cool out there, drinking plenty of water, and ready to get after it, because these heats are not letting up.
First of 4 sections. Early leader Cameron Varner of Frog Leg Track Club, 72.03 at that lap. Followed by Aiden Heimbog. And then Gabe Yelamontegui. Aiden Frey of Wisconsin. So all single file now as we've hit 1.5 laps through this race.
Keenan, you toss to Kate whenever it's time.
So these freshman boys coming up to 800
There you see Varner, Heimbog, Elliott, William Montague, Frey, D'Amelio. Just looking about 880 yards through that race. Just 6 laps remaining. Remains, I believe that's Heimbog out front. And as this race continues on, we actually get a chance to talk with Caitlin Estep, as she is now with Caitlin Van Buskirk on the infield to speak with our champion and meet record holder, Caitlin Estep. So hold off on that just a second and just get right back to the action here out onto the track. That's free right there. And now we'll hear from
Well,
Kate Van
one Kate
Buskirk
with
on the
another
infield.
here. Caitlin Estep from Cary, North Carolina, defending her national title from last year in the 2-mile. Congratulations, Caitlin. How did it feel to come back and win again?
I was so glad to be able to come back. It's just such a treat. I'm so glad for all those girls who were in my heat and just pushed me to get a better time and improve myself.
Well, and you're not done. So last year, 1-mile and 2-mile champ. This year, 2-mile champ, and you're coming back for the 800 tomorrow. And spoiler alert, folks, possibly the 3,000-meter, 2,000-meter steeplechase as well. What are you most excited about?
I'm really excited about the steeple, but that should just be like, I don't know, trying new things, see if I'm good at it or not. But I am also excited for the 800 to get like a better time and have fun with that.
Well, we've got Emma's Splash Zone in the background. You're going to see Caitlin Estep back on track over the next couple of days. Give it up for our winner of our middle school girls, 2-mile, Caitlin Estep.
We appreciate Kate Van Buskirk catching up with Estep there after a meet record performance of 10:43. We get an interesting combination that she's going to be running the 800 and the 2,000-meter steeplechase. First time she's going to try that steeplechase, and you know, like I said, if you haven't done that before, at least in middle school or high school level, it's a bit of a shock to the legs when you go over those barriers.
And I would like to reiterate, Keenan, distance runners love to run because, oh my goodness, is this not enough for her? She just came from Seattle and won the mile. Now she came back here in the 2-mile and then steeplechase 800. That's so taxing on the legs, but hey, this is the time to do it. These kids are young. She's only in 8th grade. They don't feel the amount of pain you feel, you know, when you get into college and you become older. So, I mean, more power to her. I cannot wait to see her. Now her resume just continues to get longer and longer.
Through that first mile is 4:54.44 for Aiden Fry, who moves now into 4th. A quick pace early on. You see Alden Hall of Lexington Elite Track Club now out front. And then there's Varner again of Frog Leg Track Club. And then Fry in the bright yellow top sitting in 2nd. Yellow Montague moves up into 3rd, 75.62 on that last lap. So 3 laps remaining here as they've gone through 2 kilometers.
So on the scoreboard on your right-hand screen, you'll see the first round of the 800. The bar is currently at 187 at 6 feet 1.5 inches. We still have 10 jumpers left in the competition at that height. So far we got 2 jumpers clear. Michael Hamilton.
The Cameron Varner and Fry. You see Cunningham right behind Fry in 3rd, and then Gila Montague in 4th position. There's 2 laps remaining now here in this first section of the freshman boys 2-mile. You see Cunningham Fry trying to run down Varner.
So a little under 700 meters left.
And the trio now together here with less than 700 meters remaining. And again, at this point of the race, they're thinking about tactics and moves and what could happen, and a lot of shoving and pushing right there. With 600 meters to go now, again, it's, even though I said early on the positioning thing is a difficult thing early on to find that throughout the race, but even then, when it's race close like this, it can be difficult too. And you just saw athletes a little bit kind of shoving each other and trying to find that position. And like I said, it's taxing towards the end too when you've ran 7.5 laps.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, Keenan. It's tough.
Varner at the bell lap with Fry and Cunningham. Cunningham trying to respond back after a little trip up on the curve on the backstretch. And then now Cunningham, for the first time, will go into the lead. And Fry trying to respond with him and just right on the heels. 77.26 on that last lap. And for both Fry and Cunningham, it's actually 76 seconds. That was Varner that ran the 77-second split. As Fry now moves onto the inside, but Cunningham positioning himself just ahead of Fry. Stride for stride they go here, and now Fry tries to move on the outside, but Cunningham responds back once more. Into the final turn they go. Cunningham, Fry. Fry now onto the outside.
It's a fight all the way to the line. They're going to be well under 10 minutes.
It's Cunningham, Fry. It will be Cunningham first across the line.
Tough to separate them over this side of the track.
And it'll be a sub-10 effort for both those athletes. It's Aiden Fry, 9:52. And then Cunningham, 9:52.55. It was actually Fry right at the line. It looked like Cunningham had the position right there on the inside. But Fry able to get his torso across the line first and take section 1.
Talk about a kick from Aiden Fry and Scott Cunningham. They just kept matching each other's energy. Usually when one athlete has the kick, then the other one just either can't respond, but he decided to go with him. And that is a fierce heat 1. Well, the meet record is 9:25, so obviously that was not done, but sub 10 for heat 1 is for sure stiff. And there goes those final results from section 1 of the boys 2-mile, the freshman division. So the kids are getting older here. They're in 9th grade. And we spoke about some of these athletes traveling from all over the world, all the way to New Balance Nationals. And Aiden Fry is a perfect example of that, all the way from Wisconsin. As we head into section 2. And if you're just now joining us on the broadcast, I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Keenan Gray. We're at Franklin Field Stadium, home of Penn Relays and now home to New Balance Nationals Outdoors. It's the fastest party on the planet. So many great events that we've already seen. We've seen a meet record, 2 meet records actually. But now we're heading into section 2 out of 4 for the freshman boys 2-mile. Now this is a final, so each heat will continue to get faster. Pretty ideal conditions for these athletes. It can be pretty tough and taxing on the distance runners, but it doesn't seem like there's a cloud in the sky right now in Philly, but I know that it could be 10 times hotter down on the track, so I will not doubt to see a lot of water getting placed on the track for these athletes, especially in the sprinting events when they have to put their hands and knees down on the track in the blocks. And this is Isaac Wharton from Alabama. We saw him race with his twin brother yesterday in the mile. Looks like it's just him today, leading the pack. First lap, 1:13.92.
So our early leader here in the second section of the boys' freshman 2 mile is Isaac Warden.
Some pushing and shoving going on. I mean, but this is distance running. Look at how jumbled up they are. Everybody trying to fight for their spot. Some people just trying to pace. I mean, there's elbows. There's people getting spiked. But now looks like there's a lead change. Isaac Wharton has dropped to second place as we're coming around the home stretch in this second lap.
So Isaac Wharton doubling back from the mile yesterday, wearing the shades and the same exact uniform with the blue shoes. Don't see his brother Elijah in the mix in this race, as he currently sits in third, and that's Oliver Lehman of Bobcat Track Club out front after 2 laps. Lehman, Wharton, Newman, Kaleza, Sam Hill, and Jonas Yanks of West Springfield Track Club. You see 10 boys single file, now 3 more joining that lead pack. A lot of these athletes, it's their last race of the outdoor track season, in preparation now for the cross-country season. That's another sport that's really taken off by storm the last couple of years, and especially at the high school level. We've seen some great races over the years at Nike Cross Nationals, the Foot Locker meets, and even the respective state championship levels. And the younger generation continue to get faster and faster. Are only going to make this sport interesting as the years go by.
And that must be tough, Keenan, to go from cross country to indoor season into outdoor, and you kind of just fade right back into cross country, because cross country season starts around August, September, and that's when a lot of Junior Olympics is. I mean, this meet is in June right now, so it's continuous running year round.
Well, and honestly, to completely honest with you, Serenity, cross country doesn't start in August. It starts when the last day of track is over with. I mean, yes, those athletes are basically, they have their little rest afterwards. They probably take a week off or so. But once that week is done, in around June, July, it's back to the work, because it's a different transition. You're different type of racing, longer racing, because you are running 5Ks or 2.5 mile races early on in the season. But this is a sport, and distance running, that for that matter, it's a year-round sport. We talk about this day and age of a lot of one sport athletes where they're playing either basketball year-round, they're playing football year-round, volleyball, baseball. In the case of running, you're doing it year-round, but you're doing it in 3 different seasons. Now, depending on if indoor is offered for you in your state, or that's something you can do or travel well for, then yeah, you are running in 3 seasons year-round. And so it's very taxing sport, but it also has its rewards. As I've said, if you have your highs, you have your highs, and you have your lows, you have your lows. But really, I mean, this to be a distance runner, it's not an easy task whatsoever.
That sounds so tough. Only a week off. They have no time to really enjoy, go to the pool.
Well, I'll say this:
bit.
some take a week off. Some might take 2 weeks off. It's mostly the elite level athletes that take that time off, really just to rest their bodies, to give them a break. And when I say they're resting, some of them will actually rest. Like, they will take time off from running. They'll get off their feet. They won't do anything. For some of them, resting means, well, I'm going to go run 3 times a week, but it's going to be like 2 to 3 miles. And for them, that's nothing compared to what they've run 5, 6 miles a day, 5, 6 days a week. For them, if they just go run 3 days a week and it's 2 miles, that's perfectly fine for them. And I mean, they're young enough where they can recover. Us, I'm not saying we're old. We take a little bit longer to recover when it comes to exercise.
We're old, Keenan. Say it for what it is. We are old. Compared to these athletes, at least.
Yes. But I'm also not a former Division I collegiate athlete like yourself. So I just get tired from the start. I didn't have that opportunity to compete at the collegiate level.
You know, I tried to leave the D1 stuff behind me because it just feels like it was so long ago. And there's just so many amazing athletes. Like in my event, Nikisha Price just went 48. My little bitty 51 means nothing now, Keenan.
and a 51 is a very respectable time too. Like that's a very good time for a collegiate athlete. But like you said, these Arkansas women have set a new tone for what's to come. The next generation of sprinters at Arkansas, and they're just gonna keep coming in too. I mean, I just saw an 8th grader the other day run 53 seconds for a 400. They're just gonna keep on coming through, and it's gonna get faster and faster. And as I tell you, 53 seconds, the look on your face, it's just priceless. I know everyone can't see it, but she's shocked right now.
I was very shocked because what do you mean? 8th grade? That's the time that Texas recruited me with, a 53. I can't believe that an 8th grader ran that. But since we're watching distance, you know, Isaac Wharton just took the lead, but what's the distance school? Like, what's distance U?
At this point, right, well, it's a relative term because there's so many different events, and I can get back to you on that as we try to finish up the lap here. You see Isaac Wharton taking the lead and now starting to stride away from the rest of the field. 71 seconds on that last lap for Wharton as he tries to give Alabama a win here in Section 2. All by his lone self here in the last 200 meters. A smart, consistent race, ranging around 75 seconds, 73 seconds for the first 6 laps. And now open up that lead here on the last 440 yards. And will cruise to an easy win as he crosses the line in 9:45.31. Then just to follow him is Timothy Classens of Delaware in 9:48.54. James Dempsey, 9:51.25. Trey Bailey, 9:52.07. You're counting the amount of athletes under 10 minutes in this race, and it looks like the nine athletes under 10 minutes out of Section 2.
These freshman 2 miles have been a lot faster. Like you were saying before, I mean, they just saw how fast those middle schoolers were going. So they were like, okay, let's show them who's really boss here. We see so many young athletes running faster than some of the vets nowadays in track and field. I know that confuses some non-track fanatics because how can a high schooler have the world lead? Well, I mean, that's track.
And the reason that Christian Miller had that world lead, is, as we're referencing him right now, is because he's had a season that started back in November, December when he's getting ready for indoor season. A lot of these athletes that are at the professional level, they're not starting their seasons probably until about February, maybe late January, because they really approach the indoor season more as a build-up, especially for this year being a certain Olympic year. They see it as a build-up for the outdoor season so they can run fast times. And I talked to Christian Coleman and I asked him, I was like, what's your progression like throughout the season? And it's really just kind of a step-by-step thing. You want to take it one race at a time, because we as track fans, we're greedy. We want to see the fast times early. And we're wondering, is like, why is this high schooler running faster than the pros right now? Well, there's a progression throughout the season. And you're necessarily not going to run 9.8, 9.9 right out of the gate. You could run 10 seconds. And that's like, all right, that's a starting point. That's great. This is where we're at. Whether it was the start out of the blocks, whether it was my finish, or whether it was halfway through, there's so many things to kind of just dial in with that race. Because even though it's 100 meters, there's so many different things going on. And I'm sure you can elaborate that as a sprinter.
No, absolutely. There are. And I mean, to your point, these kids are starting their season so much sooner than a lot of the professional athletes. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know when you asked Christian Coleman at the press conference, and a lot of the answers from these high-class professional athletes is, we know when to peak. We've done this. We are experienced, especially an athlete like Christian Coleman is so experienced. He knows exactly when to drop the 9.8 or exactly when to drop the 9.9. A lot of people just think that, oh, he can't do it right now because he's not fast enough. They know exactly when to peak, and they're definitely not racing as much at all. But I think with distance running, I don't know if I see a whole lot of the younger kids really beating the vets. The vets are here to stay for sure. Like, nobody's passing the Laura Muirs right now. Nobody's passing the Thing Moves right now. So it can be pretty difficult for them. But I have seen a couple of young phenoms making a statement. I mean, Addie Wiley, she's so young. And, I mean, this is where it starts, essentially.
And I'll give you another example. Sadie Engelhart, who we're going to be seeing here this weekend at New Balance Nationals. She has a qualifier for the Olympic trials and is going to be competing with the likes of Nikki Hiltz, Elle St. Pierre, Sinclair Johnson. I mean, just to name a few athletes that have ran at the global stage, ran at the Olympics before. World-class athletes, and rightfully so. Sadie's earned that spot with her. Now, how is she going to fare against those athletes? I have no idea. I don't expect her to make the Olympic team, but I expect her to be competitive and put her best effort out there. I mean, she's already ran 4:08 for a 1500 this year, which I believe is just a couple of seconds off of the all-time best for high school prep athletes. That being said, we could see something special at the Olympic trials, and distance running is different in the sense of the fact that it's when it comes to those Olympic trials racing, it's more strategic type of racing. And if you don't have enough of that under your belt, then you're gonna have some issues. And I saw it last year with Simeon Birnbaum when he was racing in the 1500 at the trials, and he probably just went in there thinking, well, I have this amazing kick, I can keep up with these guys. Well, sure, you can, but at the same time, can you be smart and tactical about how you race, and can you be smart when to make a move? Are you going to go here? Because there's a lot of mind games that they play with distance running, and you also see it in the 2 mile races as well. We'll see it eventually here. So many guys in the field right now within each other, but as soon as we get down to the 5th and 6th lap, 7th lap, then we really start to see the separation, because that's when the tactics start to build up.
I mean, and you're absolutely correct. We can see some of these young athletes make a statement possibly at Olympic trials, and make a statement when sometimes they get into a pro meet at things like Pre or other meets like that. But then you have to know how to go through the rounds. And the Olympic trials is one of the most competitive meets for Team USA. It's so difficult to make Team USA because there's 3 rounds. And that is just so taxing on the body. I know for all of the distance races, it's not all of them are 3 rounds, but especially on the sprinting side, there's 3 rounds. So a lot of the athletes are fighting to even get through that. And then they fought to get through it. Great, it's fantastic. You just came off of a collegiate season. Maybe even if a high schooler makes it, that's amazing. But then now you got to go do it again at the Olympics, when that might have just been everything they had, which was those 3 rounds at trials.
That's Graham Goodale of Black Knight Elite as we've gone through the first mile now. You'll see the split 4:48.60. Then Preston Johnson in second, and right behind in third. I believe that's Memphis Martin out of Indiana. As there's 6 boys now pulling away from the rest of the field. As I said, once those races start to dwindle, then the real racing begins and the tactics start to come in. But to your point about, the collegiate athletes competing into the Olympic trial season or the World Championship team, I just remember going back to 2022 and Abby Steiner ran 57 races between her collegiate season and then what she did at the World Championships as well as the trials. I mean, as a sprinter, and I'm starting to learn, like, how are these sprinters getting so tired after just running 200, 100, 400 meters? Now I'm just thinking with my distance brain right now, but you guys are running so hard and so fast that it really does take so much out of the body.
No, absolutely. 57 races is nothing to play with. And, I mean, you got to call it for what it is. You have to try out for Team USA, whether it be Worlds, whether you try to go into a Diamond League, to get sponsorships. Running those 57 races and being the collegiate record holder isn't enough, unfortunately, in our sport for it to get money from that. So you have to go and make those teams and take it from some of those professional athletes so that the sponsorships can know that you can do this.
Looking at Memphis Martin out of Indiana wearing hip 5. He moves to the lead. The Lakeland jersey and the freshman from Indiana just ahead of Quaker Valley's Jonah Montanese. We saw him in the mile yesterday. So he opens up his lead about 5-7 meters ahead of Montanese. There you see Arjun Vat of Tiger Elite in third. Then Preston Johnson out of Iowa in fourth. And then Tyson LaBelle from Connecticut sits in fifth. But the 3 starting to break away here the last couple of laps here as it's less than 800 to go.
And Memphis Martin has a mile PR of 4:33.91, 3,200 at 9:39. I mean, and sitting in second right behind him, Quaker Valley is a native. We keep saying that those matter a lot since we're at their track as well. But you're right, they don't really start to even out until the final lap, even sometimes the last 100 if somebody wants to make a late surge as well.
Now Tyson LaBelle joins the lead pack right there in fourth as they go single file here. Coming up onto 1 lap remaining here in section 2. No, sorry, excuse me, section 3 of this boys 2 mile. Time to beat 9:45.31 by Isaac Wharton out of section 2. And now it's LaBelle into second. And see some opening maybe on the inside lane and almost trips up right there with Memphis Martin. But there goes LaBelle now onto the outside with positioning and going into the headwind. You can see the banners flying right there. And a strong move right here as he goes to the arms and the legs and opens up the stride now, hitting the back stretch. Tyson LaBelle out of Connecticut, leaned forward, letting the momentum carry him here in the last 200 meters. Trying to fight off this headwind as well as the charge from Arjun Vat and Jonah Montanese. As they head into the home straightaway now, one last push. Montanese giving everything he has here in the last 100 meters. Same with LaBelle. It'll be close, and I believe LaBelle will have just enough to get the win, and he moves to first overall, 9:34.86. believe just a 8 seconds off of the meet record held by Andrew Wright. But a very good effort. In the end, Tyson LaBelle 63.23 on that last lap.
He was sitting in that third position for about 3 laps, so he knew exactly who he was hunting down. But such a commanding run for him out of Connecticut. You know, earlier we were speaking about this is the era of vloggers, and a lot of these young athletes, they like to document their runs, and Tyson LaBelle is actually one of those athletes. He has a YouTube channel just documenting some of his runs, hopefully to inspire some other athletes or maybe scare some people off from doing track, because it could be a tough one. Hopefully he'll put this one in his blog. That was a commanding lead for him, as y'all can see. The Section 3 final results on the left side of your screen there.
The amount of athletes under 940, you see 3 of them in tally now. Then the sub 10 performances keep coming in. And 934 takes the win for Tyson LaBelle. Strong second half. Close that last 800 meters or so in 2:14, 71 seconds and 63.23. Rocking the shades too on this bright sunny day here in Philadelphia. Glad to have you all tuned in here. This is the 2024 Nike Nationals Nike New Balance Nationals Outdoor Championships. Apologize for that one, folks. New Balance National Outdoor Championships here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia. Keenan Gray alongside Serenity Douglas. It's been so fun so far here in the city of brotherly love, and the fun will continue on throughout the day. Of course, we'll have the call for the morning session here and early afternoon session, and then Tom Fewer and Kerry Tollefson will have the championship portion of competitions later on this evening.
Folks, that gun signified the start of heat 4 of the freshman boys tournament. This is the fastest heat of Pennsylvania in this month.
We actually have a native in this field. That's Jackson Warfel. He was 4th in the 1 mile in New Balance Nationals indoors just this year up in Boston, Massachusetts. He has a PR of 9:15 in the 3200, and that was just in May, so he's going to be looking to lower that. He's wearing hip 1. We should be seeing him pretty soon.
So the fourth and final section, the time to beat 9:34. And that meet record is 9:25.81, and we've yet to see any of these athletes run faster than the middle schooler that ran 9:11 and Raul Newberry from the middle school 2-mile race. It is 68.34 in the first lap for Kamari Ronfelt out of Michigan. Another interesting uniform. We see A Square, which I can only assume that's what the club team is. I couldn't imagine what else it could be. Ronfelt, Warfield, Jackson Warfield of Penridge Track Club, Calvin Seitz of Indiana in 3rd. Will Pongonis out of Wisconsin in 4th, and then Brock Yoder out of Methacon Track Club. And it's 2:18:36 at the first quarter portion of this race. 6 laps remaining. for Ronfeld and the rest of the crew as he continues to lead here. Coming up onto 1 kilometer.
So still Kamari Rumfeld from Michigan leading the way. Jackson Warfeld from Pennsylvania is in second. And then Kelvin Seitz from Indiana in third place. He won the mile yesterday.
No shift in positioning. It still is Ronfeld, then Warfel. Seitz in third. And that's Will Pongonis with the striped purple jersey. Now in fifth. Along with Campbell Cuss out of North Carolina, who now moves on to the outside. Puts himself into second, perhaps now into the lead for the first time, right next to Ronfeld.
Keenan, on what level would you say these athletes begin to get pacers?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a fan of pacers by any means whatsoever. That being said, honestly, I mean, I've seen middle school races that have
What
pacers.
do pacers do to you?
I like an honest race. I don't want somebody leading us through. I want the racers to go out there and go do what they need to do. They don't need somebody to lead them through a race. This is my hot take, and anybody else out there does not like it, they can come talk to me about it. But pacers
Okay, Keenan.
have somewhat ruined the sport a little bit, and you know, just making races honest. Because the thing is with pacers is they only race for 2 laps, if it's a mile race at least. Maybe a kilometer of a race. They're not sticking around the entire race. For me, if you're stepping on the line, you're there to run all 4, all 8, all 12 and a half, all 25 laps. You're there to race. You don't need a pacer to set the tone whatsoever. Again, that's another topic for another conversation, but I can step off my soapbox now. We have a race in ourselves right now unfolding, which does not have a pacer by any means. 4:40.42 through the first mile for Campbell, Cuss, Kamara, Runfeld. I'm not saying you hit a nerve, Serenity, but you might have hit a nerve a little bit.
I didn't even realize. Ooh, I mean, I've always loved distance drama. I was living for the Jakob Ingebrigtsen and Josh Kerr drama, and I can't remember who said it to which, but I'm pretty sure it was Josh to Jakob. He was saying, I don't need a pacer to run fast. He needs a pacer. So I think I did just step into that argument a little bit. I didn't realize that, using a pacer wasn't an honest race, well, to some, at least. So then, do you feel the same about the pacer lights?
Yes, I do. I think it helps to some extent. I know that the pace lights are not technically you're racing. It's like, I wouldn't compare it racing against the clock because you can't see the clock the entire time. You can see the lights right by your feet as you're following around them and you're running alongside them. So I think to some degree, and this is what I like about Franklin Field, they don't have pace lights. This is an old school track. They old school facility. It's great. They keep things that the sport, like, obviously used to be way back in the day where they just kept everything honest. So again, I'm not a huge fan of the pace lights. I'm not a huge fan of the pacers. And I think once it comes, like, you never see that at the World Championship at the Olympic level. You sometimes see it at meets like at sound running or
I feel like you do. There's a pacer at the Olympics.
There's no pacers at the Olympics because if that were the case, then you have to qualify for the Olympics. Like, they're not just going to bring in they're not going to bring in a random person just to go pace the race. Now they will for Diamond League races, they'll do that, but because there's certain events where you have to qualify it, like I guess then, like, if is there a pacer out there that wants to qualify for us? I think from that standpoint, they like I said, they want to keep things honest. They don't want to have anybody just, all right, I just got to run 2 laps and call it good for the day. Like, that you're not there to do that. You're there to win gold medal. You're there to win pride for your country. in that race. Again, we're talking about something that's just getting on my nerves right now.
Wow.
when it comes-
I had, well, you know, there's actually a live chat for New Balance Nationals Outdoors YouTube channel. So I am interested to hear, you guys put me on game. Are Pacers, like, do they make it a dishonest race? I had no idea. I just kind of looked at it like it was helping. Some people really like Pacers. Yeah, some don't. But this is actually very interesting to me now. Thank you,
And
Ken, for sparking this conversation.
I know, and I think it does help a lot of people, but I just also know there are some people out there, like myself, that just, they don't like it. And we just want to have an honest race from the start, stay in the entire race. And like we have right here, no one has dropped out of this race so far, and we're seeing a great race develop here in the last 440 yards between Will Pongonis, Calvin Seitz, and Kamari Ronfeld, as Seitz now moves into the lead for, I think it was the second time that he's taken over here as they hit the backstretch, but Ronfeld with the response here now as they hit the backstretch, setting us up here for an interesting 250 meters in this final section of the freshman boys 2 mile. Seitz, Ronfeld, and Pongonis. Pongonis starting to slip away from the top two, so the battle between Seitz and Ronfeld is on here in less than 150 meters to go. Ronfeld tries to swing onto the outside. Seitz fights him off. He also swings wide for positioning. And it's going to be a meet record for Seitz, and just a little bit faster than what we saw in the middle school race. 9:10:58. Newberry, I believe, would have gotten either second or third in this freshman boys 2 mile race, as Ronfeld finishes 9:11:34, but Calvin Seitz with an impressive 58.6 second last 440 yards gets the job done and wins the freshman boys 2 mile.
Insanely fast there. Definitely would have wished to see a new national lead.
2-mile champion from Indiana. And he still has another race left, I believe, in the 800 also.
There you go, Calvin Seitz, 9:10:58 for the win. Closing again, 58 seconds on that last lap. Mari Ronfeld finishes second overall, 9:11:34. And just smashes the meet record by 15 seconds over Andrew Wright.
I think we need a meet record counter. So I want to say, well, at least you and I on the broadcast. That's all I can really keep track of right now. You and I have seen 4. We saw it in the middle school 2 mile, the girls and boys, so that's 2. Now we saw it in the freshman boys 2 miles, so maybe we're at 3 right now.
And then you go back to yesterday when we saw the middle school hundreds as well with the Bullis athlete. And the girls race, who also lowered that to 11:87. So the first section of the girls' freshman 2 mile getting underway here. And those that just tuning in, just Calvin Seitz just won the freshman boys 2 mile in a meet record fashion, 9:10:58, which is just a second faster than what we saw from the middle school boys 2 mile winner ran in 9:11. Again, this is the first section of 4. Throughout what's been a really good day of competition so far, and this is only just the early afternoon portion of the day, or morning rather, since it is 11:30 here in Philadelphia.
We are going to get ready to
And we'll actually hear from our winner from the middle school 2 boys mile from Kate Van Buskirk, as he's with Calvin Seitz. She's with Calvin Seitz.
Double. I'm here with Calvin Seitz. Won the mile yesterday, wins the 2 mile here today. This is your first time at New Balance Nationals. You've had a pretty successful outing, and your first time at Franklin Field. How did it feel out there today?
It feels great to be a part of New Balance, especially the first time being here. Just get out and run, have some good competition, and just run for fun.
Well, you were really pushed today. You had 2 guys with you right to the end. When did you know you had it?
About 400 meters left. I felt I still had a pretty good kick left, and I knew I was going to give it my all.
Amazing. Well, and again, you're not done. Looking for the triple tomorrow or on Sunday in the 800. How are you feeling about that?
I feel pretty good. I feel accomplished already, but it'd be great to add another one.
Well, incredible performance. Again, come back and cheer him on Sunday, folks. Calvin Seitz, winner of the freshman boys 2 mile.
Appreciate hearing from Calvin Seitz. And again, we talked about it. A lot of these athletes are going to be doubling back, and no surprise given how much time and rest there is between some of these events. And I know it's about 48-hour turnaround for him to go race on Sunday, but that for distance running at least, that's enough time to recover and process what you just ran, and then but also feel yourself, get in the ice bath, and come back later and run another great race on Sunday.
Yeah, and speaking of that, our leader right now, Allie Gallinger from Goodnight Track Club out of Michigan. She'll be racing in the 4x800 later on. Nice little relay action for her as well. Seen so many repeats as well.
About 2:50.19 through the first 2 laps. That's Lucy Stow. And Allie Gallagher, Lauren Kosek, Mackenzie Leichert, Izzy Meth, and Dominique Cameron. Meet record in this one, 10:50.01, so about the same as what we saw from, or at least the previous record for that matter, in the middle school girls. It was also 10:50, and then saw EST lower that to 10:43. Up now in the 5 laps remaining. So now we have a new leader. That's Nive Keidel out of Pennsylvania, just ahead of Gallagher. Then another Pennsylvanian, Kosek, in 3rd. Kenzie Lickard, Saints Track Club, sits in 4th. And then Meth to round out that top 5 position.
Meanwhile, on the field, the freshman boys high jump. The bar is now held to
7 girls here, so they go single file.
1.25 inches. We just have 2 jumpers left. Becky Bull from Michigan and Darius Reed from Pennsylvania.
Still relatively comfortable pace early on for our front runners as they approach the first mile. As Keidel leads the way through the first mile, just around 5:42, 5:43. It's actually 5:41, 83, 87, 42 on that last split for Keidel. And now a new leader up front, Nia Stone of Barron's Track Club out of Maryland. Takes a look at her watch just ahead of the field.
So, you know, we were talking, Keenan, earlier about how certain sprinting events affect your event. So, like the 100 and the 200 can be a benefit to the 4. Translate that into distance terms. Does running an 800 help with the 2 mile? Does running a 5K help with something such as the 2 mile as well?
Absolutely. When it comes to the closing finishes and you want that finishing kick at 800, and I know a lot of distance runners, or at least longer distance runners, don't like running the 800, but it will help them out in the long term, because when you have to close that last 800, especially in a longer distance race like the 2 mile or the 5K, you have to find a way to be able to pick it up with those 2 laps remaining, or sometimes even 3 laps remaining. And as difficult as it can be for some distance runners that don't have necessarily a kick, running an 800 from time to time does help benefit them, instead of having to do, like, intervals multiple times at practice over and over again. So yes, I think when it comes along the lines of, like you said, when you are a 400-meter runner, it's a good thing to run the 100 and 200, because then even though it's different types of racing, how, like, what fast is like, but also how you're able to close and hold that strength within the last few meters of that race.
Okay. But I'm sure a lot of them don't like it, having to...
No, I said
go
I
up
didn't
as
necessarily
well.
say they liked it by any means, but sometimes it's like I said, you have to do things you don't like, and I'm sure that was the way for sprinters and hurdlers. So we see now another lead change. It's Dominic Cameron of Leonia High School, or excuse me, that's actually Adelaide Ryan, just ahead of Stoyan. It has put about 8-9 meters just ahead of Stoyan. Gallagher, Mackenzie Lickert, Izzy Meth, and then Nive Keidel, all in that lead pack, as the 6 remain in contention for that top spot. Just a little under 600 meters remaining. See the first group now going to 3 girls. The first chase pack to 3, and then just right behind the second chase pack is at 2. So they go through the penultimate straightaway and into the bell lap. Cameron, Stoyan, and Lickard right at the bell lap, just surpassing 10 minutes, 85.87 for Cameron. Surge thrown in right at the bell lap for Cameron. As Stoyan and Mackenzie Lickard, representing Saints Track Club, look for a response as they hit the backstretch now. Lickard moves into second. Cameron looking at the clock to see where everyone else is at. It takes one look over her shoulder. Mackenzie Lickard closing in, though, with less than 150 to go, as Cameron tries to fend off Lickard here in the end. And it'll be just enough for Dominique Cameron to take section 1 And across the line in 11:20:08.
11:20:08, 79.4 close. For the Indiana High School freshman. Mackenzie Lickett came through for second. 11:22.24. Elias Stoyan came through for third. 11:25:30. Then it was Neepkai Tamil from Pennsylvania. 11:25:70.
11:20:08, 11:22:24, and then Nia Stoyan, 11:25:30. Naive Keidel, 11:25:70, and then Izzy Meth rounding out that top five. 11:29, just dipping under 11:30.
All right, folks, so we have two more heats of this freshman girls 2 mile, getting faster as we go. Time to beat.
It's interesting to see that even for the freshman girls 2 mile, like the record is 10:50:01. The middle school girls 2 mile record was 10:50:35. I mean, before today. So it just speaks to the level of competitiveness that this field definitely does have. Hopefully we're able to see that record come down, because in middle school that record came down, and like we were saying earlier, you don't want the younger kids to be faster. So
Well, it's a common theme we've seen throughout this, well, I guess the first couple of days here at New Balance Nationals, and well, I guess just the entire track season for that matter. I mean, like, kids are just getting faster. The training's better. The shoes are better. The track is better. The nutrition's better. There's so many different factors. There's really not just one thing that really stands out for all these athletes and why they're improving. And I'm sure it speaks volume to what also in the sprints as well. I'm sure what was quantified as a great time a couple of years ago is like a little bit slower than what we're used to this day and age. There we go now, section 2. One more remaining after this one, and the time to beat will be from that latest section of 11:20:08 by Dominique Cameron. See Lexi Kolblum, Emily McDonald, Isabella Willard, Kate Drabuski, Josephine Camus, and on your screen right now, the list of athletes competing: Ashlyn Noyce, Caroline Shirley, Emma Brown, Neela Chintapelli, Sienna Pegas, Olivia Ontiger, Amelia Medin, Lila Downing, and then Teresa Albertson. Also, just right around the corner at the top of the hour, our first championship race of the day will be the boys sprint medley. The 1,600-meter sprint medley consists of 200, 200, 400, and 800. We'll see 8 sections of that on the boys' side, and then the girls will follow. And there will be 9 sections there. .09 on the first lap from Nose. And then Lexi Kalbaum of Indiana. So Nose of Pennsylvania and Kalbaum of Indiana 1-2. In the early stages.
So 600 meters in to section 2 of those freshman girls 2 mile. Nose from Pennsylvania leading the way. Lexi Corbin from Indiana is in second place, followed by her.
Sitting right back in that. Well, I was just going to say, sitting right back in that next pack is Olivia Ottinger, Kate Derbuski, Teresa Albertson, Emily McDonald, Josephine Camus. So we've gone through now 2 laps. Continues to be Nose and Kolbaum with 1:02.06 laps remaining.
Ashlyn Nose, she's a native, so it definitely helps to be on her home track, but obviously she's a freshman now, but when she was an 8th grader, she broke 3 different records. She broke the 1600 in 2019, the 3200, and then she also had an all-time 3200 meter record dating back to 1995. So I know we spoke about just experience earlier. Sometimes experience is not an age. It's about the level of athleticism that you have and that you bring to this sport continuously. And just running at such a high class, sometimes that can speak to your experience as well over just how old you are.
And just the amount of years that you have under your belt just racing, it's really racing is the big experience thing for a lot of these athletes, and for most of them, at least in the freshman middle school portion, they don't have a ton of racing under their belt unless they started competing when they were 7, 8 years old. Then yeah, that is the case. They have racing under their belt, but also they're still 7, 8 years old. I'm not going to expect a 7, 8-year-old to be smarter than a 15, 16-year-old when it comes to racing the 100, the 200. That's never going to be the case. I mean, like I said, you're comparing an elementary kid to a high schooler or a middle schooler to a college athlete. There's so many different factors, but to your point, Serenity, I think it's correct. If you have the racing underneath your belt, then yeah, you're an experienced racer. But it's just I think the age does have some factor in just the development of kids just getting older and being smart about how they go about races.
Absolutely. I can agree with that. It's just I've seen athletes. Let's take Christian Coleman, for example. It's not like, he's in his 30s or anything, but he has been through the era of running against the Usain Bolts and the Andre DeGrasse all the way up until running against the Christian Millers. So it feels like he has so much range, and now he's considered one of the vets, but he's still so young. I would even go as far to say, like, Grant Holloway is becoming one of the vets because, he hasn't lost a race, but he's still only 26 years old. But he's hopefully going to be racing to the point where he's Aries Mirror's age, but sometimes just the amount of racing you have under your belt adds to the experience you have. How many times you get just simply getting out of the state in racing adds to the amount of experience you have as well. Exposure. But yeah, of course, age is always a factor.
Halfway through now, Caroline Shirley of Franklin Regional, 5:38.77 at the first mile. Then Teresa Albertson in second. Olivia Ottinger. Kohlbaum now back into fourth. And then Emily McDonald in the top 5. So a new order here as we head into the second half of the race.
So Caroline Shirley takes the lead for the first time. Teresa Albertson is now in second. Olivia McDonald in third. As we came to the mile at about 5:37. So we're running 11:14 pace.
It was 86.54 on that last lap, back-to-back 86-second laps by Shirley. As she continues to be challenged by Teresa Albertson and Ottinger. And they're 86. For Shirley, 3 consecutive laps of consistent running. Shirley Albertson is Kohlbaum and McDonald, and actually it's Josephine Camus from Severna Park Track Club in that 5th position. Less than 3 laps remaining.
Caroline Shirley also another native. There's been a lot of the Philly natives in the longer fields, from what I've noticed. And Shirley out in the front, she has a PR in the 3200 of 11:11:91. Looks like there was just a change as well. Looks like hip 16.
Shirley,
that's Teresa Albertson.
Yep, Shirley now falls back into 5th, just behind Camus. It's Albertson and Kahlblom. Coming up on the 2 laps remaining here. And now Kahlblom into the lead for the first time, so the 3rd lead change as we get into the final 2 laps of this girls' freshman 2-mile in this second section. 85.63 for Kahlblom. You saw the splits right there for our top 3 racers. The gap has opened up now between Kahlblom and Albertson. Now Albertson to be passed by McDonald and eventually Camus. Big move there on the backstretch by Albertson, or excuse me, Kahlblom. Here on the penultimate lap, and just right around the time that the dip under what was the best time so far, I believe 11:20:08 by Cameron, is there right at the bell lap for Kahlblom. It was 85.63 in the lap before, and 81.52. So looking to close this last 440 yards in a sub 80 last lap.
And Lexi Kahlblom, she has a pretty solid mile PR of 5:05. She runs up to the 5K as well, as we were saying about running up, running down, trying to figure out where you fit the most. And she has just commanded this lead. I know it can get pretty lonely, especially on that back stretch. It gets quiet, but she's rounding out this last 200 here.
The turnover has kicked in now for Kahlblom, as she'll look to close out this race. It will be under 11:20:08. The question is just how far under will she be? Not just under 11:20, it'll be a sub 11:10 performance as Kahlblom wins section 2 in 11:07:71. Emily McDonald finishing second, 11:15:74. Josephine Camus, 11:18:01. Teresa Albertson, 11:21:25. And then Sienna Pegas, 11:21:78 to round out the top 5. There we see the results from section 2, at least for the top 9 racers to this point. Still a couple out there finishing up. Again, Lexi Kahlblom finishing up with the top overall time to this point with one section remaining at 11:07:71. Nice crowd on tap here at Franklin Field. Everyone tuning in now here on runnerspace.com. Glad to have you all tuned in for New Balance Nationals Outdoor 2024. Keenan Gray alongside Serenity Douglas. And again, we keep seeing these performances improve, and it's just been the common theme all day, and it's been fun so far.
Absolutely. Tons of meet records go down, which is insane because when we look at the meet records, all of them were set, well, majority of them were set last year. So the fact that records are just coming down every single year, and I would even go as far to say that we might just see another one. In this heat, we have Stephanie DiPiazza from Grand Rapids, Michigan. She won the freshman mile yesterday, and she was just shy of the record. She ran 5:01:66. And I mean, if we just saw it with Raul Newberry. If you didn't get a record yesterday, it makes you mad, and you're trying to get a record today.
The third and final section gets going here. The athletes in the field: Gianna McCowan, Reagan Leone, Ruby Garner Valley, Gracie Halstino, Abby Teague, Stephanie DiPiazza, Chloe May, Emily Flegg, Riley Towns, Cameron Davis, Jalen Ray, Lauren Ackerson, and Sarah Wisk. Early lead from Riley Towns from the gun. In the final section of this girls 2 mile, and then we'll have our first championship race of the day, which will be that boys sprint medley relay. The time to beat 11:07:71 from Lexi Kalbum from section 2.
Sixth of the state championship in Ohio.
7 laps remaining. And awaiting the splits on the first lap is 82:09.
Her is one of our pre-race favorites, Shannon Gowan. And then Emily Flagg, currently ranked number 7 in the nation this year, in third place.
By Gianna McCowan, who's now in second right now, just right behind Riley Towns. Just looking ahead to other championship competition going on today. Again, the sprint medley is just right around the corner. And then it'll be the first and second rounds of the boys and girls 100-meter championships. And then later on tonight, the boys and girls 4x8, boys and girls 4x2, and then the boys and girls 2 mile championships to round out. They, of course, that boys 2 mile race featuring the now outdoor 5,000 meter record holder Daniel Simmons of the American Fork School from Utah. He just ran 13:25 at the Portland Track Fest. And then we'll see Addison Novlach on the girls' side, who won the 5,000 last night, looking to complete that distance double. Gianna McCowan building that lead now, 2:45:67 through 880 yards. So the gap has grown to 20 meters. Freshman representing Villa Rica Track Club. And through 3 laps, 80.20 For McGowan, the lead has increased to 4 seconds. Through 3 laps of the first mile.
She was 18th a mile yesterday.
That's first chase back, Jalen Ray, Reagan Leone, Abby Tig, and Ruby Garner Valley. And then Emily Flagg, Stephanie DiPiazza, and then Lauren Ackerson. Gianna McCowan in a class of her own right now here in this final section. So through the first mile, 5:27.55, just a hair bit slower than what we saw in that last section where they went through 5:26.
And she is just in a race of her own here. Gianna McCowan out of Massachusetts. I mean, in her state meet, she placed third in the mile with 5:04, and then she came back in the 2 mile to help her teammates to win state. She got second in that one, but she just took this one out from the very beginning. Usually we don't see anything start to spread out until later on, but I mean, this is section 3 of 3, so she is going for it here.
That lead is now decreasing. You can see the first chase back running her down, including the Piazza right there in second, then Ray, then Teague. But it continues to be McGowan through the first 5 laps by herself. But she'll sense some presence here pretty soon, with the first chase pack right behind her. It's 84.66. McCowan's starting to slow down while the rest of the field's picking up here, as they've gone through over 2 kilometers of this 2 mile race. As DiPiazza now into the lead for the first time, alongside Teague moving up into second. And then Garner Valley right there just behind McGowan. One, two, DiPiazza, Teague, followed by McGowan and Garner Valley. 2 laps remain now as they've gone through, just surpassing 8 minutes at 8:15.71. .81 last lap, so staying consistent the last 2 laps.
So according to your calculations, Keenan, would you say that there is a meet record developing here?
If that is the case, they would need to run 2:35 this last 800, and by the looks of it, just based on how they've been running the last few laps, I mean, they're running 80-second splits. I mean, it would have to take 78, 70 seconds to run these last 2 laps, on both these laps for that matter. So it's a little short right now, but we'll have to see, though, as they approach the bell lap now. Again, there will be 2 races developing for first and second, and then you have third and fourth back there, as it's DiPiazza and Teague. 9:36 at the bell lap. There's 80-second split. Perhaps we could see the middle schooler having the fastest time of the day in S-Step. She ran 10:43 during that middle school girls 2-mile. But DiPiazza now open up the stride here, hitting the backstretch. And Teague showing no response here. As it's less than 200 meters to go for the final 2-mile race of this early morning session here in the freshman girls competition.
You guys at Franklin Field here, and surely she is going to win her second national title.
And there you heard it. DiPiazza won the mile yesterday, is going to come away with the 2-mile championship as well in the freshman category. And actually pretty close to meet record time. Take a look at the clock, folks. And it'll be a sub 10:50 effort. And it's 10:49.53. It's a meet record for Stephanie DiPiazza.
So she takes half a second off the meet record set by Elizabeth Trent last year.
Flow strong that last lap. It's around 75, 76 seconds for DiPiazza. Abby Teague, 10:55.70 for second. And Gianna McCowan, 11:02.76. Stephanie DiPiazza, our winner of the girls freshman 2-mile, winning both the mile yesterday and then the 2-mile today in meet record fashion. Again, 10:49.53 for the win.
A very similar story to Royal Newberry, who we saw earlier. He raced in the mile yesterday. He was just shy of the meet record, came back in the 2-mile. He got the meet record today. It's just something about missing out on it yesterday and actually being very close to it yesterday as well. That's really encouraging these athletes to go after it today. We weren't sure at first. It was going to be pretty tough for her to get it, but she threw on the jets and she was able to get it today.
There you see the results. Third and final section of the girls 2-mile championship race for the freshmen. And again, Stephanie DiPiazza in a meet record, 10:49.53 to take home another national title. Just right around the corner will be the first championship race of the day. It'll be the boys sprint medley, the first of 9 sections right here from Franklin Field. You see all the athletes heading over to the start line. We'll take a quick break, come back with more here from Philadelphia. You've been watching the 2024 New Balance Nationals Outdoors right here on Runner Space.
So our next event on the track is the Championship Boys Sprint Medley Relay. But for those unfamiliar with this, the format is 200, 200, 400, and then 800 meters. So it's a 200 event. Alright, so we have 8 heats. Running in heat 1, we have St. Vincent Cologne in 5, Gulps in 6, Carolina Cavaliers in 7, Bullis in 8, and St. John Stridus in 9.
Been set now for our first section of the boys sprint medley championship competition. See the lane assignments and the teams in there, including the Bullis School in lane 8, then the Carolina Cavaliers in 7 out of North Carolina. Meet record in this event 3:23:08 by West Springfield Track Club out of Virginia. In 2022, it'll be first a 200, then they'll hand off to another 200 runner. Then it'll be a 400, and then anchored by an 800-meter runner. So for Bullis, the first handoff goes from Demetrius Lewis Jr. to Matthew Goins. And then Carolina Cavaliers in second. And then St. John Striders in third. As they head down to the home straightaway, we turn now into the infield to chat with our 2-mile freshman champion with Kate Van Buskirk.
DiPiazza of Grand Rapids, Michigan, the winner of the mile yesterday and the 2 meet record by a hair, half a second. How did it feel?
It felt pretty good, especially the first mile.
Especially for the first mile. You had a really good kick, though. So how did you dig deep for that?
I just tried to go as fast as I could.
Well, again, winner of the mile yesterday, new meet record here today in a PR of 10:49:55, and one more race to come. You're going to anchor your team on Sunday in the DMR. How excited are you for that?
I'm very excited. It's a good team.
All right, so the Peregrines, they going to take the win?
Maybe.
I bet they will. If they have you on their team, congratulations again, Stephanie, on your win in the freshman girls 2-mile. Well done.
Two-time champion now in the 2-mile. She'll race the DMR, as you heard, on Sunday. Bullis into the lead now here on the 800 leg. It was Mickey Green on that 400 leg, and he hands off to Ewan Conroy. And then for the Carolina Cavaliers, it was from Carter Waters to Elliot Lightfoot. U.S. #1 in this event so far from Ankeny from the Iowa High School Track and Field Championships, ran 3:24:56, and the national high school record from New Bern, North Carolina, 3:19:58, set back in 2009. And Conroy Lightfoot Carolina Cavaliers now pressing with Bullis here on the last lap of the 800. Just on the outside of Conroy. And now Lightfoot, with less than 200 to go, moves just ahead of the Bolus School. And the Carolina Cavaliers get things going here in the sprint medley. As the Carolina Cavaliers finish things off and take the win in 3:34.20. Bolus finishing second in 3:37. And St. Vincent Paliotti 3:39.80. Dobbs AC 3:42.02, and then St. John Striders 3:43.88. So one section down, 7 more to. Look now at section 2, 6 teams. Old Rochester Bulldogs in lane 4. Minnesink Track Club in 5. DC Cadets in 6. Union Catholic out of New Jersey is in 7. Clayton in 8. And then Golden Knights Track Club in 9. So now we're getting to the bread and butter of your side here, Serenity, with the sprint stuff. Has the sprint medley been one that you've enjoyed contesting in, or if you've ever contested in it?
You know, I definitely haven't been in enough of sprint medley relays. You know, in college they mainly have the DMR. We will have the SMR as well, but not too often. But I definitely do wish that they would add the SMR to some of the championship meets. I know it could get pretty difficult because, I mean, eventually you got to use your top athletes for their individual events, but it is still exciting to see. It's exciting to compete in, too.
You see Lucas Band of Golden Knights Track Club leading off on the 200 leg. Again, it's a 200, 200, 400, and 800. Time to beat now, 3:34.20. From the inside out, Old Rochester Bulldogs, Minnesink, DC Cadets, Union Catholic, Clayton, and Golden Knights. And it's Golden Knights on the outside with a big lead, as well as DC Cadets on the inside with Union Catholic emerging as well. Into the home straightaway first, Golden Knights, followed by Union Catholic, and then DC Cadets. As DC Cadets and Union Catholic both with the exchange at the same time. And they'll cut in right at the cones right here. And the first at the break will be Golden Knights, followed by Union Catholic. Emerging now onto the outside. That's Clayton right there now into second. We're now onto the 800-meter leg. Golden Knights, Clayton EC Cadets, Union Catholic, then Mini Sync, and Old Rochester.
Looks like Clayton is in the lead now. This is CJ Monson.
So we're coming up to the bell now. It's still Clayton, DC Cadets. And now DC Cadets, that's Robinson into the lead. Paul Robinson, followed by Clayton CJ Martin. Cadets, Clayton, Old Rochester, and Union Catholic. They make their way down the backstretch one last time as CJ Martin presses with Paul Robinson. And it's Clayton into the lead now with less than 150 meters to go, and the Cadets try to respond back. Into the final straightaway they go. Clayton, DC Cadets. And it's Martin leading the way for Clayton, 3:31.53. It's 1:55.04 on that 800 leg. Section 3, we'll see Trotters Track Club, East Hartford Hornets, Marshfield Track Club, Titan Elite Track Club, Rahway Track Club, and Deptford Elite. Again, from the inside out, Trotters, East Hartford, Marshfield, Titan Elite, Rahway, and Deptford Elite.
And again, it goes 2-2-4-8 for the sprint medley relay. It can always get pretty difficult when you get down to the 4 and the 8 because your teammate is coming in so quick. But these are pretty even split right now. Looks like the Spartans out in lane 9 handed off first. Everybody stays in their lane.
Yeah, Deptford Elite right there in lane 9, about to hand off here for their second 200. It's Deptford, the outside in 9, Rahway Track Club, and then Titan Elite. And there you see East Hartford Hornets emerging out front here on the 400 leg.
Now they're going to break into lane 1 once they round this curve. And like I was saying before, it can get pretty hard to gauge for these athletes when your teammate was coming at you so fast and you have the adrenaline of being on a relay, but it's like, no, I have the 400 leg, not the 200 leg. But they have just commanded this lead so far.
Jaden Brown for East Hartford Hornets. About to hand off to Stephen Smith. And now Trotters Track Club, that's Aiden Leo, and then now handed off to Ryan Schramm, followed by Rawway, and then I believe that's Titan Elite Track Club in 4th position here on the 800 leg.
And something that a lot of people take for granted is how important those handoffs are, especially now for events like the 4x4 and events like this, where you all have to line up together in a row like that. It can get hard, and you can get past just that quick, which is exactly what happened with Trotters. They ended up getting the smoother handoff with the Hornets in their inside, and they were able to merge as soon as they got it.
Ryan Schramm for Trotters Track Club, just ahead of Stephen Smith of East Hartford Hornets as they make their way into the bell lap now. Trotters, East Hartford, Rawway, and Titan Elite as they've hit the bell lap now with one remaining.
Ryan Schramm is just trying to keep pumping his arms. He feels Stephen Smith right on his heel. It's really just a line right now. It's probably going to spread out a little bit now. I can't tell if he's smiling or if he's grunting because it's painful. You see that sometimes with Jessica Hull.
Not far behind, we see in 4th now, merging up into the top 3 and swinging by everybody. So trying to see what athlete, I believe this is Banks from Titan Elite Track Club. It is out of lane 9. As Justin Banks closing things off from come from behind fashion and puts the palms up like it was light work out there. 3:31.02, 151.81. An impressive last 800-meter leg by Justin Banks.
800 meter split there. By far our fastest so far.
Nice little shrug from him. He's like, easy work, slight work. Ready for the picture. I love it. That's, you know, like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's New Balance Nationals. And these guys, they come out here with their matching Under Armour things on, and they come out here with the celebration already planned. They try to do something creative because now they're on a world-class stage. And I love when the athletes are having fun with it. This is what it's all about.
Wonder how much time and effort they really put into that celebration at practice.
Probably in the hotel before they got here.
All right, so the time to beat. 3:31.02.
So really an impressive last leg by Justin Banks, 151.81 so far, the fastest 800 leg of the day. So shift now to section 4 here. See the teams and their assignments. And that time to beat 3:31.02. There's Danbury Track Club on the outside in 9. So from the inside out, Grand Street, Motor City, Calvert Hall, Warrior, Lexington Elite, DeMatha Catholic, Danbury, as we get things going in section 4.
It looks like there was a scratch from McNorman Mustangs. Would have been in one of those outside lanes there. They're tough competitors, but this field is definitely not going to be missing them.
So these heats getting faster as we go.
So with the stick out front early on, DeMatha Catholic. That's Dayton Grogan in lane 8. So he'll hand off to Caleb Wyther. And then Danbury in second right now, Mackay Henry to Nasir Ricketts, as the rest of the field hunts those top 2 teams down.
And they were just out of camera shot there. It's DeMatha Catholic. They're finally going to merge over. And, you know, I was talking about the handoffs are some some athletes like to do it progressively. Some athletes like to do it just quick, get it out the way. I know my coach used to tell me to make it pretty progressive, but still be intentional about it. And he is just muscling it out, about to hand it off to his teammate to handle the 800.
Joshua Gresham on the 800 leg for DeMatha Catholic. Through that first 800 split, I know we're not keeping track, and just saw a shoe fly up out of nowhere. Don't know who, so someone out there is running with just one shoe on at this point. But it's DeMatha Catholic with an incredible lead here as they've gone on the 800 leg. Again, Joshua Gresham leading, or anchoring things for them.
You know, with the distance events, we see a lot of elbows and maybe some athletes getting spiked. You see a whole lot of drama with the sprinters, because where did the shoe come from? I don't know if it was maybe just one of the guys who just finished, but happy it didn't hit one of the athletes for sure. But he looks so cool, calm, and collected. That's Joshua Gresham from DeMatha Catholic Academy, and he's coming around on the bell lap. He knows that the lead is pretty good.
There we see right there, Danbury Track Club. This right here for them is Kyle Jeffers. He's running with no shoe right now on the 800 leg.
I mean, talk about dedication, but I just know he's going to get an earful from his coach later on, regardless. Because why is your shoe not tight enough? But, I mean, shout out to him. He's muscling it out, getting it done.
And that track is not cool by any means. It's hot today. It's probably about 100 degrees, especially with it being 82 degrees here in Philadelphia. As DeMatha Catholic's Joshua Gresham trying to close things out and slowing up a little bit, but because he got out so strong, he's built a comfortable lead. But give credit to Danbury Track Club, though, for finish this one out without even a shoe on his foot. That's Kyle Jeffers finishing up, but it'll be DeMatha Catholic 155.28 on that last 800. And they move into first overall 327.33. But again, Kyle Jeffers with one shoe ran 157.39 to close out that 800 split.
That's actually very, very impressive. Painful, too. So I kind of got to take it to the socks versus no socks argument. I'm a no socks type of girl, but that would have been painful.
And if anybody's ran on a track before, that's not a soft surface. It's not Mondo track either, where Mondo's almost like carpet essentially. This is a nice. It's just basically a regular track that they had. That's feels a little like you're running on gravel, at least a little bit sometimes. If you're running barefoot, for that matter. So far, I think that's probably the weirdest thing of the day we so far have seen is the shoe just flying out of nowhere, and the way it just developed. It's just like it popped out of nowhere on our screen.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a jump scare there. I have no idea what happened. Maybe somebody just stepped on the back of it. I don't know how that could have happened, really. But, I mean, I'm glad he's okay. Glad he finished the race. Put in amazing effort as well. So, that was a crazy one.
Section 5. Lanes 2 through 8 are occupied. No lane 9. That was supposed to be Sky's the Limit Track Club. So the Norseman, Devils, MWTC, DBP, Rams, Woodson, and then Wallingford. We Adrian Cami for Norseman, Garrett George for Devils, Lucas Ortiz for MW, Joseph D'Angelo of DBP. Rams Track Club was led off by Bilal Abdurrahman, Jacob Spector of Woodson, and then Timothy Conklin for Wallingford. Here you see Conklin on your screen right here. And it's section 5 underway. A great start out there in lane 7. I believe that's Rams Track Club with Mason Scott on the leadoff leg.
And making up that stagger on the outside lane there. Looks like that's Rams Track Club. It's Mason Scott giving his team a good lead, but from the inside, Mr. Speedy Gonzalez was coming out of nowhere on that one. Joseph D'Angelo from DBP.
Gregory Celestri just hands off to Jack Syke. Then for Rams Track Club, it was Andre Jackson Littlejohn to Anthony Bringham. So there you see DBP and then Rams Track Club as they cut in onto the straightaway right here. One of the interesting things about this track, and you know, usually when you cut in for a 400 or a 4x4, is you're cutting in to the left. When you're on the inside of this track because of the system of the railing, you're cutting in to the right.
Yeah, and it can get pretty confusing.
So Woodson first with the exchange. Wallingford, for Wallingford, it's Thomas Conklin. For Woodson, it's Zane Elcock. Followed by Rams Track Club. And that's Norseman Track Club with Luke Davis in third right now as they hit the backstretch for the first of this 2 laps.
And like I was saying before, Wallingford, they played that handoff perfectly. And they technically made contact first. But then here comes Wallingford from the outside. He overtook that lead so that he could get to the break first. And still in the lead right now as well.
Conklin, Davis, and then Elcock for Woodson. 1, 2, 3 as they head into the bell lap now on this 800 leg. Time to beat 3:27.33. And now Woodson emerges into second place, trying to run down Wallingford. Wallingford continuing to be out front here with less than 300 meters to go.
And when you start to see your teammate, it's like the holy grail at the end there, but he is finishing strong.
One last turn to the home straightaway for Wallingford. Thomas Conklin trying to finish things off. And we'll just have enough in the end, and we'll just be a little bit slower than section 4, 3:27.80, 1:53.27 on that 800 leg for Conklin. And then Davis, 1:53.83 for his anchor leg too. You see section 5 results: Wallingford 3:27.80, Norseman 3:29.12, and then Rams Track Club 3:31.13 with 3 sections remaining.
And we were talking to him earlier just about how these kids are just showing out with their uniforms. Looks like it's their last names on the back of the uniform. I think that's pretty cool. Did they get those specially made?
Hard to tell between which the twins they are now, Timothy Conklin and Thomas Conklin. At least we know between the difference between Demisio Colella and Michael Fisher. We get set now for section 6. And all 8 lanes occupied. You say the teams and the lane assignments. And 2 more sections remain after this one.
And if you guys can hear it like we do, hear the officials trying to get the athletes organized to come out here and perform, I think that it shows how hectic it can get a little bit in the warm-up areas and in the tents before they bring the athletes out. And this is St. Johnsbury Academy right now in lane 9. Now, just a little reminder, it goes 2, 2, 4, 8. Both of the 200 legs stay in their lane the whole time. The 400 merges over, and then the 800 is completely in the inside lane. Robinson Track Club, St. Louis Tribe, I-270, LaSalle Academy, Kentwood, SHS, Ann Arbor, and St. Johnsbury Academy. And from the inside, immediately, looks like that St. Louis Tribe making up that stagger good. It's hard to tell right now because he's in lane 3. Long ways to make up, but it looks like he handed off the baton in second. But check out Ann Arbor. Amazing leg as he's about to hand off to the 400 leg, excuse me, already. But like I said, it was tough to see then, but St. Louis Tribe is coming up now. They were making good gains. So it's a little bit different because he was in lane 3, so he has to kind of merge to his outside, while all the ones in the 4 through 9 lanes have to merge to their inside.
Leading right now is the I-270 Track Club.
As they're about to hand off to that 800 leg. That's LaSalle Academy leading right now. No correction, that's actually Ann Arbor out of Michigan. As we wait for our results to populate pretty soon. And they're keeping it nice and even. As Caden Agotz trying to hold off the field. And the time to beat is 3:27:33, held by DeMatha Catholic right now, who are your leaders. And now some things are finally starting to change as we are heading into the last 200. That's St. Jonesboro Academy with the late surge. But he has the kick. And that's the thing about being on relay sometimes. You put in all that effort, but it still is down to the fourth leg, and it looks like he'll be just shy of leading. That's 3:28.67 from St. Johnsbury Academy. LaSalle Academy Track Club is in second with 3:30.48. With the 3:28.67, that puts them in third overall. He's happy with it because he just brought his team all the way back from fifth. Yeah, rep your set.
So 3:28.67 for St. Johnsbury Academy. That puts them to third overall with 2 more sections remaining. LaSalle Academy Track Club moves to fifth overall, 3:30.48. One of the most picturesque views you'll see here at Franklin Field is this building right here, and obviously the main thing when people think of this field is just the backdrop here on this beautiful track that they have here at Franklin Field, and just you can see the breeze picking up a little bit here on the home straightaway, a little tailwind for those athletes, and they'll have to battle that headwind on the backstretch, but it's another perfect day here on day 2 of competition at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Section 7 from the inside out. DC Cadets, Patriot Track Club, Cary Track Club, Lexington, Carolina Cavaliers, Torch Track Club, McQuaid, and K-Zoom Track Club.
Looks like we have a missing lane. Cary Track Club is a DNS. It's hard to see who's in the lead right now at these points because we're early on, but you're going to start to see some things even out a little bit more. The key is to kind of look at how they hand off, not necessarily who's in the visual lead, because obviously it's always going to be lane 9.
And that's, is K-Zoom Track Club. Well ahead here as we've reached the 400 leg. Running for them is DeMarcus Owens. And then it's McQuaid Track Club in second. LMS, then Carolina Cavaliers. And it took him a while to realize he could cut in on the 400, as you kind of pointed out when you ran that relay yourself when you were running in lane 7. And sometimes you're so focused on the race you don't even know what's happening.
You forget you're supposed to be cutting in. But now there's a jumble of athletes about to hand off, and like I was saying before, the handoff is the key, especially when it gets tight like this. If the Carolina Cavaliers play it right, it was a smooth handoff for them, but looks like they're still sitting in second.
Lexington, Carolina Cavaliers, and then K-Zoom Track Club in third. For Lexington, that's Chance Basalone. Cavaliers, it's Thomas Wolzowski, and then K-Zoom, it's Jasper Kane. Lexington with the purple and gold LSU colors and almost similar lettering on their jerseys. Pushing ahead here, but here comes K-Zoom with 1 lap remaining here in this 800 leg.
And on relays like this, it gets difficult, especially for the coach, because do you put your best 200, 400, and 800 athletes out there? So we saw Bullis earlier. Obviously, we're not going to see Quincy Wilson on an SMR right now. He has the 400 to get ready for later on this weekend. So it's safe to say that if this is their only event, you put the best athletes out there. If not, you put some of the other athletes out there who could just give their best effort, which is exactly what these athletes have been doing.
And Kay Zoom now into the lead for the first time with less than 200 meters to go as Lexington tries to hang on here in the final turn. Kay Zoom, Lexington, DC Cadets in fourth. And it's Zoom into the home straightaway with the lead. Patriot Track Club in third. Kay Zoom, then Lexington. It's Kay Zoom across the line first, taking section 7. And there's a new leader today, 3:25.75 for Kay Zoom, with Jasper Kane anchoring in 1:52.05.
And like I was saying, it gets pretty tough for these relays because Carolina Cavaliers ran a fast and honest race from the beginning. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have, you know, the best 800 runner to bring it home for them. So those 2 and those 400 guys really put them in the mix, tried to give them the lead going into the 800 as much as they could. But, I mean, that's how relays work, especially for things like this, like a SMR. With things like a 4x4 and a 4x1, things usually stay pretty even. But that's the thing with the relay. It all just depends on what the fourth leg has in them.
One final section remains. We see right there, that's the Winslow Eagles. They'll be led off right there by Nakir Helton.
All right, folks, here we go. The fastest of the fast. This is our elite.
Again, so Winslow Eagles right there out in lane 9.
Out of Akron, New Jersey.
You're looking at Union Catholic right here in lane 8. This is Dylan Williams. He'll lead off with Al Kumar Rojas, Avery Axtide, and Keandre Kelly. North Track, they're led off by Madajuru Dwara. Then have Lorensky Ambrose, Mambo Dwari, and then Tayshawn Wilson. This is McNamara Mustangs, led off by Isaiah Pryor with Miles Dorsey, Nicholas Steed, and Nathaniel Spears. Track Hawks Track Club, Jalen Stubbs on the first leg, then Denzel Bokai, Andrew J. Tucker, and Nasir Bakari. Ridgefield, Christian Jackson on the opening leg, then Davin Staley, Hunter Span, and McCare Matois. Golden Eagles, they're with Gregory Palma, Elijah Bastos, and Tyler Spillane, and Luke Shatgillen. And then rounding out the order, Delsea Regional Track Club, Christian Langston, Julian Conglario, Dante McGregor, and Matthew Littlehales.
Fastest of the fast. This is our elite section of the championship boys sprint medley relay.
Yeah, the time to beat 3:25.75 by K Zoom Track Club. And the overall meet record 3:23.08. This is the fastest of the fastest sections. It's section 8 of 8 here in the boys sprint medley championship. From the inside out, Delcia Regional, Golden Eagles, Ridgeview, Track Hawks, McNamara Mustangs, North Track, Union Catholic, and Winslow.
200, 400, 800.
The Mustangs getting a blazing start already. But it looks like that's Union Catholic Track Club that will hand off first, at least had the cleanest handoff. Union Catholic is actually home to the infamous Sydney McLaughlin, world record holder. She's straight out of Jersey. So I know they always feel good representing Union Catholic as well, as they're about to hand off to their 400 leg at the nearly at the same time as the Mustangs, but looks like they were able to get it off first.
It's McNamara Mustangs, Union Catholic. North track right there in 7 as they go to the break now, and it's McNamara first at the break and still running in lane 6. Doesn't realize that he can cut in, and now he finally cuts it into lane 4. It took him a little while, but McNamara still with a comfortable lead over Union Catholic here on this 400 leg.
This is Nicholas Steed out in front, rocking the headband. Waiting in the anchor will be
Swinging out. I know seeing your teammate is just the holy grail. You're finally like, get this baton out of my hand immediately. As we're heading into the 800 legs, the Mustangs are still leading.
Nathaniel Spears for the Mustangs, Keandre Kelly for Union Catholic, and then Tayshawn Wilson for North Track. So we're on the first of 2 laps on this 800 leg and a national championship on the line. Mustangs, Union Catholic, North Track here, heading to 500 meters remaining here. And to get the top spot, 3:25.75 is the time to beat. And Union Catholic closing in on McNamara Mustangs. Kelly for Union Catholic and Spears for the Mustangs.
And the Mustangs out of Maryland, Union Catholic out of Jersey, they face each other pretty often, especially at New Balance. They were running against each other indoors as well. It's always a showdown with them. And then when you add teams like Bullets in the mix, it's always going to be interesting. But the Mustangs are still in the lead here. We're going to see if he can hold on. But he is in Union Catholic's view.
Spears trying to fend off Kelly here in the last stages of this race. Just 200 meters left here, about 20 meters separating those 2 top teams. And there you see Golden Eagles move up into 3rd place. Mustangs, do they have enough here to hang on? A national title at stake here in the closing stages. One last turn into the home straightaway. Here come the Golden Eagles though. Mustangs, Spears trying to lead them here. It's Spears holding on. And it's a national title for McNamara Mustangs. And it's just shy of a meet record. They run 3:23.62, just a couple of tenths off that meet record of 3:23.08. McNamara Mustangs, national champs in the boys SMR.
And Spears was clawing the last 50. I know he just felt the lactic acid creeping up on him, but there he is, congratulated by his teammates as national champions.
3:23.62 for McNamara, 3:25.36 for Union Catholic. And it's a new U.S. #1 for McNamara. Just a second ahead.
And from the very beginning, they had a commanding lead. Like I was saying, it's very tough to see where you are just from that first leg. But from the 200 leg down to the 800, they had this race in the bag. And there you see Nathaniel Spears gets to be the one to run through the records are meant to be broken New Balance tape. I know his teammates are still looking for him, ready to take the picture, but give my guy a second.
So national champions in the boys sprint medley race, McNamara Mustangs in 3:23.62, U.S. #1 in that event.
First one, 9/8.
Five, right here. Half milers are close to me. Oh yeah, I called for you. Then sixes. Thank you, girl. Then sevens. Then eights. We're getting there now. Nines. And then at the end of each seven. Now I will do each eight. Do I have a two? How about a three? How about a four? How about a five? A little room for Michael. How about a six? How about a seven? So the leadoff is there, the half milers are here.
So we're looking at section 1 here of the girls sprint medley championship. There'll be 9 sections in this contest. Looking at Union Catholic Track Club, Motor City Track Club, Weymouth Youth Track Club, Crayford, Minisink, Sacred Heart Academy, Wutan, I believe that's how you pronounce it, and then Ridgewood in lane 9. Yeah, section 1 gets going now. You'll see the Union Catholic's B team right there in lane 2, and then Motor City Track Club out of Michigan, their team, C team, I should say, in lane 3.
Yeah, Motor City, they constantly bring the most athletes to these meets. They have so many athletes out of Michigan. So we're going to see a whole lot of A's and B's. They brought the whole gang.
On the outside in lane 9 is Ridgewood Track Club. That's Zoe Hua on the 200 leg, and she'll hand off to Kennedy Loveman for that first exchange. So Ridgewood, and then on the inside, Union Catholic. So Ridgewood,
When
Union
they're still
Catholic.
so separated like when they're still so separated like this, it's hard to tell where you're at. I don't even think that she could see the Union Catholic athlete yet until they just merged.
Luckman will hand off to Avery Sheridan here for the 800, and Union Catholic, it'll be Ella Solo Soranzo. It's Ridgewood, Union Catholic, Cranford, as we're on the final exchange.
And since this is a final, these heats will continue to get faster and faster. So you're hoping to keep your time up at the top there. Looks like Ridgewood just got passed on the backstretch.
I believe that's Cranford Track Club. And that's Courtney Toy, just ahead of Union Catholic for Ella Solarzano. As they approach the bell lap here in section 1. Ridgewood continuing to fight back in third, and now they move just ahead of Union Catholic as well as Cranford as they go onto the bell lap now. Sheridan with the lead. But here comes Sacred Heart Academy. That's Maeve going now in second.
She's going to make her move on the outside there. I mean, it's now or never really for her. But great effort from Ridgewood. She got passed up by 2 athletes, but she was able to come back, push, find another gear there. But that is all Sacred Heart Academy right now.
Just like she did on the first lap, she's fighting back some more. Ridgewood now trying to regain the lead here in the final stages. And it's Sheridan into the lead into the home straight away. Although Sacred Heart trying to fight back, it will be Ridgewood across the line first. Taking section 1. 4:09.74 for Ridgewood, 2:17.63 last 800. But a really good 2:12.25 from Maeve going for Sacred Heart Academy.
Avery Sheridan just fought to the end. I don't know how many different gears that she just tapped into. Just when you thought that she didn't have any more, she found a new gear, and she is happy with that one, as she should be. Very satisfied with that run. There goes the top 3 results from Heat 1 to the left of your screen.
2:17.63 for Sheridan on that anchor leg. As section 1 finishes up, section 2 just about to get out onto the track here momentarily. And while we get ready for this section, just right around the corner, plenty more action to come. Some prelim action in the 100s and 200s. We'll see after this championship portion concludes on the relay side. You see all 8 lanes occupied. Teams and their lane assignments. From the inside out. And we'll first hear, after section 2 gets going, we'll hear from the infield right now with our champions of the boys sprint medley relay, McNamara Mustangs.
Here with the speediest quartet of the day, the McNamara Mustangs out of Bishop McNamara out of Maryland. This was a fire race, and I am joined by 4 of the fastest guys in the country. This is Isaiah Pryor, Miles Dorsey, Nicholas Steed, and Nathaniel Spears. And Mr. Pryor, I got to kick things off with you. You got the whole show started. What were the goals coming in?
You know, my coaches call me a professional stagger breaker. You know, you got to break the stagger, set your teammate up, and get yourselves into the race.
Amazing. Well, you got things kicked off really fast, and then, of course, Miles Dorsey kept things rolling. You're the only junior of the team. How do you feel about carrying the expectations of this team next year?
It feels great. I'm very happy with our performance and stuff. Next year, I hope that we get some people to carry on the team, the legacy and stuff.
You're going to be one to watch for sure. I'm going to come get cozy with you guys here. Mr. Steed, a lot fell to you here. You're looking good. I heard you're Mr. Personality. I love the glasses. How'd it feel out there?
I felt great. When I started running track, my coach always told me, last one, best one. And knowing this is my last high school track meet, I had to give it all I got. When I stepped on the track, all I thought was, I can't go back. So gave it all I got, ended up winning.
Ended up winning. Love it. Absolutely. All right. That brings us to the gentleman who need a lot of time to recover here. And the anchor of our team. And, of course, this was Nathaniel Spears. 800 meters. You're headed to Alabama in the fall. What did it mean to you to win this in your final high school meet?
It meant everything, really. My coach told me come leave it all on the track, so that's definitely what I did. I got the support from my teammates, excellent legs from all of them. Just had to bring it home.
Well, Spears, we're going to let you get a break because you're coming back for the 4x8 later this evening. Congratulations to the McNamara Mustangs, winners of our championship SMR.
All right, and I love what Isaiah Pryor said. You got to set your teammates up for the rest of the race because this is a relay. You know, you don't want all of that hard work to just go to waste. Do your job when you have the baton so that they can be in a good position. And this is Ann Arbor Youth Track Club. The DC Cadets right now going head-to-head, racing together in the 800 leg.
What I'm curious about is going back to Pryor, what he said at the beginning. His coach said he's a professional stagger maker. Is that what he said?
Stagger breaker.
Can you explain that to me?
I mean, so when you're in a relay, the line where you start is a lot further than where you would normally start, let's say in a 400 or even in a 200. So it can get very difficult to see what position you're in, and especially to see if you're even in the league. So you have to break the stagger. That's how you make it really obvious. You know, I was saying that we could just kind of see by the handoffs, but you break the stagger, that's a true definition that you are doing your job.
I didn't realize there was such an important task when it came to the stagger. I just thought you just kind of get into the inside lane and put yourself in a good position.
Put yourself, I mean, in terms of this relay, put your teammates in a good position. Looks like the DC Cadets just now took the lead as they're rounding out the last 200. This is Kendall Robinson staying bouncy with it.
The DC Cadets put themselves in a good position here these last 100 meters, just ahead of Ann Arbor, as DC Cadets will take Section 2, and an improvement, they'll move just ahead of the first place team from Section 1, Ridgewood, as they run 4:08.12, and a very good last 800, 2:17.51 for Marley Lucas.
And that was the DC Cadets B team, while the rest of the field was the A team. The DC Cadets are another one of those teams that have just brought so many bodies out here to the championships, similar to the Carolina Cavaliers, similar to Bullish Track Club, the McNamara Mustangs as well. Just those teams that are in the DMV really coming out to represent out of DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And there goes those final results.
Section 2, DC Cadets 4:08.12, and Ann Arbor 4:11.21. And Ramapo finishing in third in 4:11.22. See Section 3, the teams and their lane assignments. The all 8 teams in there: Golden Eagles, Hills Track Club, Track Life University, St. John Spike Shoe, Fairport, Westfield, Pope John the 23rd, and then St. John Striders. Again, from the inside out: Golden Eagles, Hills Track Club, Track Life, St. John Spike Shoe, Fairport, Westfield, Pope John Paul the 23rd, and then St. John Striders on the outside in 9.
Now, speaking of stagger breakers, that looks like it's Fairpoint Track Club. No, I'm sorry, that's actually Westfield Track Club in lane 7, just breaking the stagger immediately right out the gate to set her teammate up in this next 200.
And on the outside, St. John Striders, and in lane 7, as you said, Westfield Track Club, Gabriella Demeter. She'll hand off to Darcy Shiner. St. John Striders, it will go from Janae Moore to Madeline Clark.
And as they pan out here, you can see the rest of the field. as they're getting to the break. Hopefully they don't get confused to break too much. Just break into lane 4, which is acting as lane 1 for these 400 legs. But that's Westfield Track Club coming up strong, making her move.
So Westfield Track Club into the lead now as they head into the 800 portion of this competition. We'll go Westfield, St. John, and then Track Life University in third for our top 3 in Section 3.
Now there's 9 sections of the SMR. So it's going to be pretty tough these first couple of heats to get your time to really stick in those final compiled results.
I moved up the Spike Shoe into second. It still remains Westfield. Then Spike Shoe, St. John, and Track Life.
So Anna needs to run about a 73.5 to eclipse that mark.
Comfortable lead for Anna Kylish. Takes one look over her shoulder. Again, that's about a 20-meter separation between Kylish and Abigail. No, excuse me, that is Serafina Scavo for Spike Shoe.
With a commanding lead. Looks like she has about 10 meters on the field, 10 to 20 meters on the field. It's always pretty hard for me to gauge because I feel like they're not in view and then one athlete will have this crazy kick and I'm like, dang, maybe they were closer than I thought.
An easy win right there for Westfield as they cross the line, and they'll now move into first 4:07.43. 2:18.84 for Anna Kylish on her anchor leg. And Spike Shoe 4:12.25. Hills Track Club 4:12.73. That last 800 2:13.76. See the results from Section 3. It moves Westfield into first overall with 6 more races remaining. Just ahead of DC Cadets by a little under a second, then Ridgewood in third, and Sacred Heart in fourth. To follow this championship portion, we'll see the middle school boys 200 and middle school girls 200 first round competition. And then it'll be the boys and girls 100 championship first round section. So a couple of preliminary actions before we get into the afternoon portion of competition. Again, later on this afternoon and evening will be Tom Fewer and Carrie Tollefson on the call for that championship window. From the inside out, Union High School, First Capital, Brantford, Golden Knights, Osborne Park, Mounties, Motor City, and then Bloomfield here in Section 4.
And like I mentioned, Motor City Track Club has brought the athletes out today. They had a C-section go in one of the earlier heats, And now this is their B section. So that's already 8 athletes able to contend in these heats. It says something.
Yep. On the outside, that's Bloomfield. And in second is Mounties Track Club. Anna Jordan for Mounties. She'll hand off to first Corey Stewart on the 400. For Bloomfield, that's Soli Dixon. As they make their way through the break, it will be Bloomfield first, followed by Mounties, then Motor City, and Union right there in fourth.
That's Sienna Lloyd in the highlighter up there in the front. Coming down to her teammate to hand it off in first.
That was actually Kyla Williams on the third leg, and this will be Soli Dixon on the 800 leg. So it goes Bloomfield, Motor City, then Mounties Track Club. And then Union in fourth. Soli Dixon for Bloomfield. And Deshauna Kellogg still in position right behind Bloomfield. And the Avery McAdams just running right in third. So they come up to 1 lap remaining here. The time to beat 4:07:43. They go through the bell lap, 2:54, 2:55.
And the goal on this leg is to obviously just to keep the lead. You would hate for your teammates to have put in all that work and then something else happens. And keep your eye on the time as well. Like I said, these are the first couple of heats. Like, this is just section 4 out of 9, and this is a final. It's not a prelim. So you're hoping that your time sticks for you to be up there in those compiled results.
Coming up, though, in second place is Golden Knights. That's Maddie Miller. They were in 6th place at the bell lap, all trying to hunt down Bloomfield. And here goes Motor City, though. Around the turn into the home straightaway, it's Motor City. It's Deshauna Kellogg with the great closing speed. And Motor City now moves into the lead, 4:06:49, 2:16:61 on that 800 leg. Brantford Track, 4:09:19. Lucy Moran, 2:11:74. So far, the fastest 800 split in this championship race.
Motor City, straight out of Detroit, Michigan. They always come with the pretty cool uniforms. Shout out to them for the New Balance ones. And those are the compiled results. Motor City Track Club, 4:06:49. Brantford Track, 4:09:19 second. To round off section 4.
See Motor City to the top now, Westfield in the second. Still have 5 more sections remaining here. That fast section will be section 9. So really good teams to watch out for there, including IMG Academy, DC Cadets, the Purple Track Club, Motor City's A team, And then McNamara Mustangs looking to make it a sweep after watching their boys take care of business on their side. There you'll see Shelton Track Club, West Michigan Harriers, Ridgeview, Radar Running, the Lawrenceville School, and then Carolina Cavaliers on the outside. First to get to the baton is the Lawrenceville School, right there in lane 7.
So you're watching heat 5 of 9 of the championship girls 1600 meter medley radar running.
Carolina Cuthbertson. Carolina Cavaliers, I should say, from Cuthbertson, North Carolina. With the exchange first on the 400.
And she's getting a
That's Nia
fast
Burrell.
start for the 400. But right to her inside, looks like the Lawrenceville School will be getting to that break first. Ooh, looks like they cut in a little bit too much. Yeah, it looks like they cut in a little bit too much. The athletes are getting a little confused there and tripped up. I really hope that these athletes got a chance to walk the track before they came out here. Also, maybe speak to some of the officials to see how it works. Hopefully the coaches were telling them how it is as well, because it is confusing. And I would hate to find that out during the race. Like, seems like some of these athletes just did. But she was able to recover. She threw her hands up a little bit before, but she was able to recover and get it to her teammate. That's Ridgeview handing off first.
Actually, that's Radar that just moved into the lead. Radar, 150.67 at the halfway point. It was Gabriella Bozeth handing off to Harriet Healy. And then followed by Ridgeview in second. Radar, Ridgeview. Ridgeview in the lead for the first time. At least on this 800 leg. We saw their 400 leg. Alina Valentine carry through. At least through the first 300 meters.
All right, so halfway through this ankle leg.
They approach the bell lap now.
It's Ridgeview and Radar running, duking it out.
Nyla Aiken and Harriet Healy.
350 meters left now.
An athlete from Carolina Cuthbertson, Carolina Cavaliers. Down on the track there. Hopefully they get her off in time before the last lap finishes here. But we see Healy make the surge onto the backstretch and move just ahead of Aiken in pursuit of the Section 5 win.
And Healy was making that decision. Looks like she's turning on the jets now, at least as much as she can, because it seems like the wind has picked up. Before it was pretty hot on the track, but now it's getting pretty windy, probably still pretty warm out there, but she is now distancing herself from the field as she's coming along the last home stretch.
Radar running is going to get the win, and it's an impressive ankle.
Healy all by herself here to close it out as she'll cross the tape. And Radar Running now moves into first, 4:05.87, 2:15.20 for Healy on that 800 leg. Just less than a second ahead of Motor City's B team.
An outstanding run by Hannah Enderchuk for
as 4 more sections remain.
Radar running has the time to beat. As we move on into 6 of 9 of this World Championship SMR.
So the meet record in this one, 3:57.66, which I know has not been close yet. But could see that one fall with a stacked field of competitors in that 9th and final section. Also U.S. number 1, 3:58.12 by Union Catholic. Section 6 of 9 in the blocks now. We see from the inside out, Titan Elite, Winslow, Colts Neck, CHS Liberty, Robinson, Madison Warhawks, and EO Panthers. A great first leg so far from the Madison Warhawks out in lane 8.
And keep your eye on the handoffs there. It's kind of a good gauge, but it looks like lane 9 was able to hand it off first. But the inside lane is coming up.
That's Winslow right there in lane 3. Ava Milner. And they'll get the handoff first. That's Sienna Robinson. Comfortable lead here out on the inside in 3. Again, unlike the athletes on the outside, she's going to cut to her right because she's currently running on the rail right now. So you can see those barriers right now. They're pointing inward into lane 4. Just again, one of the more unique tracks you'll see in the entire country, just because typically, obviously, you run in lane 1, but in this case, because the way it's been designed, you're running out in lane 4.
And that was actually going to be my next question. I've never run at Franklin Field, nor have I ever actually seen it in this way. Maybe I just haven't noticed when it's been pin relays that they do it like this. I wonder, do they ever open up the lanes?
I believe they do for the straightaway sprints and the hurdles. But because, like I said, because of the design of the track, I don't think that they are able to, it's just not 400 meters around the track. Now, lane 4 it is because, like I said, just the structure of the track. You have Winslow. This is Olivia Ocaro on the 800.
So with about 150 meters remaining, it is Olivia Ocaro running really well in this anchor for Winslow.
Comfortable lead for Winslow and just ahead of them, or just right behind, I should say, Titan Elite and Colts Neck.
So 252. Olivia now has to run for 72 high to move her team into the lead. With 3 heats to come after this.
So Olivia Caro continuing to build that lead for Winslow. See second, third, and fourth back there. Within striking distance, but maybe a little too late to catch her, although you're starting to see a surge. I believe that's Titan Elite. We're less than 200 meters remaining in section 6.
Time to beat is 4:05.87, and it looks like Winslow is slowing down a bit as the lactic acid has started to creep up. It looks like Titan Elite is coming up to her outside and will take the new lead.
And it's actually CHS that just won the race right there. It's hard to see without some of the teams that don't have their team names on their jerseys. That was Tess Sherry, 2:12:39.
That's our second fastest ankle leg so far.
You heard the second fastest ankle leg just right behind the 2:11 we saw earlier from one of the couple of sections. But CHS 4:05:85, just barely ahead of Radar running at 4:05:87. Moves out front. 3 more sections remain here in this girls' SMR.
So running in heat 7, in lane 2 we'll have Bullis. In lane 3 is Stowe Monroe. In lane 4 is Salon Track Club. In lane 5 is Southeastern Track Club. Woodson Track Club in lane 6. Scarsdale is in 7. Phoenix in 8. Oxon in lane 9.
Looks like there's overcast skies now, which I'm sure some of the spectators that you see in the stands are happy about that. This is section 7 of 9. It'll be Bullish Track Club, Stowe Monroe Falls, Salone, Southeastern, Woodson, Scarsdale, Phoenix, and Oxon. For the championship girls sprint medley relay. They're off. It goes 200, 200, 400, 800. Both of the 200 legs stay in their lane the entire time. And the stagger's already being made up from that outside lane. Looks like that Scarsdale Track Club. But cutting it really close. Oxon Track Club all the way in lane 9, handed off first. But I've been saying it, I'm going to say it again. You cannot sleep on those inside lanes. They will sneak you. Being all the way on the outside, you can't see them, you can't hear them. But Southeastern Track Club is making an impact as well, and they actually hand off first. And the cleanest for this 400-meter leg. See, and while I'm over there talking about that inside lane, and just out of camera shot, it was further inside. That's Bullish Track Club. Never sleep on Bullish. Straight out of Maryland. They have produced top-tier athletes. We're going to see Quincy Wilson race in the 400 later on this weekend. They are home to Masai Russell as well. This is Bullish Track Club A.
So there we got Bolus in the lead right now. Again, trying to keep that tradition alive of another national championship. And a fall right there, right onto the rail. That had got to hurt right there, but still managed to get the baton. And again, one of the reasons that this track is a little difficult to navigate is because of that rail right there, just because of it, just the positioning of it, and you know you're running in lane 4, and it's just scary right there when something like that happens.
It for sure is. And Zoe Brooks did a good job at just remaining composed when that happened.
Oxon with the lead after the fall from Bolus. Taylor Riley. And now Southeastern and Scarsdale moving up into 3rd and 4th. Bolus moves back to 4th. I believe that's Scarsdale in 2nd now, then Southeastern in 3rd.
Oxon Track Club leading. Southeastern in 2nd, then it's Scarsdale, and then
Taylor Riley, Addison Smith, and Shannon Kelly. And actually, that's Maggie Powers on the anchor with 1 lap remaining here in this 800.
Oxen Track Club still leading, courtesy of Taylor Riley. Addison Smith from Southeastern is in second, and in Scarsdale is Shannon Kelly. That's your top 3.
Oxen looking to close here in the final stages of the 200. And looking to secure a spot in the top 6. And top 6 will be on the All-American stand in the podium. As Scarsdale fighting with Southeastern, trying to keep up with Oxen here into the final straightaway.
With about 70 meters left to cover, but she's got company behind her from
Oxen, Scarsdale onto the outside. Scarsdale trying to pass by Oxen, trying to respond. It's going to be Oxen across the line first. 4:02.18 to 4:02.25. As Oxen prevails in section 7, with Taylor Riley closing in 2:14.10. And Scarsdale's Shannon Kelly closed in 2:12.14. Another great leg we saw right there. I think it's the 3rd or 2nd fastest time of the day. But Oxen taking section 7 with 2 more sections remaining. So looking at section 8 right now, the Eastern Regional Gators, Gilderland, Black Knight Elite, Burt Hill, South Dade Express, NWTC, and then Framingham in 9. Won't see Gators in lane 3. Section 8. One more after this one to conclude our championship girls sprint medley. And moving well on the outside in 7 is South Dade Express Track Club. An early statement from them as they hand off first here on the 200.
You never sleep on the athletes from Florida at all. They are different down there. Florida has produced tremendous athletes over the years. I mean, we're going to see Christian Miller out of Florida later on. But South Dade Express just gapped the field. Are they in the right heat? Oh no, we ended up getting
bad
a
exchange, and
baton.
she sees it too.
That's tough. That was tough. It was a little bit of, maybe she thought it was in her hand, but it was not. But they were able to recover. I'm not really sure with the rules in terms of like if it rolls out of your lane, but that was tough to see.
And there's chaos unfolding here in these relay races. Saw Bullis fall onto the rail, and then South Dade Express bobbles the baton, but still regains the lead here. And in an instance like that, are you trying to grab the baton, or as the athlete handing the baton off, are you handing it off and making sure that it gets into the hand?
It's like sometimes you think that it already is in your hand, but then your teammate lets go of it too soon. And then even just with all of the mix-ups, you end up and athletes just tripping on each other at this point. But even with all of the mix-ups and everything, that wastes energy. And you could see that affecting South Dade Express for sure now.
They had all the momentum in the world until that 400 exchange, and now they're in 5th place right now. As we're looking at Eastern Regional Track Club in 1st. as the rest of the field start to hunt them down, including South Dade Express moving up into third.
Four teams queued up behind them.
Just right behind Eastern Regional is Burnt Hills Track Club with Alexander O'Rourke on the anchor. It's Natalie Dumas for Eastern Regional. And Burnt Hills into the lead for the first time on the bell lap.
Right, so we need a 69 high.
And O'Rourke moving just ahead of Dumas.
0218.
Again, Dumas trying to see if she can reel herself back in here as they hit the backstretch.
Now this is section 8 and 9. So now a lot more of these times will be trying to stick in the top 6. And it looks like she's turning on the jets now. She's trying to distance herself. Her stride is opening up a little bit.
Commanding lead she's built upon here after the first 400. And it'll be Burnt Hills Track Club across the line. Keep an eye on the clock. 3:56.73. And they just set a meet record.
Oh, wow.
Besting Gilderland's time of 3:57.66. And it's also a U.S. #1. So 3:56.73. All right, so could we potentially see a champion not be in the last section, but in the second fastest section? It's happened before in other national championship meets. And again, this is why you race. It's not necessarily what section you're in, but we'll see what section 9 has to offer now. The pressure is on for all of them. So we start here out in lane 9. You're looking at the team from St. Louis Tribe with Delaney Brinker on the leadoff leg, then Raven Thomas, Layla Murray, and Aaliyah Rogers on that team. And they're on the outside in 9. This is lane 8. McNamara Mustangs saw their boys team take care of it. In the championship field, Sophia Gaskins, Anelia Castro, Justice McDaniel, Amber Wimbish. Motor City Track Club, lots of their contingent here this weekend. Carrie Vinoy, Morgan Roundtree, Nevaeh Burns, and Kylie King. Purple Track Club, Maya Rawlings, Natalie Mello, Sylvia Sinoke, DeFallo, and then the very fast Rachel Forsyth on the 800 leg. This is Lake Creek with Sydney Spikerman, this is Maggie Orchak, Sydney Spikerman, Addie McColes, and Haley Johnson. Freedom Track Club, Ariana Thomas on the leadoff leg with Amanda Boating, Nyla Estrella Anderson, Passam Jones, and then IMG Academy out of Florida, Julian Warner, Zenji Washington, Tyler Lowe, and Aurora Bertelson del Solar. And just saw the meet record fall by Burnt Hills in Section 8, 3:56.73. This is supposed to be the championship race right here. But again, as I mentioned, we could see the winner come from the second fastest section. The girls' championship sprint medley underway here at Franklin Field. Again, IMG Academy, Freedom Track Club, Lake Creek, Purple Track Club, Motor City, McNamara Mustangs, and St. Louis Tribe.
And this one is going to be fast. I mean, they just saw a meet record happen in the heat right before them, so they are gunning for something right now. And that's Motor City Track Club handing it off flawlessly and in first, but keep your eye also on lane 9 out there, St. Louis Tribe as well.
Motor City Track Club trying to make it the staggered here as they go into the 400 leg. That's Morgan Roundtree. As Motor City will hand off first, followed by St. Louis Tribe. And then there's IMG Academy on the inside in lane 2. But a battle is on between Motor City and St. Louis Tribe.
And her stride is just so long, but coming in from that inside lane, that's IMG Academy. It can get pretty difficult for those athletes in the outside lanes. You can't see the ones in the inside. You don't really know until you merge. So it's very possible that Motor City did not see her, but she now is in the lead on this 400 leg. And still increasing.
Yeah, that's Tyler Lowe for IMG Academy. Just ahead of Motor City is Nevaeh Burns from the Detroit team. As the Florida squad pulling well ahead, as it'll be Aurora Bertelsen del Solar on the anchor. Again, keep an eye on Purple Track Club. That you're going to see Rachel Forsyth now on the 800 leg, the future Michigan State Spartan who already ran 2:03 this season back in Michigan.
Motor City already tried to, and is doing, closing in that gap and just staying right there on her heel. We saw her speed up, and then she let off just to let IMG know that I'm here and I'm right behind you.
IMG, Motor City, Freedom, McNamara Mustangs, and then hunting them down is St. Louis Purple and Lake Creek. They're single file now heading into the final lap, a championship on the line here in the girls sprint medley relay. You see Rachel Forsyth back there in 6th, just about 40 meters behind the lead pack.
You can see in Kylie King's face, she's trying to calculate when she should go in for the pass. It's always pretty risky to pass on a curve, but when you're doing it as you're coming off of the curve, slinging into the straightaway, then that's the perfect time, and that's exactly what she did, but she needs to watch out for the Mustangs coming up as well.
3 teams still in the hunt for a national title here with less than 250 meters to go. Motor City, McNamara, IMG. McNamara looking to make it a sweep here after watching their boys win, but Motor City starting to pull away here in the end. That's Kylie King for Motor City. Again, the meet record set back in Section 8, 3:56.73. The race is on now against the clock. They can see it, a meet record in sight, and it's Motor City on top once again. 2:09.64 by Kylie King on that anchor leg. Gives Motor City not only a meet record and a U.S. #1, but a national title.
And they are so happy with the win. They ran that race perfectly from start to finish. Even from the very beginning, Carrie Van Noy set them up really well, and Morgan Roundtree really started to make it known that we are going to be leading for this race. Nevaeh Burns, a solid 400 run from her as well. And then Kylie King, she rounded it out. She sat on IMG Academy's heel, and she decided to go in. Now let's take a look at the replay here. That's Carrie Van Noy, actually. And then they handed it off to the 400 leg here. That's Nevaeh Burns. She fell behind to IMG Academy, but Kylie King got right up on IMG the whole time and sat there until it was time to pass, which was going off of the curve, and then she ended up gapping them. because she wanted that national title, and she got it. And a U.S. #1 at that. 3:54.95 for Motor City Track Club out of Detroit, Michigan. She's super happy with that one.
And an impressive 2:09.64 to close that last 800 meters. And as I said, from Section 8, the tone was set, and Motor City delivered once again, and is going to bring home a national champion back to Detroit in the girls' sprint medley championship. And at some point, get the chance to talk with Canadian Olympian Kate Van Buskirk. But we'll step aside right here as the next competition will be out on the track, will be the middle school 200 prelim rounds. And thanks for tuning in here to New Balance Nationals Outdoor right here on runnerspace.com. Take a break. Back with more here from the city of brotherly love.
All right, the next event on the track is the heptathlon 800 meters. But before we get to that, we're going to turn it over to Kate Van Buskirk.
All right, let's head back into the infield here with our national champions, Motor City Track Club Sprint Medley Championship.
Well, this has got to be sweet glory for this quartet. The City Track Club out of Oak Park, Michigan. And these four girls have had this coming for a while. You can hear the appreciation in the stadium. So second at New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year, second at New Balance Nationals Indoors this year, and finally gold in a new meet record and a national lead. So leading things off, Carrie Van Noy, you had a lot of pressure as the first runner. How'd you feel coming in?
I felt confident. I felt confident with my team, but I know it was important for me to get out and run, get my team a lead as much as I could.
You got out strong, you got things kicked off well, handed off to Morgan Roundtree, and you just kept that energy going. You're all smiles. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. This is the last SMR I'm going to be on with my team, so I'm just really happy we went out and did good.
That's a big deal. All right, just like the boys, I'm going to come get cozy in between you. Ms. Nevaeh Burns, you were third runner, and you are also all smiles. Do you have other events this weekend as well?
Yes, I have the 400, the 4x4, and for 200.
Busy weekend. Oh, to be young. Well done. And then kicking things to the finish line in a new meet record and a national lead, Ms. Kylie King. Congratulations. What was going through your mind knowing what was on the line?
Well, I got the baton. I heard my coach, he said, run smart. So I ran smart.
Ran smart, ran strong. Congratulations to the Motor City Track Club, the winner of the Championship Girls SMR.
U.S. national lead, a meet record, and a national title. It sounds like it's been in the making the last 2 years with this group, especially finishing runner-up in this event last year. So congratulations to the group from Michigan and getting the job done. So we turn our attention, before we hit the 200s, we'll finish up the multis competition of the day. You see our current standings through 6 events. This will be the 7th and final event. It will be the 800, a race that everyone just wants to get over with. See, Yulia Masluskaya with 4,206 points. It's a close competition, just separating by 25 points from first and second. So lots could happen here in this 800. So our leader, Maslukaya, representing IMG, is on the outside in the back right now, wearing the all blue. The current leader right now is Duncan. Asia Duncan from Bloomfield Track Club. Duncan currently in 7th with 3,821 points. And there you see our leader in 5th right now at 4,206 points. And right at the bell lap, that's Dana Spoor.
She's in third in the pink singlet and the black shorts. So Avery Miller is 25 minutes behind overall leader Julia.
So Spoor in 12th overall with 3,467 points.
Spectators' point of view, this could work out in the color. So Avery Miller is currently about 3 seconds.
Trying to finish strong here and collect at least one win
So those are our two
of the 7 events.
Avery Miller has to beat Matt Fliskaya by about 2.5 seconds in order to close a longer.
That's Avery Miller in 3rd place right now, who's currently 2nd overall with 4,181 points. And it's not just based on what the time you run, it's based on the point system.
She's going to get the overall win surely. She has to beat Matt Fliskaya, who's fading very rapidly down the home stretch by about 2.5 seconds.
As it will be Spoor across the line, then Miller, our 2nd place finisher.
He's going to be your national champion.
And Avery Miller from Come From Behind Fashion is going to win the national title.
Avery Miller.
5,057 points, 216.17 to get 876 points. And she pulls ahead of Yulia Maluskaya of IMG Academy, finished with 4,992 points. So Miller did just enough to capture the heptathlon title. Here you see on your screen, though, Dana Spoor, who won the 800. And she goes up to 6th overall and gets All-American honors with that finish. With 892 points, so great finish by her. And a clutch performance to get onto the podium stand.
Julia Maslskaya, 2nd overall, 4,993 points for 222.77. And 3rd place overall was
And Avery Miller, 5,057 points, your heptathlon champion. Yulia Maluskaya in 2nd, 4,992 points. And then Sarah Dumas, 4,825 points. As the points keep getting shifted, so actually rather than Spoor being 6th, she moves down to 9th, and actually it's Sam Mancini, 4,511. There's Avery Miller, our national champion in this heptathlon. 2 long days. And the prize for it, a national title for the Bullseye running athlete. It's the first round of the boys middle school 200. It'll be the top 8 overall times advancing on. Does not matter if you win your heat. You have to finish within that top 8. And there will be 10 heats here to put together that 8-person final. See a couple of empty lanes. So see Rye Jones, Chase Hoover, Isaiah Vickers, Jari Pierre, and Eric Bryant.
On the track now, heat number 1 of the middle school boys 200.
And a very good start on the inside from Isaiah Vickers of Tallahassee. Zoom was not able to make it through in the 100 and trying to see if he can claim a spot in the 200 final, as he's well ahead of the rest of the field and will cross the line in an easy win. 23.71.
Isaiah Vickers, 23.71. Heat number 1.
As he'll take heat 1.
Setting their blocks now, heat number 2.
24-20 for Chase Hoover.
Gambone, Wielding, Schroeder, Jones, Huff, Imperial, Bent, and Serrano.
From the inside out in Heat 2, James Gambone, Ian Wilding, Winston Schroeder, Malachi Jones, Daniel Hoff, Wesley DiPerio, Lawson Banks, and Jacob Serrano. Daniel Hoff off for the turn into the home straightaway in first for St. John Striders. And it's 22-66 for Daniel Huff, winning by almost a second. And it's a meet record for Daniel Hoff. Just blows past Faded Brown's 22-76. Just an 8th grader, 22-66, winning by almost a second over Winston Schroeder. And it's the preliminary round, just the top 8 overall times advance on. The current bubble time, 24:32. Here now for Heat 3. You have Brock Newcomb, Elijah Kalam-Idin, Xavier Twyman, Quintez Grimes, Caden Clark, Nimani Roberts, and Grant Guys White. Quinten Grimes won the 100 last night. Looking to chase down another meet record. Got 21:83 for Grimes as he bests Daniel Hoff's time, 22:66. That's another meet record in back-to-back days. 21:83 for Quintez Grimes, looking to see if he can complete the 100-200 sweep. Just through 3 heats with 7 more heats remaining. The 8th grader from Georgia. With an impressive time, 21:83. Again, Grimes ran 11:01 last night, also a meet record in the 100. Look to complete that 100-200 sweep. We see heat 4 now. That's Caden Garvin out of South Carolina in 6. Now he'll be floating around 23:75. It converts to 23:73. Garvin moves to 8th overall. He's currently the bubble time now.
South Carolina, 23:73.
Grimes again, 21:83, and that meet record not only set today but also yesterday in the 100, 11:01, close to a sub 11 performance. And what makes it more impressive with Grimes is he ran right into a headwind, a negative 0.5 meter per second. Not a super crazy headwind, but still nice little breeze going into his face.
Williams, Holmes, Silva, Thomas, LeMay, and Chandler.
Lane 6 is Ramar Thomas of Metro Cobras. 22:36, also battling a headwind throughout the entire day. And Ramar Thomas now moves up into 2nd. So far, 3 boys have been under the meet record. And highlighted by Quintez Grimes running 21:83. That meet record, 22:76, has since been done 3 times. And we still have 5 more sections to go. Here we go with Heat 6, Elijah Jones, Antonio Jeter, Moses Kim, Solomon Cobbs, Leighton Anderson, Keon Ali, Raymond Maldonado, and James Wu.
A quick one coming off the turn.
Off the turn in lane 7 is Ali. Keon Ali from New Jersey. 23:15, 23:17 it changes to. That puts him to 5th overall. Leighton Anderson, 23:46, and then Raymond Maldonado, 23:63. Puts him at the 8th and final spot and currently holds the bubble time with 4 more heats remaining.
This is heat number 7 of 10, setting their blocks now.
Heat 7 of 10. Got different Gardner in 1. Excuse me, 3. Isaiah Cameron in 4. Jordan Etheridge in 5. Basilis Oshegbo in 6. Aaron Bell in 7. And then Jonathan Lee out in 9. Very good start from the inside. That's Oshegbo of Owings Mills Track Club. And that bubble time is at 23:63. And Oshegbo, 22:85. That moves him into 4th. Arden Bell, 23:71, puts him at 11th overall here in the prelim. So through the first round standings, again, Quintus Grimes at 21:83 still out front, and then Winston Schroeder now the new bubble time at 23:63. Here we go with Heat 8. D'Angelo Ford, Ryan Mazza, Xavier Pabon, Jeremiah Davis, Tyler Mathis, Mason Proctor, and Amos Payne. On the inside on the outside, I should say, in lane 6, that's Davis. Jeremiah Davis in second, 23:04.
Jeremiah Davis, 23:04.
Tyler Mathis, 23:33. He's now the new bubble time. He's 8th overall.
23:33.
Jeremiah Davis taking Heat 8, 23:04. That puts him 6th overall. And wind legal plus 1.6 meters per second. Two more heats remain. This is the 9th heat. You're looking at Daniel Slater, Zach Bryce, Chase Mellon, Kenneth Adams, Dominic Kozlowski, Isaiah Christian, Talon Anderson, and Axel Isaro. And inside out, Slater, Bryce, Mellon, Adams, Kozlowski, Christian, Henderson, and Asaro. And a commanding lane from Henderson on the outside in 8. But emerging on the inside too is Christian and Kozlowski. And it'll be on the outside in lane 9. Lane 8, that is Talon Henderson. He moves to 8th overall. 23:32. So a win in Heat 9 for Henderson moves them into the top 8 and now just awaits what Heat 10 will bring. And here's the overall standings for the prelims. It's based on those top 8 overall times and not based on how you do in your heat. As we look at the last competitors in Heat 10 of 10, this middle school boys 200 prelims. So far, seen those 3 boys that are in the top 3 right now, Grimes, Thomas, and Hoff, all dipped under the previous meet record of 22-7. Tenth and final heat underway. It's Young, Chifo, Long, Page, Kuto, Rassaforte, and Miller.
Our 10th and final heat trying to earn their spots in the final. Looking to run faster than 23:32.
It's Page right there in the middle in 6th, Trey Page. And he'll do just enough to move into the top 8. 23:03. And he finishes 6th overall in the preliminary round. Spencer Long, 23:45 for 11th. And then you see the list of the athletes that are now able to move on to the final. Quintez Grimes with that meet record performance, 21:83. And then Ramar Thomas, Daniel Hoff, Basilis Oshegbo, Caden Clark, Trey Page, Jeremiah Davis, and Keon Ali, that 8th and final spot. It is your top 8 for the middle school boys 200-meter final. Now get set now for the prelims of the girls middle school 200 meter. It'll be just 7 heats. As we get going now here with the girls section, the first round. Outside in lane 8 is Peyton G from Motor City Track Club. Trying to run her down. Right next to her is Peyton Richardson of the Wildcats. But it's Peyton G across the line for his 25:38. As she'll take heat 1 with 6 more races remaining. The meet record in this one, 24:86 by Skylar Cunningham. ATL Zoom from last year's meet. So Peyton G 25:38, then Richardson 25:51, and Maria Harley 26:03 for 3rd in heat 1. With the inside out for Heat 3, Milika Gobek, Aaron Scott, Lena McKendry, Malaya Dwyer, Malia Arpin, Jada Harper, Daphne Opiso, and Ariana Ramsey. So around the turn, they go into the home straightaway. That's lane 6. That's Mela Arpin of Acceleration Nation. And it's 24:59. So long, Skylar Cunningham. A meet record has fallen, and it belongs to Melee Arpin. (24:59) winning just by over a second. Daphne Obispo finishing in 25:65. Try to follow that with Heat 3 right here. Charlie McKee, Bailey Maddox, and a second gun goes off. And we'll see what the officials have to say. And it looks like there'll be a yellow card out. So just a warning for the athletes. They'll just stay right there. The officials will chat with her about what happened exactly. But again, just a warning. One more false start by the same athlete or some sort of movement, and it disqualifies her. On the inside out, Charlie McKee, Bailey Maddox, Cameron Daly, Zoe Orlando, Demaya Porterfield, Shyla Boatstun, Amara Rango. It's Cameron Daly of the Raleigh Wildcats trying to follow what Malay Arpin did in 24:59 for a meet record. And look at the clock right there, 24:71 converts to 24:68. Moves her to second overall, and was also under Skylar Cunningham's previous meet record. Malay Arpin still out front, 24:59, with 4 more heats remaining. See the athletes in their lane assignments on the lower left hand of your screen. Very good start on the outside in lane 6. That's Parker Coast out of the Bolus School. Won the 100 yesterday in meet record time in 11:87. And no surprise, the meet record falls once again to Parker Coast, 24:42 for the 8th grader from the Bolus School. The 24:42 Parker Coast setting another meet record, the 2nd consecutive day after winning the 100 last night in 11:87. And punches her ticket perhaps to the final. See on the screen right now, Heat 5. Out of the block strong in lane 7. That's Jordan Parham of S&E, but making up the stagger as they hit the home straightaway now. is Olivia Ackpin from Maximum Speed Track Club as she passes by in lane 6 in 24.94. As Olivia Ackpin will take heat 5 in 24.92. See the results from heat 5. Jordan Parham 25.17 for second. Current bubble time sits at 25.51 for Peyton Richardson. You see the compiled standings through the prelim round, the first round. We have 2 more heats remaining. Six girls, lane 5 open. 25.51 to get into the top 8. From the inside out, Kyra Chamber-Reed, Celeste Bailey, Jasmine Jackson, Ella Petrosky, Sadaya Gibson, and Nwacha Adebuleme. Out strong in lane 7 is Petrosky. Catching up to her, Jasmine Jackson on the inside for Winslow Elite in 25.54. It actually changes to 25.51. She moves into the top 8. Just a couple of thousandths of seconds ahead of Peyton Richardson. And brings us to the 7th and final heat of our prelim round here in the middle school girls 200. And the first round standings, Jasmine Jackson slides into the 8th. And the 7th final heat underway. Very good start in lane 6. Trigelle Campbell of Acceleration Nation. Trying to punch her ticket into the final against top 8 overall times, advance on. And it's 24.61. That moves her up to 3rd overall. And she'll be on to the final. Francesca Justin, 25.72 for 13th overall. So within that prelim section alone, we saw 4 girls dip under the meet record set by Skylar Cunningham in 24.86. So you see the results, the athletes advancing on: Parker Coast, Melee Arpin, Giselle Campbell. Now let's turn to the infield with our champion of the girls heptathlon, Avery Miller with Cape Van Bursper.
Avery Miller. Is my mic on? There we go. Hello, Avery Miller, my goodness. So you went into the last event of the HEP, the 800, 25 points down. You knew that you had to run a new PR in order to cinch the win, and you were able to do that. What in the world was going through your mind ahead of that 800?
I just knew that, again, like you said, I knew what I had to run. So going into it, I just know that I needed to trust my training and just get through. I just knew that I could be mentally tough enough, and I knew push through.
And you absolutely were. This is astounding, folks. This was not only your first ever New Balance Nationals, it was your first ever heptathlon, and she won. Championship winner in her first ever multi-event competition. So I'm sure it's not going to be your last. What was the hardest event?
The hardest event was most definitely the hurdles, because going into this competition, I had only ran it twice before. So yeah, it's my 3rd time running it, so yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, again, your first HEP won't be your last. You're only a junior. You have another year ahead of you. Congratulations, Avery Miller, winner of the Championship Girls Heptathlon.
First-time champion and first-time heptathlete as well. Retire at this point, Avery Miller. Just take the trophy and run away. You look over the Penn Medical Center and looking at those heptathlon standings. Avery Miller, 5,057 points. It was really that 800 that pulled her out front, finishing just ahead. The young lady from ING. We get set now for the championship first round of the boys 100 in the high school division. There'll be 3 rounds in total. This is just the prelim to get into the semifinal. And there'll be 13 heats contested. Just about to start here momentarily as the athletes just ready behind their blocks and set to go. And those are tuning in. We welcome inside Franklin Field here on day 2 of the New Balance Nationals Outdoor Championships. Keenan Gray alongside the former Texas Longhorn Serenity Douglas. Joining us back now for 100-meter coverage, the championship portion. I know we won't see Christian Miller in this first round, at least. We'll get a chance to see him later on today. I know Kerry Tollefson and Tom Fuhr will have the call on that one, but it'll be exciting to see what this race has to offer and just presenting for that semifinal round coming up later today.
Absolutely, Keenan. We won't see Christian Miller in this first heat, but we have U.S. number 2, U.S. number 3. So the talent is still prevailing, although Christian Miller is not in this heat exactly. We're going to keep our eye on lane 5. That's a Johnny Dwyer. He's a Penn State commit. So technically this is his home now. And we're going to see what he has. He has a PR of 10:27 for this prelim round.
Right there in the all white with the white long sleeve.
And immediately he went through his dry phase. He's lifting his knees all the way through the line. Now this is just a prelim, but he's running it similar to a final into a headwind, negative 1.0, 10:49. Obviously he gets the big Q for this first round.
Johnny Dwyer, 10:49, and from wire to wire finish, like you said, just driving the knees, was right out of the blocks from the start. And Marlon Newsome, 10:63, and then Andre Clark, 10:69. You see now they just win this race, you get to move on to that semifinal round.
And what I love to see about this championship round now is that, we can put colleges on some of these athletes. They have committed somewhere, such as a Johnny Dwyer from that last heat. He's a Penn State commit. Penn State has kind of come out of nowhere in the sprints most recently. They just produced Chikana Chouari. He won the 200-meter dash in NCs not too long ago. So I know Dwyer feels pretty good about that one, seeing his school do well on a national stage like that as we head into Heat 2. We're going to keep our eye on, oh, just kidding. Malachi James looks like he's scratched. He was out of New Jersey. He just won the Meet of Champions not too long ago, 2 days ago actually, signed to Syracuse, but he will not be in this section for section 2 out of 13.
Only 5 athletes, including IMG's Dylan Woldriff right there in lane 6. And a little bit of a jump from the Carroll athlete, Desmond Starks. Officials will come together and chat about it. Looks like either a yellow card or, at this point, has a red card in his hand. And it's just green card all around. So everyone's happy. Everyone's going to be staying. No disqualification. But again, a little bit of a hesitation from Starks at the beginning. So those nerves are starting to kick in. So see David Chang, Starks, Woodruff, Josiah Persinger, and Perry Williams here for Heat 2. An even start between these 5 boys. The South Lake Archbishop Carroll Starks emerging on, but nope. Looks like Persinger on the outside of Ball Out Track Club in 7. And it was Perry Williams, 10:61. They're in the big Q. Heat 3, only 4 athletes. And another jump right there, and he knows it too. The official going to the cards and a red card. So that young man, that was D'Angelo Brooks of Blythewood Elite, his day comes to a close. See what the officials have to say, and they confirm it is a red card, so his day comes to a close.
That's so tough to see, especially on this level. And they're still young guys, and you traveled this far, but nerves really do get the best of you sometimes. You try to anticipate that gun, which is what you can't do, but then you also don't want to sit in the blocks too long either because you want to get a good start. So now there's only 3 guys in Heat 3.
Gallen, McCollum, and Akabi During after the false start by Brooks. Again, win your heat and advance on to tonight's semifinal. Bit of a slow start in lane 3, but McCollum with a great start out in lane 5. It's all Sean McCollum across the line first, 10:56. During that qualifier into the semifinals, and not necessarily happy about the time, but still gets the big Q.
A lot of these athletes are coming in to, of course, set personal records. And you also have to think about, I mean, he's a native from Pennsylvania. He could get PA #1 if he wanted to. And a lot of these athletes as well are trying to get their state #1 time. He probably just didn't even like the way he executed that race, maybe even satisfied with the time. It's kind of hard to tell. Like we were saying earlier, Keenan, sprinters are really dramatic. So it's kind of hard to tell what they really care about and what they don't.
Sometimes distance runners can be dramatic as well, but that's a different circumstance. Obviously, we're talking about the sprints at this point. So you said it, not me.
Yeah, I'll say it. You know, you said your piece in the beginning. I have now been woken up for these sprinting events. We're in the afternoon now. I got some things to say.
So Heat 4. See Makai Williams, Connie Smith, Amir Moad, Floyd Samuels Jr., Gabriel Scott, and then Christopher Johnson. Don't see anybody in lane 7. That was supposed to be DeMarcus Gaither.
Heat number 4, William Smith, Moa, Samuel Jr., Scott, and Johnson.
In lane 7, lane 6 is Gabriel Scott, 1050. That moves him to 2nd overall, but earns the big Q to move on to tonight's semifinal.
And unlike those final events that we saw earlier, this is just the first round. You know, so it doesn't go slowest to fastest in these heats. So you're going to see a lot of these breakout athletes possibly in the middle of the track, and then we're going to see them come back for the final later on.
Currently leading the way, 55 meters 16. That's 181 feet even.
So while they did receive the big Q, it will be the top 15 overall advancing on to the semifinals. So it'll be between those heats, I should say, 13 automatic big Qs, and then it'll be the next 2 fastest times, it looks like, at this point. And that current bubble time is at 10:83 for Elijah Amenra out of Virginia.
And keep your eye on the middle of the track here. Zamari Sanders. He's a sophomore. He set an all-time Florida record along with his 4x100 team of 39:39. He has a 10:27 PR, and he also is U.S. number 1 in the 200 with 20.5.
Lane 5 right there in the neon top.
And they are Webb, Johnson, Sanders, Adams, Rumick, Johnson,
And it's Sanders emerging from the rest of the field there across the line in 10:40. Now 10:36. Really good run right there by the sophomore as he moves up to number 1 here through the qualifying rounds.
And I love the audible gasp after you saw the time in the stadium. I don't know if the people on the broadcast could hear it as well, but I mean, that's track for you. When you put down a fast time, you get those types of reactions. We're going to see a matchup between him and Christian Miller later on in the 200 as well. So he has a lot to look forward to. He's also out of Florida, so definitely some rivalry going on there. 10:36 for Zamari Sanders. Very fast time.
And this is just like I said, the qualifying rounds to get into the semifinals. So you can only expect what's to come during the semifinals, especially when he gets a chance to race Christian Miller, assuming that they're either matched up or perhaps in the final, set to take place later these next couple of days. See section, or heat 6, I should say, we'll have all 8 lanes filled. Denver Tucker of IMG Academies right there in 2. Jordan Gross in 3. Everton Brown in 4. Joshua Howell in 5. Jake Odie Jordan in 6. Gabe Lavrone in 7. James King in 8. And then Joshua Dean out in 9. Archbishop Carroll's Jordan emerging from there. And it's 10:38, almost close to matching Sanders' time of 10:36. And does enough to move on out of Heat 7 of the qualifying rounds, or Heat 6.
Now, Jake Odie Jordan out of Archbishop Carroll. They're in Washington, D.C. He was the New Balance Nationals indoor 200-meter champion of 20.6. And he's entering the 200 as well, so we're going to see him, Miller, Sanders. Is going to be good. And his PR is actually 10.40. That's probably why he's really happy about that time. He just had an immaculate start, and he carried it all the way through the finish. He also has a pretty long day ahead of him, a long weekend ahead of him, actually, with great competition as well, as he heads back to the warm-up area to probably cool down and get ready for the tough races he has.
Busy weekend, especially with the Archbishop Carroll team having all sorts of relays here and vying for those national championships. They're also one of the top squads when they faced against all the Jamaican schools that were here for the Penn relays. At least the top American school in one of the respective relays. See each 7 lane assignments. Another jump, and it was the Carroll athlete, Demille Bostic, in lane 8. You saw the hesitation. And a red card comes out, so he finds his day come to a close and will walk away. Second disqualification here in the qualifying rounds.
And that's tough to see, especially from these young athletes. You know, you just saw your teammate, Jake Odie Jordan, just go, and then another Archbishop Carroll teammate right behind him as well. Hopefully these athletes are able to just rechannel their calmness and do not anticipate that gun.
Let's get 2 false starts so far, with 6 more heats remaining in qualifying. Clean start this time. 5 and 6. It's too close to tell as they await the results, and it was Jonathan Walrath. 10:55. And Joshua Onwuli, 10:56. Just 0.05 of a second off of Walrath's time of 10:55.
And it was so tight coming across that line, which can be just really tough in the prelims. You know, you might want to relax because this is only the first round, but not all these athletes can relax. They're trying to make it to that semifinal. And that time puts him at 8th right now. Top 16 makes it. I say he's comfortable, but there's still a lot of heats to go, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Kari Milks in 2, Charlie Garcia not there in 3, and then there's Dylan Carter in 4, Janelle Harris in 5, Isaac Chandra in 6, Jake Mashinak in 7, and Paula Jai out in 8, and then no Avion Edwards Pla out in 9. A very good start in lane 5, and an easy win. We wait to see those. Janelle Harris, 10:52. And that's our 8th automatic qualifier on to the semifinals. Isaac Chandra, 10:58, currently 12th overall.
And you see him dapping up his competitors from Archbishop at the end there. I mean, these athletes race each other all the time. Especially, look, these DMV athletes love coming to New Balance. So they see each other all the time. He's out of North Carolina, but I'm sure he has raced all the guys from Bishop Carroll before, especially if he's been coming to these New Balance meets. So all the camaraderie, all the way up until it's the semifinals and the finals at least.
You think with meeting them at the state championships, you get sick and tired of racing them all the time, but, you know, hey, we'll meet them again at the national championships.
Well, you know, I feel like they are sick and tired of seeing them. But when the race is over, you can be cool. You can give them a dap up. It's cool then. But when we're on the line, it's a different story.
Seven racers, nobody in lane 5. It's supposed to be Cole Isaac Kramer, who won the Knight Brooks PR Invitational in the 100 on Wednesday. In lane 3, we'll have the spotlight today, and that was Carson Edwards, 10:58. So without the Brooks PR Invitational champion, who was slated to compete in that race, he was not there, so it gave an opportunity for Carson Edwards to win. Carson Edwards, 10:58 with the big Q.
Yesterday we spoke about getting a big Q by what place you get, or getting that big Q just based on time alone. And this is from place. I mean, you get first place, you're going to the final. But then you might get put in one of those and get pushed down. These are still pretty, I will say. They can, you never off the get because you never know what type of heat that you're going to be in. So when in doubt, just win to get that automatic Q.
At this point, it doesn't matter about the time, like you said, just get the win and hope for the best moving forward in the semifinal, and then assuming you make the final as well. Bit of a blocks mishap. I believe that's lane 5. Like Antoine Hughes Jr. with the Mustang Track Club, which for whatever reason received a warning after he raised his hand and tried to have his blocks adjusted. So I don't understand that concept right there. And Hughes Jr., after the warning, will take heat 10 here. In 10:53. So I'll ask you this, Serenity. Why was the yellow card? In fact, even though he was trying to ask for help about his blocks.
Honestly, it seems like it was just a miscommunication, because I don't personally believe that should have been a yellow card, but maybe the official didn't see that he was raising his hand. Well, he saw it, but I have no idea why he gave him that yellow card. Definitely shouldn't have been a thing. But we shall see. And funny enough, Antoine Hughes Jr. has had some issues with is it a false start, is it not? A year ago, because he's run at New Balance Nationals indoors before. But, I mean, just stay real patient in the blocks. That's how you can remain the safest with this.
3 more races, including this one here in the qualifying rounds. And 3 more automatic spots up for grabs. Just get set in the blocks. Boss Hunters, Ian Colick, Hakeem Nelson, Corey McManus, Brandon Bennett, Tyson Pools, Ian Webster, and Parrish Hartley Jr.
And Brody Foster joins them over 3 meters 80.
Good start in lane 5. Here goes lane 4. That's Nelson. It's 10:71 with the automatic qualifier.
That was a little bit of a slower heat there. But like I said, if you win, you get the automatic qualifier. But then it pushes out some of the athletes who ran, let's say, 10.6. So that's where it could be pretty frustrating. So it's kind of hard to gauge which one or which side of the fence that you'd rather be on, by time or just by place.
You see right there on the screen the compiled standings, and even with the 10.71, he's sitting at 28th overall. He still earned the automatic qualifier, so he'll find himself in tonight's semifinal. So this will be the second to last one. Of course, one more remaining. Right there, laid forward, Jalen Lewis of Mandarin High School. Or excuse me, that's lane 5, Christian Miller. Well, we thought we were going to see him in the semifinal. Apparently, he's here in the qualification rounds as well.
Yes, Heat 12. The man, the myth, the legend is back out of Florida. He's a sprint phenom, UGA commit. 100 PR of 9.93. This is the time that we have just been referencing. That was the world lead for multiple weeks until maybe about a couple weeks ago when Oblique Seville out of Jamaica took it. But this is only a high schooler. He has the U20 American record, 200 meter PR of 20.51. He's entered in the 200 as well. He's a New Balance national outdoor winner in the 200. He's trying out for the Olympics in 2 weeks. And Keenan, get this, he's actually having a party for it, a watch party. As he should, because he's so young and he's trying out for the Olympics. We're going to see if he's able to pull it off.
Are we getting the invite? Are we going to Florida for this? I want to see this watch. I want to be at the watch party. Watch Christian Miller.
I'll meet you in Hayward to watch Christian Miller.
Perfect. I think that's the perfect scenario right there, because that's where we'll all be probably during the Olympic trials. So, but Christian Miller, I mean, it was into a headwind too, negative 2.4 meters per second. So it may look like a jog for him out there, but it was a nice little breeze in his face. The 13th and final heat of our qualification round here in the boys 100 meter championships from IMG Academy. That's Kane Stanley, another athlete from Florida who's had a great year, alongside Christian Miller. And it's 10.63 for Stanley, earning that big Q, and getting that final auto qualifying spot.
Well, I know we're on the 100. We're just wrapped up. But this makes me more excited for the 200 because a lot of these athletes, such as Kane Stanley, are entered in the 200. Christian Miller as well, Jake Odie Jordan, and now here are all the final cues. Keenan?
There you see all the automatic qualifiers and then the tiny little cues just based on time. Again, if you won your heat, you advance on to tonight's semifinal. And then it was within that top 23. If you ran anything under faster than 10:64, you have earned a little cue to also advance on to tonight's semifinal. So Zamari Sanders will take in the top time at 10:36. That race to be contested in just a couple of hours, as it's the girls' turn now here, just 10 heats. Again, same format, automatically qualify, you win your heat. And then it'll be the little cues within the top 24. Lane 5, Ryan Jennings of Chargers AC. In 11:57, just ahead of Taylor Aska of Union Catholic in 11:74.
Ryan Jennings out of New Jersey. She's called herself one of the geek athletes because she does really well in the classroom. And she said, well, you know, if I'm a 100 on the track, I got to be a 100 in the classroom too. And vice versa. She has an 11:33 PR. And I know she's pretty happy with that time. And she's entered in the 200 as well, so she's going to have to double back.
And the reason why they're called student athletes. School comes first and then sports second. Five girls here for Heat 2. Keep an eye on the middle at lane 4, Bobby Olive of Drive Face Track Club, as well as Mira Rasul of the South Dakota Express Track Club. Fair start here in Heat 2. As that's Olive, but no, on the inside in lane 2. Didn't even mention her name. That's Jayla Bailey, 11:83. And the young woman that represents Border City AC. So far, Jennings, Bailey with the big cues. And the rest of the field just waits as there's 8 more heats remaining here in this qualification round.
And I know we spoke so highly of Christian Miller, UGA commit for the 100s. We also got to shed some light on to Adeja Hodge. We'll see her in Heat 7 later on. She's another UGA commit as we head into Heat 2. Actually, Heat 3 out of 10. The championship girls 100-meter dash. But lots to look forward to.
We're going to see her teammate Deja Reed. She was supposed to be in lane 5. She is not there. Keep close tabs on Corbin Raston, Kira Davis, and Nyla Christian. And that's Kira Davis of Rough Cuts, 11:62. The second fastest auto qualifier so far to this point, and then Corbin Raston 11:94 for second.
I love the fiery red hair. Hopefully gonna signify some speed for her. I want to say she had blue hair in New Balance Nationals indoors, so it's kind of just become her signature now. And of course, the fancy New Balance uniform to top it all off.
11:57 for Jennings still out front, and then Davis second right now, 11:62 out of heat 3. Heat 4 now. Look closely at Shamar Holmes in 5. You see right there in the middle. And then Kimora Lee Williams of Trailblazers in 6. And it will be Williams with the top time so far, 11:54 during the big Q. And a very happy Kimora Lee Williams as well.
Shamel Holmes had a fantastic start. She stayed in that dry phase, didn't come up until about 40 in. She really pulled Kimora Lee Williams to that 11:54. So hopefully we're going to see Shamel Holmes as well into the semifinals, or we're just going to have to wait and see for her. Because it looks like Williams got the cue for this one.
Now I've reached the halfway point now. Heat 5, again, that top time so far, 11:54 from Kimora Lee Williams. At this point, the time to beat, if you haven't earned a auto qualifier, is 12:16. Got lane 4, Leah Vernado of Trailblazers, 11:77. To take heat 5. And second was Mia Flowers, 11:87. As well as Yana Daly, 11:87. Both tied at that. But Mia Flowers with just the slight edge.
Getting a nice little congratulations from Kimora Lee Williams there. Aaliyah Vernado, she ran a flawless race, really. And I'm not sure if it's because she's a little bit on the shorter side, but she drove, which is exactly how you're supposed to be in the 100. There's not much wind, but regardless, you got to stay in your dry phase. You can't just pop up. It's always good to just think of it like it's a plane. You come up gradually instead of just popping straight up right out of the blocks. You don't need to see anything yet. All you got to do is just run straight.
Heat 6. We got 7 athletes there. Closely at Ariana Griggs, Santo Iglo. And a jump right there in lane 5. You can see it.
Some movement for sure.
For the major impact track clubs in Wiglow.
Parker goes into the lead.
looks like her block slipped all the way back. We saw the same problem a couple weeks ago. Either her block slipped or something went on with the gun. But like I was saying, we saw this problem a couple weeks ago with the pros. They kept having a lot of block issues. So they ended up having to get some volunteers to stand on the back of their blocks. Still not really sure what happened with this race. They got a green card, which is good. But these ladies are just going to have to go again and apply that same force a second time.
Well, I was just looking at her lane. It looks like those blocks did slip a little bit back because they seemed a little bit further behind.
They
or maybe
are.
that's just the way
they
she's
are,
set.
but yeah, very similar to the Oregon style that they do.
Fair start the second time around. Close finish, but it is lane 5. Samto Iguilo from Major Impact Track Club out of Texas. 11:64 during the automatic qualifier.
And it could always be very difficult for these athletes to want to apply that same pressure, especially after a false gun, a false start sometimes. But you just have to remain focused. Like I keep saying, don't anticipate the gun, which is kind of a double-edged sword there, because you don't want to anticipate it, but you want to get out as soon as you hear it. Kind of with the Ben Johnson start there, start the same time as the gun. But I mean, this isn't a championship race, you know, where you see in the pros where they have the sensors. So I've been seeing a lot of movement in the blocks. Not too many false starts for the ladies, I will say, not like the men. That's usually how it goes anyway, though, all the way up to the pro level. But lots to look forward to, especially in this heat. We were speaking about her earlier, Adeja Hodge out of Mount Verde Academy. She's also a UGA commit. She has an 11:11 PR, 22:33 PR, and she's the New Balance Nationals indoor 200-meter champion. She got second in the 60 as well to Brianna Selby, but we'll see Brianna in this next heat.
It's not the only time we're going to probably see her race this summer, and hopefully she represents the British Virgin Islands at the Paris Olympics. You know, she ran with British Virgin Islands at the World Championships in Budapest last year and had a great time there, especially being the youngest competitor in that field. So keeping a close eye on lane 5. Great start by Hodge. And at this point, just driving. She can shut it down if she wants to, but 11:34 turns to 11:31. And no surprise, a meet record for the UGA commit. And it's only the qualifying round.
No surprise at all. For starters, I love that she represents her country always on her arm sleeve, at the same time as representing Mount Verde Academy in Georgia. But just from the very beginning, she's such a powerful runner, and she applies so much force to the ground. She's not the lengthiest runner, but her dry face is immaculate, and she gets out ridiculously hard. She kind of reminds me of like a mini Carmelita Jeter. I remember she had those strong arm muscles as well, and she has such a bright future ahead of her. Lots to look forward to. Excited to see her in the semifinal, and excited to see her in the 200 as well.
Obviously been a star since she was a sophomore. And she won the New Balance indoor national title in junior, I should say, in 2023, and especially took the world by storm when she ran that blazing time. I think it was believed as a U20 world record in that event as well at the track at New Balance in Boston. Special talent, and I'm sure her country is super proud of what she's accomplished so far. And again, we'll get a chance to probably see her at the Paris Games this summer in August. Lanes 5 and 6, that's Win and Kit, and it's Naya Kit of IMG Academy. And 11:43, very good time right there. Even with a nice little tailwind, 1.5 meters per second, that moves her to second overall and obviously gets the big Q.
She should be very happy with that run. She was getting a lot of pressure from her inside from Siani Nguyen. But like I said, she stayed down in her dry phase. She continued to push so that when it was finally time for her to come up, she was finally able to compete with Nguyen. With Nguyen, who had actually been up the whole time. And she was able to pull off that big Q in the Nguyen 11:43. She was really happy with that one.
See what she has left for the semifinal and the final.
Now time to beat at 11:87 to get in for a non-auto qualifier. And speaking of the New Balance Indoor Champion, she's right there in lane 2. Brianna Selby in the New Balance kit. Spoke highly of her, especially after she won the 60. And a lot of people were, I wouldn't say surprised, but they were like, okay, so there's somebody else on the sprint side that's as good as Adajah Hodge.
Absolutely. And the hope is to always translate it over to the 100 because the 60 is not a championship race outdoors. She's actually the 60-meter record holder of 7:19 as well. We're going to see how her last 40 will look.
An interesting position for her. Never really see her in lane 2, but just cruising away, and it'll be close. See what that time was for Selby, and it was 11:59, but a really competitive race right there from Sade Gray and Amira Naismith, as well as Vanessa Waite. That was a very fast qualifying round in that race right there. You could sense Selby was being pressed right there on the inside. Yes, go ahead and speak on that.
Yeah, she literally was being pressed. That's exactly where I was going with it. But she handled it with grace. There's a little bit of wind on her tail, but she was able to come away with the win. And like I was saying before, it's kind of difficult to translate that speed from 60 into the 100. It seems like it would be the same because, you know, all you do is just run straight. But that last 40 of a race is crucial. I mean, ask Kristen Coleman. It is crucial, that last 40. So for these athletes to have to put that together coming outdoors, it's going to be a tough race between her and Adajah Hodge, if permitted to be in the finals later on. You know, can't assume anything because this is track and field.
The 10th and final heat of this qualifying round. Again, one more spot up for grabs for that auto qualifier into tonight's semi. That's lane 5, Lisa Ray of West Warwick Track Club. And 11:27, 11:29, Adajah Hodge, you got some company now. And a meet record, Miss Lisa Ray out of West Warwick Track Club.
She for sure has some competition. And like I was saying, I mean, this is track and field, so you never really know. And that's actually a PR for her as well. That was an amazing run from her. I didn't see her stay down too long. She was ready to pop up and drive those knees. But that's a great run from her. We saw a meet record, and now we're seeing another one. Yeah, Adajah Hodge is going to have some company. And what's crazy is she already had some. If you can see her at the very top of your screen there's Adajah Hodge, and then at the bottom there's Lisa Ray.
11:29. It'll be the top time heading into tonight's semifinals. And again, it's those top 24 that advance on. Plus, obviously, the big Qs were the top 10 athletes, and then little Qs are the next 14 best non-qualifiers. But really an impressive run, and a big statement, actually, from Lisa Ray in 11:29. Sun's starting to set here at Franklin Field on day 2 of New Balance Nationals Outdoor. It's been a pleasure to have you all tuned in here. Me and Serenity Douglas will call it a day, but right around the corner, Tom Fewer and Carrie Tollefson will have the call for the rest of the championship portion from today. Thanks for tuning in for the morning/early afternoon session. We'll talk to you soon, back on Sunday.
Lydia Rossi with a big jump. Currently sitting at 7th. This is the day so far, 5 meters 30. Lydia Rossi moving to 6th, 5 meters 13. Madison Brown on the runway now. From tie, 5 meters 30. Lydia Rossi. Should be a jump better than 5:13 on this 10. Better than 5 meters 13 will break the tie in her favor. And the tie going in her favor, 5 meters 25. Madison Brown taking over 6th place. Eva Fanchi of Fast Track Club. Eva Fanchi of Fast Track Club, currently sitting at 3rd place. Best of the day so far, 5 meters 40 at 17 feet 8 3/4 of an inch. Fanchi into the pit for Fast Track Club. The middle school boys long jump matches rhythm. That's Thomas with the Metro Cobras. Excuse me, that was Winston Schroeder, the middle school from AMG Academy. Who's your current beat record holder and current leader, Parker Coes of Maryland. Parker Coes of Maryland, starting from 5 meters 90, 19 feet 4 1/4 inch. There'll be one competitive jump out after her. So she'll be looking to improve that mark of 5 meters 90. Help secure that win. Match her rhythm, Parker Coes going for gold in the middle school girls long jump. It's a big one for Parker Coes. Five meters 99, another new meet record for Parker Coes. Parker Coes, your meet record holder in the 200, and now the long jump. Lisa Calhoun of Lane 4 Track Club, the only girl that can stop her. Her 6th and final attempt. Took down the meet record with her second attempt. Parker goes, took it from on her fourth attempt, broke it again on her sixth attempt, and Calhoun answers with a 6-meter 02 jump. That's 19 feet.
And this one's going to be close as we head into the straightaway and things straighten out. So in lane number 6, Braden Labonte, and he just had a bobble there, and coming up very fast in lane number 3 to win it, that's Micah Hinton, 54.38. The time, Alexander Lambert from Bullis came up for second, 54.87. A little bobble there caused some problems. And again, these races get progressively faster as we move inexorably forward. There you can see the results on your scoreboard. Just want to welcome you all in from the iconic and historic Franklin Field on the eastern edge of the campus of the University of Pennsylvania, one of the elite academic institutions in the country, located in Philadelphia, one of our nation's great cities. Runner Space presents the late afternoon and evening session of day 2 of the New Balance Outdoor Nationals. I'm Tom Fewer. I'm joined by Carrie Tollefson here today, the pride of Dawson, Minnesota, the 2004 United States Olympic Trials 1,500-meter champion. A little bit more later after we get through this section number 2 as they move inexorably forward here in this New Balance National Track meet. Michael Wilkerson in lane 2, Luca Pisombono in 3, Vincent Nana and Julian Louise in 5, Gabe Harris in 6, Grayson Riggins in 7, Dylan Evans in 8, Logan Ecton in 9. 3 sophomores in the middle of the track, Louise, Harris, and Riggins in 5, 6, and 7. And we are off cleanly. We've got a pull-up already there in lane number 4, Vincent Nana. And in lane number 5, lane number 7, actually, Grayson Riggins, the sophomore from Pennsylvania, with the early lead. Riggins in 7. Little stutter step there. And they will straighten out here into the final home stretch. And he's got company. And in lane number 4, that's Nana back in it. Nana in 4, Louise in 5. They'll go 1-2. 54.33 for Nana. That now becomes the fastest time of the day. Nice recovery for this young man. 54.78 for Louise. And there are your 1-2 finishers in the second heat of 9 here in the 400-meter hurdles. Quite a story in the last heat will be Cade Swart of Tallahassee. He just finished 6th at the USATF Under-20 Championships in Eugene just a couple days ago. Had to fly across country to Philadelphia to get himself ready. And we'll be very excited to see him in that last heat. Both heat 8 and 9 are loaded with some excellent competitors. And we move now into heat number 3. From the inside, we'll have Mitchell Kisgin of Xavier Track Club. Dominic Bassi in 3. Jabari Armstrong in 4. Trevor Vaught in 5. Billy Johnson in 6. Leonardo Ignacio in 7. Will Jaden Smith in 8. And Jason Kaiser in 9. 54.33 the time to beat. Day 2. Afternoon/evening session. About 90 degrees here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Adjacent to the University of Pennsylvania campus, but there is cloud cover, which makes it a little bit more enjoyable out there. You don't have the sun beating down, and in addition to the 90-degree temperature. So from the inside, Kisgen, Bassey, Armstrong, Vaught, Johnson, Ignacio, Smith, and Kaiser. And going out very quickly in lane 4, Jabari Armstrong. There's a lot of twists and turns in some of these earlier heats. And Armstrong in 4 looks very, very confident, looks very good. Excellent hurdling form for that young man. Also getting out well in 9 is Kaiser of New Jersey. But Armstrong, if he can keep it together, is going to come out in the straight with the lead, but he's got some challenger here on the inside, Dominic Bassey. And it is Bassey in the green and Armstrong in the black. And what's it going to be? It's going to be Bassey in lane 3. And Bassey now at 53.72 with the fastest time of the day. Armstrong second at 53.93. Good job there by Amon at the end of that race. So what's on the menu for tonight in addition to what we're seeing now? In a word, variety. Highlighted by these long hurdles, 100-meter semis, the conclusion of the decathlon, the 4x2 and 4x8 relays, and concluding with some scintillating 2-mile races. Over the course of these next 3 days, we'll get a chance to see so many fine athletes as we get set now for section number 4. The Dave Alfano and Cooper Knowlton do such a great job of getting this meet moving. Anders Feltz in lane 2, Henry Goldsmith in 3, Gabriel McLaughlin in 4, Isaiah Washington in 5, Donovan Dixon in 6, Gabriel Murray in 7, Corey Greenfield in 8, Marcus McCoy of Union Catholic in 9. Gabriel McLaughlin is a scratch in lane 4, so he will not be there. Time to beat 53.72. And we're off and running from the inside. Feltz, Goldsmith, Washington, Dixon, Murray, Greenfield, and McCoy. Pretty even Steven here so far. And it looks like maybe a slight advantage in lane number 5 for Isaiah Washington. Washington in 5 in the white. And now moving up in lane 4, that's Henry Goldsmith from South Carolina. Goldsmith putting on a surge. And we come into the straight, some difficult negotiating that. Now also in lane 2, although he hit that hurdle poorly, Anders Feltz. But nevertheless, Feltz is going to come through. Wow, that was a wild race. Lots of twists and turns. Anders Feltz, 53.67 despite butchering, and I mean butchering that last hurdle. And he comes through in the tight confines of that lane number 2. That's a good performance by Anders Feltz. And that becomes the fastest time of the day. Although it is warm, that cloud cover really helps the athletes because you don't have the sun beating down on you. And look at the wind, which had been a problem yesterday, not too much today. So these conditions for sprinting are pretty ideal. And we move on now to heat number 5. And we have Joseph Book in 2, Bo Harkleroad in 3, Vederick Matthews in 4, Anders Langston in 5, Ashraf McClatchy in 6, Ethan Moody in 7, Kendrick Joshua in 8, and Owen Nevis in lane number 9. Kendrick Joshua, just a 10th grader from the Coastal Georgia Track Club. He's in the all red there. He's in lane number 8. The 5th of 9 heats, and as I say, the 8th and 9th heats should be pretty darn sensational. Historic and iconic Franklin Field. These athletes get to compete on here at the New Balance Nationals on a record tan track. Not too many record tan tracks in the United States. Nice to see one out there. And we had a little movement there in that race. One false start, and you are out. And red card going to Owen Nevis. He knew he did it. Little movement there. And so he'll be disqualified. So a reset can always be a little disconcerting for the remaining athletes. And reset the field, Book in 2, Harkle Road in 3, Matthews in 4, Langston in 5, McClatchy in 6, Moody in 7, and Joshua in 8. Nevis DQ'd and out of lane 9. And now we're going to have a little discussion among the officials here. So over the course of these next 2.5 days, we'll get a chance to see some of the biggest names and brightest stars in high school track and field, including national 2-time high school record holder Allie Zeeland, who's scheduled to face off head-to-head in a much-anticipated matchup against Sadie Engelhardt. More on that in a moment as we get back to the race here. If we get back to the race. They were called to their marks. Here we go. Guns up. All right, we're off and running. And out like a cannon in lane number 8, Kendrick Joshua, the 10th grader. Did he go out too fast? That's the question. Second from the inside, Bo Harkle Road in the gray, also moving quite well. Ooh, a big tumble there in lane number 6 by Ashraf McClatchy. That was a big tumble. And out in lane number 8, Kendrick Joshua got that nice start. Continues to plow along here. But as we make our way into the home stretch, what's going to happen? We've got another one coming out of here in lane 3, Harkle Road. Harkle Road, really nice. But he's got a challenge here in 7 from Moody, and Ethan Moody, the winner, 54.25. That's considerably slower than what we saw in the other heats. So Ethan Moody, while winning that race, does not have a time that is going to unseat Anders Feltz. As we move to heat number 6,
Lining up now, section
I say
6
8 and
of
9 are going to be really, really burners. So here we go into heat number 6. Xavier Fulks in 2. Kyer Lawson, who is only an 8th grader, in lane number 3, deciding not to run the freshman race. Well, he is 8th grade, so he's not a freshman. Tonavila Hicks in 4, John Deary in 5, Cartrell Moore in 6, Tyrone Summerall in 7, Jonathan Carter in 8, and Aiden Martinez in lane number 9. So we are in heat number 6. 8 and 9 are really going to be exciting, folks. And away cleanly. Have a couple scratches here, so let's reset it for you. From the inside, it's Lawson, the 8th grader. Hicks, Moore, Summerall, Carter, and Martinez. And it is Carter with a pretty substantial lead in the gray from the West Pembroke Pines Track Club. So Carter, second from the outside, with nothing but real estate ahead of him. Took that hurdle a little, shall we say, rough, but he's going to go wire to wire in this race, and he's going to win easily out of lane number 8, Jonathan Carter, and with the fastest time of the day. And that's a good time, 52.78. It's a very nice performance for Jonathan Carter. Again, the 400-meter hurdles is not run very much on a high school level. It's usually in the postseason meets like this. But Carter's time moves him to number 12 nationally this year. And that's a pretty superior performance for that young man. Fastest time in the nation amongst high schoolers. The high school record holder at the 300-meter hurdles, Vance Nilsson. He ran 50:23 yesterday at the USATF Under-20 Championships, and we have one of the athletes from that meet, Cade Swart, coming back to run today, making that cross-country trip from Eugene, Oregon, all the way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So section number 7 on the track. And from the inside, we've got Miles King, Emmanuel Gallinillo, Max Englert, Joseph Williams, McKenna O'Hare Gibson, Ja'Cory Herring, William Bright, and on the very outside, Malik White, who's also going to be one of the favorites in the 110-meter hurdles, which we will have on Saturday. Malik White was second in the Texas Relays in the 110-meter hurdles. That's a nice shot, runner space with so many fine, outstanding camera angles, and a big thanks to all the technicians and support people of the runner space crew, both in Philadelphia and home base in Eugene, Oregon, do such a marvelous job on this event. And of course, Dave Alfano and Cooper Knowlton from the New Balance crew and the Trials of Miles. The unique configuration of this track, of course, where you have the curb kind of in between lanes 3 and 4 and the kind of weird start line, all because there is a football field in Pennsylvania. Side here, King, Gallinillo, Englert, Williams, Gibson, Herring, White, and Bright. And in lane number 6, that is McKenna O'Hare Gibson with the lead. And actually running out well is that 110-meter hurdler from San Antonio. I mentioned Malik White. And now we've got a whole shuffling of the leaderboard here as we enter the stretch. And it's anybody's race. Oh, a bad hurdle in lanes 4 and 7. Good gosh. A whole lot of timber got exploded in that race, but McKenna O'Hare Gibson hangs on for the win. 52.84 becomes the second fastest time of the day. That was a wild race. That was really one of the crazier hurdle races I have ever seen. 2 guys go down in the final 100 meters, and I mean, they go down in spectacular fashion. And McKenna O'Hare Gibson emerges, somehow keeps his composure and concentration, and ends up with the win. 52.85, and that's going to move him up on the national list as well. So that moves him to 13th on the U.S. list this season. Okay, so now we got some of the big boys here in heat number 8. Keep close attention on lane number 4, Andrew Jones from Texas. 8th on the U.S. list for the 300-meter hurdles, 36.75. He was 3rd in the UIL 6A, and 1st at the Texas Relays was Andrew Jones and James Ledbetter in lane number 6. He's 5th on the U.S. list at 36.69 and was 2nd in the UIL 6A. So this is going to be a battle of Texas in this race. Keep an eye again on lanes 4 and 6, Jones and Ledbetter. And Jones going out very well in the all black. Ledbetter also going out well in the red. So this is a good battle between two of the finest 300-meter hurdlers in the country, stepping up in distance. And right now, out in lane number 9, Nadir Langston, also running extremely well. But Langston takes a real bad hurdle there, and it's going to be Ledbetter in 6. Boy, Ledbetter with those long strides doing a great job. Just keeping his composure. Let's see, oh, beautiful hurdling technique on that one. So Ledbetter's going to stride in. Great hurdle technique on that 10th hurdle, 52.44. And that moves him to 7th on the all-time list, or excuse me, on the U.S. high school list for 2024. 7th for James Ledbetter. So Ledbetter wins over Jonathan Carter.
In the Decathlon pole vault, John Pettis of Middle Tennessee Athletics was cleared 4 meters 10. He was third in final attempt at the height. They are now at 4 meters 20.
And now we move to the move to section number 9, which on paper is the fastest section. I was curious though why Jones and Ledbetter were in the section 8, but nevertheless coming up with the intros for these athletes here shortly. The big favorite, of course, if he made the trip, is going to be Cade Swart. David DeVete in lane number 9 from the Wings Like Eagles. In lane number 8 will be Ty Jackson, a senior from Mayfield High School in Cleveland, Ohio. He was the Ohio State Division I 110 and 300-meter hurdle champion. Best of 36.74, which is 7th on the U.S. list. He also has run 13.65 in the 110 hurdles. To the inside of Ty Jackson is Jaden Damiano. And Jaden Damiano, 51.93 on the 36-inch intermediate hurdles. He was the Iowa state champion. In lane number 5, or in lane number 6, there he is, making the trip all the way from Eugene, Oregon to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania overnight. Cade Swart, the Florida 4A champion and 6th at the USATF Under 20 Championships. In lane number 5, Jaden Marchand of Leonia High School. In lane 4 is Tyler Burgess, 10th on the U.S. list at 36.82, the Pennsylvania State 110 and 300-meter hurdle champion. In lane number 3 from New Jersey, Jason Meza. And lane number 2, Davian Booker. So the real question here is what kind of shape is Cade Swart going to be in making that cross-country trip after finishing an outstanding 6th place at the USATF Under 20 Championships. So Swart will be in lane number 6. Damiano also with some experience here in the 400 hurdles. Again, most of these high school athletes compete only in the 300-meter hurdles, so this has a lot of intrigue to be sure. Again, the national leader, Vance Nilsson, from that USATF Under 20 Championship, 50:23. Second fastest time in the country, Kai Evans, 51:73. Cade Swart at 51:93 has the third fastest time, and Jaden Marchand in this race has the equal fourth fastest time at 52:18. And DeVitt also in this race, 52:31 is fifth on the list. So this is a high quality, high caliber race that you are about to see. This is one of the premier races here at the New Balance National Championships. A lot of anticipation for this. Boy, it's hard enough flying 3,000 miles when you don't have to compete on back-to-back days, but this young man, Cade Swart, in lane number 6, this is going to be super interesting. From the inside, it's Booker, Meza, Burgess, Marchand, Swart, Damiano, Jackson, and DeVitt, but we have a little bit of a hiccup here at the start, so it just makes us have more sweaty palms. I'm going to bring in my broadcast partner, Carrie Tollefson. Carrie, good to have you back today.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. This is the race, one of the races that we were all so excited to see, so they're keeping us on our toes with this reset here.
So just to reset, Booker in 2, Meza in 3, Burgess in 4, Marchand 5, Swart a few more seconds of rest for him, coming all the way from Eugene. He's in 6, Damiano in 7th, Jackson in 8, and DeVitt in 9. 400-meter hurdle championship, James Ledbetter, the fastest time of the earlier heats in 52:42. And we're off. And it's going to be very interesting to see, of course, an experiment in human physiology, how well Cade Swart does. And out very well in lane number 5, that's Jaden Marchand. Oh, a lot of lumber being spread around the track here. And Swart actually running very well in the all black in lane number 6. Now, does he have enough to hold off the crew? It is Swart in 6 and DeVitt in 9. Swart, excellent hurdling form, great leg extension. And now coming up in lane number 3, that's Jason Meza. Meza and Swart. Meza takes a tumble. And Swart keeps his composure. Almost another tumble there in lane 5 by Marchand. But out in lane 2, it's going to be Davian Booker in 51:92. Wow, that's been some wild racing. 51:92 is the third fastest time in the country this year. And Davian Booker does it out of lane 2.
Well, a race isn't over until it's over, Tom, and we definitely saw that. You have to keep fighting for every step of each and every race, and that's what this young man did. You know, the guys were out in front of him. He could have thought, well, this has been fun. But no, he didn't. He just kept it going, and look at how great he ran today. But yeah, you got to give it up to Cade Swart. He was out there. He was pushing all the way around this bend here, coming all the way across the country to see if he could do it. Didn't quite have it today.
No, he didn't. And in lane number 3, that was a huge tumble. And really far back was Davian Booker. Davian Booker was barely in the picture. And he really came on in a very, very short straightaway. Watch how far back he is. Well, watch how, well, not at that point either. A little bit further rewound. But Booker, third fastest time in the country this year. and Jaden Marchand, 52.11. James Ledbetter from the previous heat. And I had mentioned before that race that I was surprised that Ledbetter was not in the fast heat, and he will get the bronze podium position. Jonathan Carter will have the 4th fastest time. He came from that 6th heat, running all by himself on the outside lane, did a great job. And now we turn our attention inexorably forward here to the next event on the track, where we've got the freshman 400-meter hurdles. We have 7 heats of this. And Carrie, any introductory comments before we get this going?
Well, you know, I think that we just have to say how much fun it has been to watch all of these athletes. We have seen, you know, athletes ranging from all ages, and just to know that they're running against some of the best in the country is so much fun. And I hope that these athletes are loving every minute of it. You know, it goes by really fast, and all of these seasons that you get where you're healthy and running fast and feeling fit, you have to just honor that and go for it. So I'm excited to be back here day 2, and it's going to be a great another couple days of action after this.
Okay, so heat number 1, Nick Tucker in lane 4. Thaddeus Mago in 5, Kylene Leslie in 6, Sawyer Duncan in 7, and Chris Lewis in 8. So there are 5 total. Heat number 1, they get progressively faster. From the inside, Tucker, Mago, Leslie, Duncan, and Lewis. And this one's pretty tight. Out in lane number 7, Sawyer Duncan from Covenant Day has a slight lead. You can see him there in the red top, black shorts. But we've seen a lot of disasters in hurdles 9 and 10 in this meet so far. So nothing is sacrosanct, so to speak. But Sawyer Duncan doing a nice job in 7, keeping it together. And into the straightaway we go. And Duncan has such an enormous lead. And really here, you can see it here. A little stutter step there. But this is going to be a wire-to-wire one for Sawyer Duncan. And he's going to, thought he almost broke 60 seconds. Chris Lewis out in lane 9 finished the 2nd. Sawyer Duncan 60.18 for the young man. And really a fine performance, having to run that race virtually by himself.
Well, you know, it is so interesting because a lot of these athletes have run a 400-meter hurdle race, but some of them have only run 300-meter hurdles. So, some, you know, it's different. And that might be where we're seeing a little bit of more fatigue, or maybe their form or their steps are a little bit off that final 100 meters. They're not used to it. I wonder how many states there are that run the 400 versus the 300 hurdles.
There's not a lot of them. And we pointed that out kind of in the championship section, that we had some really good 300-meter hurdlers like Ledbetter that really should have been in that fast heat, but you know, didn't have a seed time in the 400 hurdles because they run 300s all the way through the season. So from the inside here in heat number 2, Sincere Beckham in 4, Yitian Zhang in 5, Henry Dimitrov in 6, Ozias Tulloch in 7, Josh Johnson in 8, and Isaiah Charles in 9. New Balance National Outdoor Championships, freshman boys 400-meter hurdles, heat number 2. From the inside, Beckham, Zhang, Dimitrov, Tulloch, Johnson, and Charles.
Well, you know, getting out in this race is so important to be able to establish where you are in the race. And a lot of these athletes aren't used to running way out on the outside. They always get the fast pick, right, when they're in their own state or they're in their own county or conference, whatever it may be. So learning how to run the different lanes is really critical and actually a great experience for them.
So out in lane number 7, that's Ozias Tulloch, who has really opened it up. He's in the purple. And out in lane number 9, that's Isaiah Charles. So Ozias Tulloch really showing some superior form here. He negotiates that 10th and final hurdle, which can be the one that trips you up the most. And he'll have the fastest time of the day as he crosses the line. Oh, I thought he had the fastest time of the day. It looked like the clock stopped at 59 and change. Yes, 59 flat.
Yep.
And Charles second in 60.75, with Josh Johnson not too far back in 60.97.
So anyone who's run the Penn Relays knows that this is that paddock area where we all wait to get out onto the track. And it's just this kind of nerve-wracking area. But to see these athletes walk through it, and just to think that they maybe have run at the Penn Relays or they will eventually run there, it's just such a fun spot. Brings back a lot of memories, Tom.
Yeah, that paddock area is it's quite a queue, I guess you could say. Ozias Tulloch, as we see a replay, pretty nice hurdling form for a freshman.
Yeah.
Ran a very well-paced race and just won by a country mile.
Yeah. Looks strong coming in that final stretch here. Not a lot of stutter. I mean, you know, you can see there's some fatigue, but he looks really strong. He's a little bit of a head. You know, he's bobbing his head just a little bit, but he's going hard, and he had a little tiny celebration there at the end. Well, we are starting here the third heat. It looks like it's Betancourt, Fisher, Stowe, Smargiassi, Sewell, Sinha, Wirtz, and a did not start is Mulkey. Here we are coming on the backstretch.
So in lane number 9 with a slight lead, that's Joseph Wirtz of Massachusetts. He's the one closest to the camera. Some interesting hurdling form we're certainly seeing. This event is all about technique. And I don't think we're going to see a faster time than the 59 flat we saw in the prior. But it is going to be a tight race. And out in lane number 7 with a slight lead, that's Fatai Souley. And he came on very well at the end, did Souley, from the Reservoir Track Club. 59.99, he breaks the 60-second barrier. Joseph Wirtz ends up second in 60.79, and Ishan Sinha third in 61.05. But Tulloch lives to see at least one more race as a leader as we move into heat 4 of 7.
Well, that was fun to see Souley. He was excited about his final 100 meters, I think. You know, he came over this last hurdle, and you could just see it was like he needed to get shot out of a cannon. Or excuse me, that was second to last. Here's his last hurdle. But he really chopped his steps there and took off. It was really fun to see that he had a little bit left in him, and he was pleased with that, smiling at the camera, doing a little bit of a dance.
And you can see the results on your monitor. And we'll move now to heat number 5. Still breeze, 90 degrees. Franklin Field, Philadelphia. From the inside, lane number 2. Aidan McGarry. In 3, Gabriel Gaudet. Zachary Breidenbaker in 4. Maxwell Wise in 5. Hayden Hoskins in 6. Tyler Hall in 7. Aiden Zanella in 8. And Samuel Paskey in lane number 9. As mentioned, these races are supposed to get progressively faster. In the lane number 8, going out very fast in the white is Aiden Zanella. Zanella really going hard. And you can tell who's leading by who goes over the hurdle first with the stagger. So Zanella, and in lane number 5, Maxwell Wise from San Antonio, excuse me. And a lot of things can happen in this race, and do happen. over the last 100 meters, and that's what we're entering right now. And in lane 9, struggling a bit there is Paskey. And in lane 8, it's Zanella. And in lane number, boy, this is going to be close between, and it looks like Wise in 5, 58:34, so that becomes the fastest time of the day. Zanella, 58:52, the second fastest time of the day. So nice job by the freshman from San Antonio, Maxwell Wise, winning by 1800ths of a second.
Wise looked good. He just kind of took his time to get up on Zanella there. Zanella has great form. He looked good. He looked like he was in command of the race, but all of a sudden the guy in green, Wise, took over and really just pushed just a tiny little bit. Zanella didn't have quite enough to react to that final hurdle there, and Wise just slowly outleans him.
So they now have the 2 fastest times. And we
Winding
will move
it up a little bit.
And we'll move to section 5. Again, all of these races should be faster than the previous race, but there's no guarantees in life and certainly no guarantees in track. From the inside, Xavier Murphy in 2, Dominic Hansen in 3, Elijah White in 4, Emmanuel Yembu in 5, Gwen Ilogi in 6, Sean Cartwright in 7, Clayton Blanton in 8, and Orion Stanford in lane number 9. This is heat number 5. Time to beat, 58:34 by Maxwell Wise. Boy, Carrie, from that championship race, I cannot imagine Cade Swart trying to make that trip from Eugene to Philadelphia. That could be a 2-transfer trip overnight to run in the race. That's just boy, to even attempt that is impressive.
I had in my notes, is this really happening? And, you know, I mean, it's kind of cool to see. He obviously wanted to run on both coasts and to be at both the U20s and out here at New Balance Outdoors. So bravo to him for doing it. That's a big task.
From the inside, Murphy, Hansen, White, Yembu, Alogi, Cartwright, Blanton, and Stanford. Time to beat, 58:34, and in lane number 7, going out like a shot, is Sean Cartwright from Franklin Regional High School. He's the tall gentleman in the black. Tap that hurdle there. And also running pretty well there on the very inside is Xavier Murphy. Murphy with the white headband. And now on the very, very outside in lane 9, that's Orion Stanford. But Murphy really putting on a show here. Oh boy, he really stutter stepped before that hurdle. But now here he goes. Oh, he clobbered that hurdle, and yet he stays on his feet. This young man has talent. As rough a job as he did on those last couple hurdles, the fact that he was able to run 58:06 and have the fastest time of the day so far, and in an inside lane and kind of mangling those last 2 hurdles. Look at this, Kerry. He had a sizable lead. Of course, we had another guy go down, but he takes that one okay.
Yeah, you know, you can see the speed behind it, Tom. He's so fast.
He
Just
is.
getting that form down. Look out. He is going to be one force to be reckoned with. And, you know, they're learning. A lot of these athletes are just starting their hurdle careers. So I love it. And I think we all can laugh at things that we've done as we were, you know, getting into this sport. And he is one guy I think we're going to see do some amazing things once he gets it down a little bit.
What was impressive was he really shattered that hurdle and stayed on his feet. He almost lost his balance, but he was able to keep going. By the way, these are the 36-inch hurdles, the same as the international 36 hurdles that we see in the Olympic Games and so on. Now, in this section, number 6, Devin Pinto in 2, Jack Dolick in 3, Xavier Caesar in 4, Alex Mapes in 5, DeAndre Leonard in 6, Elliott Williams in 7, Christian Das in 8, and Giorgio Brutini in 9. Another Xavier, not Xavier Caesar, who's in lane number 4, but Xavier Murphy from that last race, 58.06. He has the fastest time. We do have a scratch. DeAndre Leonard in lane 6 is not there. It can be difficult, Carrie, when you're running on this track, especially because of its unusual configuration to begin with. But when you're running in lane 5 and your nearest competitor is out there quite a ways in lane 7 with no lane 6, can be difficult, especially when you're a young kid. And now there's no DeAndre Leonard, so no 4, no 6. So from the inside, it's Pinto, Dolick, Mapes, Williams, Das, and Brutini. As a few scratches will make this race somewhat interesting to pick up. Mapes in 5 has gone out super fast. He's in the red in the center of picture, and he has gone out like extremely fast. Brutini,
Well, he's chasing those
from
guys on
Ramsey.
the outside lanes there, so he definitely is
chop.
trying to catch. But yeah, you gotta hold a little bit in too. You gotta be able to finish it.
So now in lane number 8, coming up is Christian Das in the all black. It is Das in 8 and Mapes in 5. As they straighten out and hit the home stretch, this one will be tight between Das in 8 and Mapes hits another hurdle in 5. Mapes has got everything going, but out in the outside, it is Das in, won't be the fastest time of the day. It's 58.15. Mapes really had some problems with his form in the last straightaway there. He finishes second at 58.61. You can see Mapes in the red. He negotiated that hurdle okay, but then he really starts to tie up, and Das comes on.
I think that's where it really started to happen for him. In this final hurdle, you could really see that Mapes started to lose that form a little bit, a lot of lactic acid as soon as he saw Das go by him. Mentally and physically, you're already tired, but when you see someone go by you, it's just so hard. So I think he'll look back and think, okay, if I can keep myself in check, I will have a better chance at outleaning somebody or being a little bit closer.
Well, you can tell by the number of bodies strewn across the infield of the Franklin Field that these guys gave it their all in that race. Now we've got a great section coming up here. In lane number 2, Xavier Akule. In lane number 3, Dylan Calcetta. In 4 is Anthony Vale. In 5 is Hayden Bearden. He is he's 8th on the U.S. list from Brebeuf Jesuit in Indiana. He's run 39.01 for the 300 hurdles. In lane number 6, Kang Martin, 2nd on the U.S. list amongst freshmen, 38.10. He's from Huber Heights, Ohio. In lane number 7, Amari Scott. He is 5th on the U.S. list at 38.65 and was 4th in the Georgia 4th in the Georgia 4A. So let's keep close tabs on lanes 5, 6, and 7. That's where the athletes with the reputations are currently running in. So lane 5 is Bearden. In 6 is Martin, and Scott has gone out very fast in lane 7. He's that tall drink of water out there in lane 7. And now moving up in lane number 6, that's Kang Martin. Martin just came off like a shot there. He's the one that's 2nd on the U.S. list this season with a 38.10 for 300-meter hurdles, but this one's not done yet. It is Martin and Scott, 1-2, and Bearden in 3rd as we expected. This is coming down to those 3, and it's going to be very, very close at the finish. And at lane number 6, Kang Martin, 54.71, and that's the fastest time of the day quite easily. Scott finishes 2nd in 54.88, the second fastest time of the day. Vale 3rd in 55.60, and Bearden in 4th, 55.87. So in this race, reputations were confirmed, Carrie.
Yeah, King Martin, he came off the bend there. just awesome. He came into the second to last hurdle with such great form. This one, just a little bit of a stutter step, but he had enough to hold off and to keep powering through. He had a great race, but really went hard with about 200 meters to go.
You know, Amari Scott, he's going to be a heck of a 400-meter hurdler, too. He's got the physique, that tall, lean, high center of gravity. And once he gets his steps down, he is going to be definitely a hurdler to watch. These are ninth graders, folks. So, you know, pretty good performances here by these folks. So now we turn our attention to the girls' championship 400-meter hurdles. As I said, we don't skip a beat here at the New Balance Nationals. They get them on and get them off pretty quickly. These, again, will be slow to fast, unlike the distance races tonight, which are going to be fast to slow. So, and these are relative terms, of course, when we say slow. These are all just outstanding athletes who are participating here. Anyway, in heat number 1, in lane 4, Anila Castro. In 5, Avani Hocker Singh. In 6, Sky Blue Tyson. 7, Carrie Webb. 8, Billy Frazier. And 9, Grace Murray. This is heat number 1 of the championship girls, any age, any high school age, 400-meter hurdles, and we're going to see Michelle Smith, one of the great athletes in the country in any event, in the 9th and final heat. Michelle Smith qualified earlier today also in the 100-meter hurdles, so it's very exciting to be able to see what she can do.
She is that defending champ from last year, so you know she's got something riding on this race today. So a little warmer out there today, Tom. A little bit more humidity. Good for the sprints.
Most definitely. And a little less breezy.
Mm-hmm.
Which, when it comes to events like these, when you have step patterns and things of that nature to take into account, the less breeze, the better.
Yeah, yesterday we had sort of that crosswind, and it was at times, I think, swirling a little bit in this bowl.
Yes.
At Penn. So very hard for a race like this, where you're right, the timing and the footing and everything is so critical.
And I misspoke, Carrie. The 100-meter hurdles are to come, and Michelle Smith is in that. So I misspoke a little bit there, and my apologies to those of you at home that I may have misled with that comment. But there are so many races to keep track of here.
Well, the 100-meter dash is tonight, right? And then the hurdles are
semis.
Yep, semis tonight, and then the hurdles, the 100 hurdles are
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
Yes. So it's 88 degrees, humidity 41%. That wind, again, you look at the flags, but they're not indicative of the wind patterns down on the track, as you pointed out, Carrie. So there's some swirling winds, but very, very light. 88 degrees. And for anything 400 meters on down, 88 degrees and fairly high humidity, it's almost ideal conditions. You certainly don't want to be running 88 degrees, anything above 400 meters, but would you tend to agree with that?
I'd say so. I mean, I think the athletes that are doing the sprints like that. They stay warm then, you know, you can warm up a little less time maybe than you would need to at 88 degrees. But 800-meter runners, they're going to feel it, and those 2-milers are definitely going to feel it later on if it doesn't cool down.
It is supposed to cool down, but not, you know, appreciably. I think by the time that 2 miles run about 78 degrees or so. Terrible. Okay. From the inside, Castro, Singh, Tyson, Webb, Frazier, Murray, as we get started with the championship group in the 400-meter hurdles. From the second from the outside, that's Billy Frazier with a slight lead, and now to her inside, Carrie Webb in the all-black, moving very well down the backstretch. That's Webb's third from left. Very nice hurdling form there, at least early in this race. Tapped that one, but still firmly in the lead. Carrie Webb, she's only a 10th grader.
This entire field is actually underclassmen. We have 3 10th graders and 3 juniors in this race.
Webb in lane number 7, powering just a superb performance, but coming up in lane number 5, that's Singh, but it's still going to be Webb. Webb does a wire-to-wire run here, and that is an impressive time, 1:00:57 for Carrie Webb. She might have been seated in the wrong group here. That's awfully, awfully impressive. That will move her to 18th on the U.S. list this year, and that's just in Heat 1.
But, you know, that's okay. I mean, I'm sure that she would like to be against, you know, some athletes that maybe were a little bit closer to her. All these athletes ran great in this heat, but give her a little something to get excited for now next year, too. Just light her fire a little bit. I always love that. You know, if they put me in the wrong heat or they said someone else was going to win a race, it just added fuel to the fire, and I just wanted to prove everybody wrong.
Okay, well, that's going to be pretty tough to beat that time here as we move up into heat number 2. From the inside, Karen Augustine, Denise Izalia, Akelia Green, and Cassidy Robledo. So there's only 4 in here. And second from the outside in the pink, that's Akelia Green from Tallahassee, Florida, in the pink. And keeping pace a bit to her outside, Cassidy Robledo. So it's New York versus Florida here. And now moving very well. Robledo's got very nice hurdle form, by the way. So Robledo on the outside. Watch her go over these hurdles. She's got a really nice snap. Very well coached young lady. But she's going to have a pair of competitors here to hold off down the straight. A little stutter step there from lane number 5's Denise Izalia, but look at how strong Cassidy Robledo is finishing, and very nice hurdle form. This, of course, will not be as fast as that first race. Carrie Webb really put a number on the field in that first race, with one of the top 15 times in the country this year. But a very nice performance nonetheless by Cassidy Robledo.
Robledo looked really strong, coming all the way into the home stretch, and then there was, I think, the hurdle that she would like to fix was that second to last one. She didn't quite have the same form coming over right here, and that's where the ladies started to catch up to her, but then it was almost like she got woken up. She felt the pressure. She could hear everybody around her, and this last hurdle looked much better, and she finished strong through that finish line.
Boy, I don't know how you can tell, Carrie. There was somebody in the way on both those hurdles. I couldn't tell how her form was. Wow. You've got the eagle eyes. So from
I just saw her on that second to last hurdle, you know, watching how great she looked. That was the one that I could pick apart. And I think then, too, she just could feel the pressure on her left shoulder there.
Okay, so next race up, heat number 3, Lauren Bickert in 4, Anaya Fersner in 5, Kylie Schatzel in 6, and Lily Eggleston in lane number 8. And they're all very tightly bunched, even, of course, they're not really tightly bunched in reality because it's on a stagger, but in lane number 4, that is Lauren Bickert, and in lane number 5, keeping pace is Anaya Fersner, and those two are kind of pulling away. Bickert in 4, Fersner in 5, and Bickert looking very good, very confident. Let's see how she takes these last couple of hurdles. And she takes them quite well, as a matter of fact, and I think Lauren Bickert's got a pretty good one going here. Let's see how she goes here on the 10th. Wow, that was some very nice hurdling form on the 10th. And Lauren Bickert although not as fast as the ringer Carrie Webb from the first heat. Still a good time, 101.87, third fastest time of the day.
Bickard looked great over all of her hurdles there. She is a pretty runner, right? She got over. You could see the speed in between each. But look at her come here into the 9th hurdle. Nice and smooth, even though we know that this event is one of the hardest, if not the hardest, in track and field. Again, coming through that final, even though there is some lactic acid, we can see a little bit of tiring here. She had that last hurdle look good, and she came across 101.88, I believe.
So these are 30-inch hurdles, the same height as the internationalists. The meet record, 58.27, set by Mila Green of Bullis in 2022, which is going to be severely threatened by Michelle Smith in that last race. As we move to heat number 4, Destiny Baker in 2, Jada Wilson in 3, Ariana Thomas in 4, Carmen Penisoto, in 5, Amina Roan in 6, Maya Rich in 7, Sabrina Sardar in 8, and Anna Wiley in 9. I'll tell you, Carrie, I was so impressed with Lauren Bickard's last couple hurdles. The 9 and 10, just really beautiful hurdling form. Astounding for somebody in high school to have that good a form. And in lane number 6, exactly, and in lane number 6, Amina Roan in the gray really going out fast. That's Roan down the backstretch in the all gray. She's an 11th grader representing Blythewood Elite. And making up the stagger on just about everybody here is Amina Roan. So now we take a look. That was hurdle 8. Let's see what she does here on hurdle 9. And also running very well on the outside is Anna Wiley. And now, oh boy, we got a little bit of lead change here as we straighten out in lane number 3. That's Jada Wilson from Ann Arbor. And Wilson is going to hang on here, a well-paced race. And again, our ringer from the first heat, Carrie Webb, holding on at 60.57 as Wilson runs 62.56 and Amina Roan runs 63.28. I love the fact that Carrie Webb has really pulled a number so far in these first few races. Let's see how long she can go for as the fastest runner. Good homestretch battle, Carrie.
Oh, yes, for sure. You know, it was fun to see the athlete in lane 3 coming on strong, kind of silent but violent, right? Like just hang it out until she got to that home crowd and heard that, and then she powered home. It was fun.
Okay, here we go. In heat number 5, Megan Hatcher in 2, Maggie Scalzo in 3, Kagan Leonard in 4, Harriet Healy in 5, Emmeline Clark in 7, Skylar Scavalier in 8, and Kira Antony in 9. And I think Carrie Webb's 60.57 may last another race. Out in lane number 8, that is Skylar Scavalier. Scavalier in 8, and then on the very inside, Megan Hatcher. And as they go over hurdle 9, a little stutter step for Scavalier. And now we straighten out in lane 2, indeed. Megan Hatcher powering away here. And Hatcher's going to win from Scalzo, and Carrie Webb with that 60.57 still holding serve as we move to heat number 6.
Well, you said it. You called. Megan Hatcher was just on that inside lane, and you know, a lot of times you don't see them very much until they get into that final stretch, and she looked really strong. She had a great race.
There's a lot of good coaching being done at the high school level. I just see like certain technical things you wouldn't necessarily expect from these young athletes you're seeing in these races. And It's so nice to see so many good ex-athletes, and I think you made this point last night. So many good ex-athletes going into the coaching ranks.
Yeah, I think that that's something that, we're going to just see now. I mean, my mom wasn't an athlete. She would have been a heck of an athlete, but she didn't have that opportunity. And now we're seeing more women that are in the sport or were in the sport getting back into coaching, which is great.
Okay, Tatum Lynn from Bullis in 2, Athena Peterson in 3, Azuri Garrett in 4, Rakari Wildgoose in 5, Divine Bamgaboye in 6, Sydney Nettles, one of the top 300 hurdlers in the country in lane number 8, and Peyton Drumright in 9. That's Nettles, second from the left. She was second in the Georgia State 300 hurdles this year, and she's already run a 62.1, and she is in the lead, 62.15 this year. Her 300 hurdles of 41.86 is equal 18th on the U.S. list, and Sydney Nettles going to town here. And we may have a new leader after this one, Carrie. Nettles, I thought, was maybe not put in the right heat. And she is leading, although in lane number 2, that's Tatum Lynn from Bullis. And it's Lynn now that's going to take the win here. And that is the fastest time of the day, as Lynn and Nettles go 1-2 and 1-2 on the day. 1:00, 60.22 for Lynn, 60.56 for Nettles. And Peyton Drumright also throws in a 60.98. 3 under 61, and Carrie Webb finally off the leaderboard.
Well, Tatum Lynn, she really just timed it perfectly. She's going to be happy with how she ran this race. As she was closing, and finally over that last final hurdle is where she took the lead and just had enough to get through the finish line, finishing in the fastest time of the day, 1:22.
I've seen a lot of lane 2 and lane 3 runners win races today. Kind of unusual, to say the least. Although John Akibua won the Olympic 400-meter hurdles out of lane number 1. And I believe Angelo Taylor did the very same thing in Athens 2004 when you were at the Olympics.
Yep.
Okay, so we move inexorably forward. We're now into heat number 7. Natasha Mosley in 2, Carrie Van Noy in 4, Ava Nebel in 5, Sophia Swindell in 6, Addison White in 7, and Avery Davis in 9. And in lane number 8, or in lane number, looks like in lane number 7, that's Addison White in the white top.
Lane number 7 into the lead.
Addison White in the lead. She's a diminutive hurdler, but she's got terrific technique. And as they straighten out, it is Addison White and all Addison White, and she's pouring it on. There she is in white in lane number 7, negotiates that final hurdle. And Addison White is going to win this going away. 1:00:37. That makes her the second fastest time of the day. It also makes her the 16th fastest performer nationally this year.
Well, Addison White traveling all the way from Minnesota, don't you know? So she's going all the way out there to Philadelphia, where I loved calling college my home when I went to Villanova, but she had a great race there. Just excited to be out there. You could see the power and the energy that she had coming over each hurdle. And then as she finished, just excited and giving up the heart sign on the camera. That was kind of fun.
Moving now to lane number 8, time to beat 60, whatever you want to call it, 1:00:22 or 60.22. And in heat number 8, Takaya Ferguson in 2, Kendall Barnett in 3, or Barnhart in 3, pardon me, Ariana Allen in 5, Alexandria Scott 6, Ava Weiss in 7, Ariana Garcia in 8, and Nicole Gangi in 9. And third from the left, that's Alexandria Scott from New Jersey. who has made up the stagger on the outside and now on 2 outside lanes. Question is, did she go too hard too early? That can always be a factor here in this race. And you can tell who's leading by who goes over the hurdle first, and it is Scott. But to her outside, the very outside, Nicole Gangi, who's only a 10th grader. So Scott first over that hurdle, Gangi second over that hurdle. Can Scott hold on here? Negotiates 9 very well. And Scott negotiates 8, just negotiated 9, and now coming up on 10, no problem. All 3 of those hurdles done very well by Scott, and Scott wins it in 1:00:51. That becomes the 3rd fastest time of the day.
Race time, showtime. We're going to do it one more time.
So now we move to heat number 9, and this is where the really fine athletes are in. Now this is Rakaya White in lane number 9. She was the Ohio State 100-meter and 300-meter hurdle champion this year. At 300 hurdles has run 41:75. Abigail Dennis from New Jersey in lane number 8. Certainly one of our favorites here. Juliana Ligor from North Reading. But in lane number 6 right here is the favorite. Her best, 55.96, is equal 5th on the all-time high school. So, excuse me, we're on Morgan Roundtree here in lane 5. Roundtree, 9th on the U.S. list, won the Michigan High School 300 hurdles and was 2nd in the 100-meter hurdles. Natalie Dumas in 4. Layla Payne will be running out of lane 3 from Houston, Texas. She's a junior. And Sophia Curtis in lane number 2. Michelle Smith, our prohibitive favorite, did not start. So that's a bit of a shock. So we have an open lane where Michelle Smith would have been in, and that would have been lane 6. So who's going to win this race? Well, Morgan Roundtree would appear to be the favorite. Roundtree, White, and Nettles, possibly Liger. It should be a good one. Certainly more competitive than if Michelle Smith was probably in the race, Carrie.
Yeah, well, Liger's number 6 on the U.S. list right now. She won her state champs in the 400-meter flat and in the 400 hurdles, so she's got that strength. She's also a pentathlete, so we know that she can handle that lactic acid and the pain of going over 400-meter hurdles.
Should be a very interesting race. From the inside, Curtis, Payne, Dumas, Roundtree, Liger, Dennis, and White. And 4th from right, that's Morgan Roundtree in the yellow. And Roundtree with great leg extension. She takes the hurdle first. To her inside is Dumas. But Roundtree looks so smooth and confident. But this is going to be a close one. And it is definitely Roundtree. But on her inside is Dumas. And how they take these last couple of hurdles is going to be key. Dumas in the lead. And Dumas takes 9 very, very well. Dumas and Roundtree, 1-2, nobody near them. Dumas and Roundtree. Wow, Natalie Dumas is going to put a great time on the boards. Just misses the meet record, 58:32. Mila Green's meet record from 2022 survives another day. But a great performance by Natalie Dumas. She's only a 10th grader, Carrie.
Yeah, Dumas looked great, just winding that entire race up. She didn't get out the fastest, but when she went over that 8th hurdle, that's really where she sort of really put that power behind it and closed up that gap, going over 9th and 10th really strong. So here she is coming into the home stretch here. You can see she already has quite a bit of distance now coming into the final hurdle. And look how smooth she gets over and then goes again, digs hard all the way through that finish line with a little bit of a dip, checking out that time and knowing she had a great day, 58:32.
That is a really impressive run for a couple reasons. Number one, as you pointed out, she paced herself very, very well, started to really make her surge on hurdle 8. But number two, being only a 10th grader, and number three, good leg speed, excellent technique for a 10th grader. And this young lady is somebody to definitely keep an eye on. That was really impressive. Okay, so now we move to the freshmen. No rest for the weary. This is heat number 1 of 7. They will get progressively faster. Gary in 5, Hill in 6, Gay in 7, Zandon in 8, and Cornish in 9.
Gary, Hill, Gay, Zandon, and Cornish.
Still relatively close. Allie Dumas, by the way, from Voorhees, New Jersey. But I don't know that anything would have really prepared us, Carrie, for that kind of performance for this young lady. That was
She
really
looked very strong.
incredible.
She looked like she knew what she was doing and timing her peak
Amen.
right for nationals, you know?
Amen. Okay, so this one's a real nail biter in lanes 5, 7, and 8. It's very close. And now it looks like in Victoria Zandon, 67.86, young lady from Maine. By the way, there's a terrific sprinter from Maine that we saw earlier today in the 100 who is going to be a major, major factor. Because you're not used to seeing, or excuse me, she was from Rhode Island, Lisa Ray. My gosh, she looked good. 11:27 meet record in the 100. And she's only a 10th grader. You don't necessarily see great track athletes out of Maine and Rhode Island because their states are so small. But my gosh, a nice performance there by Victoria Zandon, the 9th grader from Maine. 67.86, kept her poise and composure down the straight. A little bit of a chop, but then once she got it squared away, she was on her way.
Just had a little bit extra, and that's all you need.
Okay, we're moving on to heat number 2. In lane number 4, Jayla Benjamin. 5, Orlani Irvin. 6, Allison Perez. 7, Evelyn Engelert. 8, Molly Shaw. 9, Lisa Cormolu. Time to beat 67.86. Boy, I'm still kind of, Carrie, still kind of amazed at that performance by Dumas. Just so impressive.
You know, all it takes is one big breakthrough race, and that's what I keep telling all these young athletes. You know, if they get frustrated or they just don't know if it's going to be them, I'm like, just stay with it, because all you need is one breakthrough. And once you have that, then you can really start tweaking things, and you really get excited about what's next.
Well put. Very well put, Carrie. From the inside, Benjamin, Irvin, Perez, Englert, Shaw, Cormoli. You can see a wide pan of this beautiful stadium in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with all the activity there on the infield and outfield. This is another close one. And on the very inside, that is Jayla Benjamin in the pink with a slight lead. Benjamin in lane number 4. Races should be getting progressively faster. Benjamin in 4, hanging on. In the all red. A little chop there, but not too bad. Can she go wire to wire? She's taking 9 now. A little chop there, too. And now coming up in lane 5, that's Orlani Irvin. And now they are even over 10. And Irvin's got the momentum. And Irvin's going to win this race with a well-timed finish. 109.31. Clearly that race not as fast as what we saw in the prior heat. So we'll move now to the 3rd heat.
Well, Irvin looked excited about that. She's doing her muscles, showing her biceps there when she finished. But yeah, I mean, you can see that here. She has that strength. Benjamin went out real hard. She dictated this race from the gun, but it was Irvin that had the last 50 that really was spectacular. You could see a little bit of a bobble of the head, but really she kept it together. Nice lean there, which she's going to need to use in the future years, I'm sure. But she looked good, 109.31, and she was happy with it. So congratulations.
What's hard about this race, Carrie, is that you know, you're counting your steps between the hurdles. So you're having to think, which can be pretty hard when you're into massive oxygen debt. And then you have to focus on your technique as well as the steps that you're taking between hurdles. There's a lot going on in the mind, more so than a lot of other track and field events.
And I also just love this carnage that we're looking at. You know,
Yeah.
it in the 400, it doesn't hit you until you almost let it come down. You know, it takes a good like 15, 30 seconds, and then it's just like, what I just do to myself.
Right. So from the inside here in heat number 3, past Poca Sangre in 2, Violet Patton in 3, Jenna Luoma in 4, Patience Oyamo in 5, Adriana Crabtree in 6, Giovanna Veach in 7, Justina Koroma in lane number 8. And taking the first hurdle first, or that, as we've seen coming at us, is Rose Pocasangre. Pocasangre there with the early lead in 3. And although a 400 you consider as an all-out sprint, there is a fair amount of holding back that you have to do to make sure you're not just completely gassed by the last hurdle.
Well,
and,
we see it time and time again, where
Yes,
there are falls and there are things that happen in these final hurdles.
So Pocasangre pretty much wire to wire here, although moving up now in lane number 6 is Adriana Crabtree. And maybe it's going to be tight. Crabtree with a nice finish. And certainly not one of our faster times,
but just as much
good
heart.
finish
It was
nevertheless.
fun to watch these athletes. Crabtree and Pocasangre, you could see them almost dip their head after they would get over a hurdle and just dig in and go again. You know, they were sprinting as fast as they could in between these hurdles, which is obviously what we need to do when we're running the 400-meter hurdle race. But it was fun to see the passion and the excitement that they had, and they better be pleased with that because they went for it. They gave it everything they had.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to heat number 4. Ironically, Carrie, each of the heats has gotten slower, which is the exact opposite of how this is supposed to work. But it's an inexact science, especially with freshmen.
Yep.
So heat number 4, Brinsley Hiscox in 2, Morgan Zemet in 3, Elia McDonald in 4, Fumilola Ayaku in 5, Leilani Figueroa in 6, Aubrey Guy in 7, Amelia Rubinacher in 8, and Paige Justice in 9. And already you can see the tempo is much faster in this race than we've had in the prior couple. And out in lane number 7, making a mark early, that's Aubrey Guy. So Guy there in the gray, moving very well. Nice hurdle technique there. Let's see what kind of finishing close she has. She's starting to tire a little bit. Can she hang on? On her inside, that's Leilani Figueroa, or excuse me, that's not Leilani, that's Funmilola Ayaku. And now it's Funmilola Ayaku who has come on right there in the middle of the track. Do not count out in lane 4, Aaliyah McDonald. Here comes McDonald. Oh, Alalu's not going to want to give it up, but McDonald gets it. Alalu crashes. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Morgan Zemet, excuse me. Zemet wins by 0.07 of a second over Ayaku. So that was Morgan Zemet. My apologies to the Zemet family. So Zemet way behind Carrie at this point.
Yeah, and she really timed it out. She could see a little bit of faltering happening with Aoku. Just a little bit, though. She looks very strong, but it was all Zemet at the end. If she had another 50 meters to go, I think that would have been her race right there. She was just gaining momentum each and every hurdle over the last couple hurdles there.
So Morgan Zemet now is the fastest time as one would expect in the way that this is supposed to work. By the way, the meet record
when you're young in an... Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was going to say the meet record for this event, 102.75, set by Jasmine Robinson last year.
Ooh, smoking.
So here we go.
Let's hear for Jeremiah Davis of Connect One Track Club, your new middle school boys long jump meet record holder.
And we are underway.
22 feet 3/4 of an inch. Congratulations, Jeremiah Davis.
And all the activity on the outside there in lane number 6 and 7. Talia Phillips and Phoebe Cora Smith with the early lead. Phillips in the gray, Cora Smith in the white. This one appears to be a little bit slower than what we've seen from the prior races. Little stutter steps for both athletes there. But they're together. Phillips in 6, Cora Smith in 7. A lot of chopping for the young woman in lane 5, Taylor Gaines. And it looks like lane 7, Phoebe Cora Smith will hold on. Gaines is coming! And Gaines at the wire. Wow! Jeez, was that a final 10-meter burst by Taylor Gaines. Time not spectacular, but boy, was that finish spectacular.
Sure was. You know, we were watching Gaines the whole time. Her hurdling is maybe new. She didn't look like she had the best hurdles today, but does she ever have potential in between those hurdles? So getting that form down is so crucial, and she's only in the 9th grade. You know, this could be one of the very first times that she's ever really run in a big race like this in the hurdles. But you can see how much talent she has. Look at, she came so hard here in the last 30 meters and just out-leaned. What a fun race.
Wow, that was somewhat stunning how fast she closed. Wow. All right, so we're moving on to heat number 6. Our all-stars are in heat number 7. In heat number 6, lane number 2, Davia Crow. In 4, Gina Minicello. In 5, Mariah Marshall. In 6, Malia Pritchett. In 7, Madison Ross. In 8, Cody Maylott. And in 9, Samia Bovell. And you can see the difficulty when you're running in lane 2, and lane 4 is so far out because there is no lane 3. And running well in lane number 8 in the red, that is Cody Maylott from Scorpions Track Club. And also running well in lane 7, Madison Ross from Blythewood Elite. So 7 and 8, 6, 7, 8. Let's throw in Malia Pritchett of Coastal George. Pritchett there in the gray now with the lead. Pritchett and Ross. And Pritchett, let's see how she negotiates 9 here. Does well with it. We got some others that are coming up. Can Pritchett hold on? We got 5. Any one of these could potentially win this race. Oh, we got a tumble. And out in lane number 8, taking advantage of that, is Cody Maylott in 1:05.25, which is the fastest time of the day so far. And what a dramatic finish. Pritchett just a half second behind. So
well,
Cody
Pritchett
Maylott,
was definitely the hunted today. Mallet was hunting, and that is the position that you want to be in. You can see Mallet there out on the outside in the all black, just coming hard over that that 10th hurdle and really holding her own. Oh, did she have a great last 100 meters? It was really strong, and she's going to be pumped about that.
Indeed, I was super impressed because the athlete just to her outside, of course, fell in that race. Davia Crow, so that was an impressive finish. And it was kind of hard to keep your kind of poise when all that's going on. Okay, so heat number 7, Galeas in 2, Brittman in 3, Murphy in 4, Chadwick in 5, Rubenstein in 6, Bowden in 7, Robinson in 8, and Thompson in 9. Bowden is 3rd on the U.S. list, by the way, at 43.19 this season. She is in lane number 7, but it is in lane number 6, Renna Rubenstein, who has the early lead. Bowden 3rd on the U.S. list for freshmen, and Marshall 11th on the U.S. list among freshmen. And in lane number, looks like maybe lane 5, that's Sydney Chadwick still holding on. And as they straighten out, it is Chadwick in 5, Rubenstein in 6, and Sydney Chadwick, really impressive. Wow, 61.65. That is smoking fast, adjusted to 61.63, and that is a new meet record by over a second by Sydney Chadwick, and a really impressive performance.
Well, Bowden was trying to give her everything that she had, Tom, and Chadwick just had the upper hand here. Look at how hard Bowden is coming, trying to close in on her, but Chadwick was not going to have that, and she ran great.
And Carrie, that's the fastest time in the country this year by a 9th grader.
Woo!
That's a new meet record and a superior performance by Chadwick. Wow, a very impressive performance all the way around. Chadwick, behind her Bowden, who had the major credentials coming in 3rd on the U.S. list for freshmen, but that was at 300 hurdles, and you pointed out that one extra 100 can make a big difference. Bowden was 2nd. Renna Rubenstein ran very well as well, and she was 3rd in 102.68, as the top 6 all came from that final heat, as one would expect. Sierra Murphy in 4th, Sanaya Robinson in 5th, and Abria Thompson in 6th. And Carrie, we may be having a bit of a, it looks like we will be able to, there is a bit of weather in the area. And so the goal here is to try to run the 100-meter semis as scheduled. And we hope that that weather can pass us by. There's going to be 3 heats. Of course, everybody's eyes will certainly be on the man that's been making a lot of noise this year, Christian Miller of St. John's Striders. Miller is the national high school record holder for the 100 meters. That record stood for quite some time, 9:93. He also holds the U.S. under 20 record at 9:93. He's 2nd on the all-time world under-20 list to Letziel Tobogo, who won silver and bronze medals at the World Championships for Botswana. You can see the temperature here, 90 degrees, humidity 40%, feels like 91. It feels like perfect sprinting conditions. And so it'll be very exciting to see what these young men will do. You know, Carrie, I don't know if you remember, maybe a little bit before your time, but the 1991 World Championships in Tokyo, it was kind of that high humidity, possible thunderstorms coming in, and that's when the Mike Powell versus Carl Lewis long jump competition took place. That was when the Carl Lewis 986-100 took place. It's these types of electrical kind of conditions that produce outstanding sprint performances.
Well, let's bring it on, Christian Miller and everyone else. You know, Christian just had a great race in Atlanta just a couple weeks ago where he was sandwiched between Terrence Laird and then he was in front of Matthew Bowling. I mean, two big, big names that we all know, and this young man is just not afraid of anybody.
Yes, he ran 20:54 in that Edwin Moses Invitational. He's also run 20:51 this season.
There will be a brief pause for the horizontals.
He was first in the Florida 4A 100 and 200 last year. He was first in the USATF under 20 100 and 200 last year, and won the New Balance Nationals 200 and the 4x100 meter relay.
Or a text message update if you are opted into our
So
service.
I can hear in the background that maybe the delay is going to happen now, perhaps.
Further guidance. Thank you.
Awaiting word from our crack team in Philadelphia and Eugene to find out what exactly we've got going on here.
Yeah, it is always hard to have those last minute delays. You know, the 100-meter guys and gals, they are warmed up, they're ready to go.
Yeah.
And to be told they have to wait is tough. And then also, you know, we have the 4x8s coming up, the 4x2s. I'm sure the 4x200 meter relay athletes haven't quite started theirs, but you know, the 4x8 guys and gals have been out there doing their warm up. So that's the hard part, figuring out what do we do now? Do we do it all over again? Do we just go for a quick little shakeout? Just again, more experience.
Okay, so it looks like, yep, there they are. There they are. And please keep your eyes peeled on Christian Miller, who is such an intriguing character. He's obviously qualified for the U.S. Olympic trials in the 100 meters. And I wouldn't put anything past this young man. He's running in lane number 5. He has the red trunks and the white top. He has a teammate of the St. John Striders there with him, Joshua Howell, who's in lane 3. Please do not get them confused. They both have white headbands on. In lane number 2, a sophomore from Freedom Track Club will be Joshua Johnson. In lane 3, the aforementioned Howell, a 10th grader. In lane 4, Jonathan Walrath from North Carolina, the senior. In lane 5, as we've mentioned, the senior Christian Miller, already one of the greatest high school sprinters in American history, the national record holder at 9:93, second on the world under 20 list at 9:93, only behind Letsiel Tobago. In lane number 6 is Gabrielle Scott, an 11th grader. In lane number 7, Perrion Williams. In 8, Joshua Amulili. And in lane number 9, Micah Walker. Miller earlier today in the 12th of 13 heats ran 10:38 in qualifying.
There is a storm within 5 miles of the stadium. The entire event will be on a pause. Please listen for further guidance. Thank you for your attention. Under the concourse or in the palestra.
Please leave the track facility. Please leave the infield. Thank you for your cooperation. Please stay safe.
So they're walking off the 100-meter runners just as they were about to get on the track. And we will have a minimum 30-minute delay here due to the inclement conditions on the in the area. And stay tuned to runnerspace.com because we will post updates as to when we will resume competition.
Once again, there will be a pause for the entire competition. Please listen for any further announcements. We want to keep everyone safe during the competition.
Well, we're back at the New Balance National High School Track and Field Championships at historic Franklin Field on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. We've had a rain delay that's lasted about an hour and a half, but we are ready to go. It was a dramatic pause because we're just about ready to see Christian Miller, the new national high school record holder. He was on the track almost in his blocks when they had the rain delay, and actually the thunderstorm delay, I should say, for this extended period. I'm joined by Dana Giordano, uh, 8-time heptagonal champion, a third in the NCAA 1500 meters in 2016, a graduate of Dartmouth, lifetime best of 408.62, 15:18.06, 8:51.78 for 3,000, and all eyes will be on Christian Miller here in lane 5, Dana. So here we go. In lane number 2 is Josh Johnson. Lane 4, Jonathan Walbert, North Carolina. 5, Christian Miller. All eyes will be on him. In 6, Gabriel Scott. In 7, Perian Williams. 8, Joshua Onwuli. And in 9, Michael Walker. Keep your eyes. Lane 5, middle of the track. White jersey, red short. Christian Miller. And we're off. Miller got an excellent start there in lane 5. Looking really smooth. Ran 10:38 in the heats. Look at this young man fly. Wow! Christian Miller in the semifinals after a 2.5-hour, 90-minute rain delay, excuse me, and the young man explodes with a 996, wind 1.2 meters per second. And this young man headed to the University of Georgia and to the U.S. Olympic trials in a couple of weeks. Boy, he looks magnificent.
Six.
996 for Miller. There you go. We got you now, Dana. I think. Maybe not. Jonathan Walworth in second, 10:29. Gabriel Scott third. What a semi. 4 young men under 10:40. Gabriel Scott in third in 10:33. 996, Christian Miller.
That is also a Franklin Field record. The fastest 100-meter
That's an absolute barn-burning meet record. The second fastest time in history among high schoolers. 996, 995 it's been adjusted to now for Christian Miller, 1.2 meter per second win. What did you think of that one, Dana?
You know, I think I just heard in the background that's a Franklin Field record, and I want to get a confirmation on that, but it is something that you don't see every day, an athlete coming out and absolutely taking a heat by charge. And I wasn't sure if I was heard earlier, but a wet track is a fast track.
Thank you. So in this semifinal, as they're moving quickly through here, keep an eye on Zamari Sanders. He's in lane number 5, ran 10:36 to win his heat. He has the high school leader at 200 meters in 2050. He's just a sophomore, American heritage in Florida. He was the Florida State 3A 200 and 4x1 champion. Again, just a 10th grader, lane number 5. And boy, he's out fast. He's in the yellow top. He's got some good competition from Antoine Hughes, but this is going to be Zamari Sanders at the line and a relatively eased up 10:44. Now that one was into a minus 0.2 meter per second wind. Janelle Harris of North Carolina second in 10:49. So Zamari Sanders has booked passage into the final. a final that will be seemingly dominated by Florida sprinters. Christian Miller could be the most exciting and hard to believe that you can say this in the era of the Noah Lyleses and the Michael Normans and everything like that, but Christian Miller may be the most exciting young sprinter on the planet at this point in time, and that was just a tour de force as we move now into heat number 3. Dylan Woodruff from IMG Academy in 2, Simeon Adams in 3, Sean McCullum, kind of an interesting talent. Ran 10:56 in the heats. He's run 10:37 this year and is the Pennsylvania 100-meter champion, 4th in the New Balance indoors in earlier this winter. Jake Odie Jordan in lane number 5. Odie Jordan ran a PR 10:38 in the heats and won the New Balance indoor 200 meters. Johnny Dwyer is running out of lane number 6. This is the deepest of the semifinals. He's undefeated in 12 races this year. Has run 10:21 and 20:86. Carson Edwards in lane 7, Floyd Samuels Jr. in 8, and Marlon Newsom in lane number 9. On the bubble, Joshua Howell with the 10:37. Top 2 automatic will make the final.
A little bit of a false start potentially there. They're going to bring the athletes back into the blocks.
Got a lot of people.
A Franklin Field record. There have been legendary Olympians that have run here, and you have set that record. Let's talk about that.
It was great from the start to the finish. Everything was executed perfectly. I ran through, looked at the time, I knew it was fast, and all I can say, that's just God working his magic.
And all I can say is we can't see you in the finals. Congratulations.
Well, that's well put. We can't wait to see Christian Miller in the final. So Simeon Adams of Georgia in lane number 3 charged with the false start. So we'll restart this. Again, the heavy hitters, McCullum in 4, O'Day Jordan in 5, and Dwyer in lane number 6. Very deep semi here. Fastest qualifying time, 9:95. Top 2 automatically advance. And then the next 2 fastest. At this point, Joshua Howell sitting on the bubble with a, it's a great bubble time, 10:37. And McCullum out pretty well, but in the middle of the track, that looks like Dwyer in 10:32 into a 1.4 meter per second win. The other automatic qualifying time, Jake O'Day Jordan in 10:41. That was into a minus 1.4 meter per second win. Boy, these times are just absolutely sensational. And wow, just brilliant performances in these 3 semis, and I don't say that lightly. And a Johnny Dwyer from New Jersey, undefeated in 13 races this year. And he has booked passage to the final. Unfortunately, Sean McCullum will not get in with that 10:42.
It just goes to show the progression of high schoolers these days. 10:42 not making the final at a high school nationals. But as we see, just the strength of these athletes coming through. That was a great performance from a Johnny Dwyer. Leading there in the middle in the white.
Okay, so now the ladies take center stage. The girls 100-meter semifinals. And as I said before, here are your automatic qualifiers. Onward Nilly and McCullum just missing out. As I said before, we went into this thunderstorm delay. The combination of the heat, humidity, and a little electricity in the air has proven to be a great grounding point for some exceptional performances. And I was talking about the 1991 World Championships when Carl Lewis and Mike Powell went back and forth against one another, and Carl Lewis in that 100 as well, running the 986. In this heat, Adeja Hodge, the British Virgin Island national record holder at 11:11, she had the second fastest time in the qualifying at 11:31, ran brilliantly. She will be in lane 5 from Montverde Academy. And you can see Adeja Hodge there in the middle. Boy, she is a strong athlete in the blue, fourth from the right, and it is all Adeja Hodge. And Adeja Hodge cruises to an easy victory. Excellent out of the blocks. 11:36 official. Samto Iguilo was second, 11:49. Now that wind was 2.4 meters per second aiding, so it would be wind aided. But we've seen runners in the 4 races so far, the 3 men and the 1 woman, go from a minus 0.9 to a plus 2.4. And you can see Adeja Hodge wearing her British Virgin Islands flag there on her left arm.
And you can see Adeja Hodge getting out pretty hard. A great start there in the middle in the purple. And Adeja is no stranger to winning at the New Balance Nationals. And you can see her really closing very strong and not slowing it up at all before cruising through to take the heat win.
So Hodge and Iguilo will be the automatic qualifiers. On the bubble will be Ryan Jennings at 11:57. So here we go with semi number 2, Vanessa Waite. She's just an 8th grader. She is running in lane number 2. Sade Gray from Louisiana will be in 3. Kiera Davis in 4. Lisa Ray, a great story, a 10th grader out of Rhode Island of all places, West Warwick, Rhode Island. She ran a meet record 11:29 in the heat. She's in lane 5. Brianna Selby 6, Charmel Holmes in 7, Ariana Griggs in 8, and Summer Mello in 9. And again, Ray, 4th from the right in the red, and she is explosive. And look at her go, this young lady from Rhode Island. Wow! Another blistering time, another meet record. And it's hard to believe that this young lady is just 10th in the 10th grade, 11:21. However, it is wind aided, 2.8 meters per second, but so impressive nonetheless. She wins by almost 0.3 of a second over Charmel Holmes. Never has a sprinter from the state of Rhode Island come out the way that Lisa Ray has.
And Lisa Ray getting out a little bit slow out of the blocks there in the pink, but easily makes up for it as she cruises through this 100 meters, not leaving anything behind. What a beautiful form to take this second heat of the girls' 100-meter dash.
Lisa Ray was second in the in the national championships in the indoor 60 and 200. She's also a great hurdler. 14:06 for the 100-meter hurdles, 42:53 for the 300-meter hurdles. This young lady can do it all, and you can see our Runner Space Die-Stack correspondent Eric Bull down there interviewing Lisa Ray, and for good reason. She should be the center of attention. And the matchup between her and Hodge could be quite interesting. And we now move to the 3rd semi. Of course, semi always denotes 2, but in track and field, it usually means 3. And in this one, Ania Kitt, the favorite, lane number 5 from IMG Academy. Madeline Cooper in 2. Amira Nesmith in 3. Aaliyah Varnado in 4. Kitt in 5. Kamora Lee Williams in 6. Jayla Bailey in 7. Taylor Aska in 8. Sarah Dureska 9. And holding them up there for second. And let's talk a little bit about a couple of these athletes. Ania Kitt ran her lifetime best in the heats at 11:43. She's also a 23:53 200 runner. And if they're going to call a false start, well, then it looks pretty obvious that in lane number 3, Amira Nesmith, the 10th grader, would be the guilty party there.
And that's something that you hate to see at any level.
And it's very hard to see the outside lanes because there's so many people that are standing around the start there. The track is so close to the stand, so any sort of noise can upset the sprinters with the fans that close. And they are going to keep
Amira Nesmith, maybe because somebody said something in the stands or yelled something or whatever. So what appeared to be an obvious false start was not so obvious. She remains in the field. So no superstar in this one like we've seen in the other two with Ray and Hodge. Let's see who emerges victorious here. An excellent start there for IMG Academy's Ania Kitt. And Kitt now at the finish, lane 6. Kimora Lee Williams just edged out Kitt. That win 0.2. So we went from a 2.4 to a 0.2. That's why I don't like advancers on time, because the winds change so much. So the advancers on time are going to be one of them a 2.4 meter per second win behind them, and one a 2.8 meter per second behind them. But the automatic qualifiers, Kimora Lee Williams and Anaya Kitt.
And Anaya Kitt, a little bit of a slow start there, but it looks as if coming on for a stronger finish, and it was a battle to the line to take those last 2 qualifying spots in this girls 100 meters. And now we have our final set for tomorrow after these 3 heats.
We do indeed, and Kimora Lee Williams and Anaya Kitt, don't, take nothing away from them. They had the 13th and 14th fastest times. They get into the final because the top 2 automatically qualified, but with the wind readings going from 0.2 to 2.8 in such a short sprint like this, that's why you don't see any cues for those listed from 7 to 10. Because of the substantial wind difference, I've always believed you need to advance by place and not by time, specifically because of what we just saw. And
well, it seems like we would need a 9th lane if we want to do that.
We have the final 2 auto qualifiers there, as I mentioned, the 13th and 14th fastest on time, but if they had the same wind that heats 1 and 2 did, maybe they would have been a much faster, probably would have been much faster. So the vagaries of the conditions.
And those tough time qualifiers are Sinai Wynn of Pensacola and Vanessa Waite with 11.54 and 11.56 is those last 2 times.
And Vanessa Waite, the 8th grader, and we've got a 9th grader that advances to the final in Samto Aguilo. So now we turn our attention to the boys 4x8.
4x8.
And so we are going to have 4 heats. They are progressively... The first heat actually should be the best heat in this particular competition. I believe we're going in descending order, and one can see in this 4x8, we have a couple of outstanding teams. Union Catholic, anchored by James Wischusen, should definitely be one of the favorites. They're out 7th from the inside.
And we have 17 teams in this Heat 1. It is a large heat.
It is indeed. So we have the Norseman Track Club, the I-270 Track Club, Westfield, Marshfield, Chambersburg, K-Zoom, the aforementioned Union Catholic, West Orange, Old Mill, Titan Elite, Boardman, DC Cadets, Newton Center, Classical, Sky's the Limit. Gotta love the name of that track club, Sky's the Limit. Spanish River, and the Whippets. Whippets is another good name here. So conditions much cooler than before the delay.
This is exactly what these boys are looking for as well.
78 degrees. And the wind about 7 miles per hour, but in a stadium like this, you don't feel it as much. You'll see the flags probably at some point where they'll show the wind moving quite a bit. But because we're in a bowl, there is less wind, a little bit of a swirl. One of the funner events to certainly watch because of the so many machinations, and I'm just seeing that Union Catholic, the team that I built up so much here, just is a scratch, as is Marshfield. So now I guess we can say it's a fairly open competition. Dana, you have somebody you like in this one?
You know, I'm from New Jersey, so any New Jersey teams are ones that I'm rooting for, but I think the beauty of the 4x8 is just the way that teams structure it. So do you put your fastest runner on leg one? And it looks like we had a little bit of a mess at that start there, a little aggressive nature. But once we get around these cones, we should see the athletes settling in, and whoever thinks they're the fastest today will try to get out nice and hard.
Okay, well, we're down to 15 teams, so that makes it a little bit more manageable. And of course, the teams are representing their clubs. The fastest time that I can ascertain this year is an 8:14:01 by a team from Buffalo. Excuse me, from the team from the Wyoming State Championship. So whatever ends up happening here, we're very likely to have the fastest time in the country this year, because that's, of course, about a 2:03.5 per leg, and I'm sure these young men are going to be hoofing it somewhere in the neighborhood, you know, of probably at least a 7:45 to 7:50, I would imagine.
And it looked as if we were around we'll get the split here for that first lap, but it looked around about on the 61, 62, so everyone was in it, and now you can see the pack stringing out. Some of those athletes felt like they could go at a faster pace, and we're really seeing a separation of the teams after that first lap.
So the meet record set last year by the 6 Mile Track Club, 7:36.81. Not sure if we have the caliber of that in this field, but you never know. That's a good time, 7:36. Comes out to about 154 per leg, and that is, for a high school team to have that kind of quality, is exceptional. So we hand off, get our first handoffs here. And waiting on the data to give us the exact splits here. DC Cadets at 159.24. Classical 159.48. Westfield, one of your New Jersey schools, 159.78. Boardman 200.29. Everybody pretty much in it, and with a nominal lead. A nominal lead here is the, looks like Titan Elite. And West Orange, New Jersey has now moved into the lead. Live Smith from West Orange, a very strong, at least first 400 for him. And a substantial lead. Nice turnover for this young man. So Life Smith has one more, or I'm sorry, got the 8 with the 3 here. That is Westfield. So this is James Hamilton of Westfield, and he's got an enormous lead here. And Hamilton will pass off with a significant lead as Westfield from New Jersey. Third leg is Caleb Stokeman. 155.2 for James Hamilton. 156.63 for Ivan Tomachko for Norseman. And 158.90 for Paul Robinson of DC Cadets. And those three have some separation there, as you can see. But Caleb Stokeman's got some running room to be sure here. And of course, pacing is so important. You want to make sure and not give up the lead that your two teammates before you have given you, but you also want to keep something in reserve in case somebody comes up and you need to keep going. So Caleb Stokeman for Westfield looking very smooth. He's got 1 lap to go in his leg, but there is a contingent of 4 teams that are coming up. The question is whether Stokeman is going to be able to hang on here. So obviously Westfield wants to get through this leg relatively unscathed, and it's going to be a very difficult chore because there is company here for Stokeman, and he is really struggling. And we're going to come up now into the final stretch. Stokeman may just hang on here as we pass off. And Norseman, Enrico Perella was on that leg, ran 158.08. Caleb Stokeman, 201.13 for Westfield. But the big story was Jake Kramer for the I-270 track club, as he ran 156.16 for his leg. So some hoofing going on there in that last. So it's Norseman, Westfield, and I-270.
So coming up to the bell now.
So Norseman and Westfield. Luke Davis for Norseman, Christian Bonapuane for Westfield. Again, that meet record, 7:36. It's going to be, of course, not broken here, but I'll tell you what, Luke Davis is running a sensational anchor leg for the Norseman. And he has opened it up, and it looks like maybe I-270 has moved into second, and this one's not over yet, coming into the home straight.
Relay break 750.
And Luke Davis will hold on, but a tremendous anchor leg behind him. 750.95. Thomas Breen for Classical ran 153.28.
So very impressive anchor by Classical on through for second. He clocked 153.28, Thomas Breen. And then I-270 track club placed third, clocking 755.56.
And so 750.95 for the Norseman, a nice 155.33 for Luke Davis. Classical, Thomas Breen with that 153.28. Wow, that was a terrific anchor leg. And yet, Old Mill Track Club, Colin Prado, down in 7th. He runs a 152.27 anchor leg. So you see the start of the race here, a lot of jostling, a little pushing, and we even had one team that got into the inside lane. And here's the first handoff. This was at a point when Westfield was leading very early in the race. There were a lot of twists and turns. And then this was the final exchange. Westfield really lost it on this anchor leg, but just a terrific job by Classical's Thomas Breen to bring them home in second. And Norseman Luke Davis, he did hit a home run on that anchor leg. That was a great performance. So Norseman went
2 minutes 92, 156.63, 158.08, and 155.33. Nice outing for them. We had 5 teams under 8 minutes, which is obviously averaging under 2 minutes, and that to me is a litmus test of how good you are. And we now move to the second section here. We have the Warriors, Peel Paste Track Club, Pike Creek Spartans, Greenwich, Black Point, Braves, Natural Selection, Ironmen, Bishop Chatard, Raiders, Carolina Cavaliers, OTHS, Brothers TNF, Butler HS, Plainsboro, and A2.
Looks like compared to our first section, they're getting out a little stronger, going through that 200 in about 30 seconds. That's about 2-minute pace for the 800. And again, we have a large heat here, and you can see them all strung out in that beautiful golden hour on the track. So the time to beat from that first section is 7:50.95 from Norseman TC. And going through 400 in about 60-ish seconds. We're right on that 2-minute pace. And we have 3 teams running strong out front. The men in purple. Try to get the names of these teams here in a moment. And that's A2TC in the purple going against that Plainsboro Track Club. And on the outside, we have an athlete coming around saying this pace is too slow for me. Getting into this always a little choppy exchange zone. One of the best parts of this stadium, Franklin Field, is the iconic exchange. You're almost halfway up the track. And it looks like we have the team from Butler High School splitting a 155.70, so they really picked it up on that second lap, followed by A2TC, Plainsboro TC, and Ironman TC, all coming together. And out front, Butler has made some serious distance between A2TC and Plainsboro. Can they hold on to this massive lead? It's hard running out there alone by yourself, but when you have 3 other boys on your team cheering for you at the New Balance Nationals, it means something different. And it looks like the athlete from Butler TC, our second athlete, Corey Snyder, may be slowing down just a touch after getting out like wildfire that first 200. And hopefully doesn't look over his shoulder because he'll see the rest of the entire field coming through. That's Corey Snyder leading out for Butler TC. And once we zoom out, we'll see how close, about 20 meters back, is the rest of the pack, where we've seen some shakeups as well. Looks like Bishop Chatard coming through in second right now, followed by Ironman TC. So we have Butler, Bishop, and Ironman. And keep an eye out for this move right here. Butler's done such a great job of leading it out, but coming down that final straightaway, you get a little bit of extra energy coming towards your teammates. As we come in to exchange to the third athlete. We'll get the splits in just a second here, and a little bit of a fall for the exchange for A2. Always a little bit of craziness, especially in these large heats, but hopefully all the athletes are back on their feet. And our second split for Bishop Chatard is 159.28 for that second 800 meters. And we're settling a little bit with Bishop Chatard in first and Butler High School in second, followed by A2TC in third. Coming into their second lap of this 4 by 800 meters. We're on the third leg here. It's proving to be an exciting finish. The time to beat from heat 1 is 7:50.95. And that is Ian Colbus from Bishop Chatard leading Luke Campbell of Butler High School. And Ian is looking nice and smooth, not looking around, holding his arm carriage steady, coming into the second lap. And we have about, 2 teams out front, but it could be anyone's race. We saw that in the last heat in the championship boys 4x800, the second heat. I'm not sure if we're going to see that same time, that 7:50 mark, but we'll get a better understanding once we get to this third exchange zone. So Bishop Chatard leading Butler TC, coming into the third and final exchange here, putting on the gas. And we will get the split here in a moment, but it's our same two, Bishop Chatard, Butler TC, coming into our anchor leg in the second heat of the boys championship 4x800. And that split by Luke Campbell of Butler High School was 155.7. Oops, pardon me, 157.29. So we're picking up athlete by athlete here, and Butler High School leading us out, followed by Bishop Chatard. One up, 600 meters to go in this championship boys 800 meters. 2 out front and a pack of 4 right behind. And Bishop Chatard going around towards our bell lap. You can hear that bell loud and clear if you're on the track. In the sunglasses, Bishop Chatard leading Butler TC with a pack of 4 teams following them behind. What pace are we going to see on this last lap here? Bishop Chatard leading it out, but beware of the chase pack. The pace has slowed just a touch, and now this could be anyone's race coming into our last 300 meters here at Franklin Field. And that's Butler High School holding on to the lead, but watch out for Natural Selection in third. Natural Selection in the black coming around on the outside. Hip number 7, we have Natural Selection, Bishop Chatard leading it out. Can Bishop Chatard hold on? And Bishop Chatard takes heat 2 in. We'll get this time right here. 7:53. Wow, he is ecstatic. Congratulations. No, doesn't. 7:53.26 for Bishop Chatard, followed by Butler High School in 7:53.62, and the Ironman TC is 7:53.88. That is our second fastest time of the day from Bishop Chatard. These athletes are ecstatic, and a little bit of the replay of this crazy start that we had here. All the athletes getting out strong. And as you can see in this championship boys 4x8, you never know it's over till it's over. As you can see here, Bishop Chatard holding on, always in it. Coming into our third exchange, watch out for the blue. Butler fighting along. And it was all Bishop Chatard. Congratulations as we move on to heat 3 of 4 of the championship boys 400 meters. So as you can see, Bishop Chotard 7:53:26, followed by Butler High School Ironman TC A2 TC. This is some fast running here today. You can see by the flags we have a little bit of wind, but as Tom was alluding to, you have a bit of a bowl at Franklin Field, holding the calmness that is on the track. And now this is heat section 3 of 4 of the championship boys 4x800 meters. And they're off. We have 16 teams in this heat. Looks like we potentially may have some scratches. They know the time to beat is our 7:50:95 from Norseman TC from the first heat. As we get closer, we can take a look to see our teams out front. Looks like that is the team wearing Bedford on their chest. Bedford TC leading us out. Hip number 5. Bedford TC. Ethan Pulsifer. And Bedford TC leading this first leg of the championship boys 4x800 meters. And right behind it, looks like Bedford TC is about to be overtaken. Coming into this first exchange zone, everyone's in it. Bedford TC about to exchange first. But watch out for hip number 16. That is Warthan TC, Jack Holden, coming out like a rocket. We have Warthan TC, Bedford TC, and back to Bedford being out front. We've got Bedford, Warthan, and Hall right behind. These athletes are running very strong right now, getting out in a fast pace this first 400. There's so much energy after that first exchange. You have to be able to hold on for the second lap to get that strong positioning for your team leading into the third exchange. And a little bit of changing. Walthan now in front, followed by Hall and Bedford TC. And that's Jack Holden from Warthan, followed by Connor Mayer of Hall. Warthan, Hall. And Hall decides to make a move coming around this back stretch, coming into the final 200 meters of his leg. And we have Hall, Connor Mayer, then Warthan TC. Coming into the exchange for our third leg of this championship boys 4x800 meters. And in third, we have a little bit of mix of a Midwest TC making their way up into third. Can they bridge the gap to Warthan and Hall? Warthan and Hall out front as the athletes finish the exchange zone for the third leg here. That was a fast split of 1:53.66 for Hall TC. there's definitely a strategy to put, sometimes teams like to put their fastest athlete in second to make some separation. But 7:50.95 from Heat 1, Norseman TC is the time to beat. And it's Hall and Warthen. And stalking in the back there is Midwest, Connor Stolfus. And we have Jacob Salowitz from Hull TC and Dominic Denforio for Warthen TC leading out front, running a fast leg here. Excited to see this split. Coming around that backstretch of Franklin Field. We're creating some separation. Warthen from Hull TC, about 5 or so meters separate these athletes. And with the exchange zone being almost halfway up the home stretch, short way to go for this last handoff here. And it's all Warthen TC taking a dominating position. And we have a mix-up in third. So Warthen TC, Hall, and 252 Elite in the pink, switching things up in third. And Warthen TC split on 156.36 on that last leg. We could see a fast time here from Warthen TC. It looks like these boys are going for that top spot. How close can they get to the 7:50.95 that was run in Heat 1? And it's all Warthen TC. This is Caleb Winders opening things up. We've got Caleb Winders and 252 TC and Hall TC battling it out for those second and third spots. Can Warthen hold on for this last 400 meters? Warthen TC definitely gritting it out right now. 200-ish to go. Warthen takes a look back over his shoulder. Is he in trouble? This could be a very fast time. Warthen TC 252 Elite in the pink, followed by a Hall. Warthen TC coming down the final stretch here. And it's all Warthen. And look at the clock. Wow, fastest time of the night. We're going to have to see that. That is amazing from Warthen TC. 7:38.02. Wow, by far, that takes about 4 seconds off our fastest time of the evening. Warthen TC anchored by Caleb Winders. The splits were 153, 155, 156, 153. And a group photo for the team from Warthen. Soaking it in. We have one more heat to go. We'll see if this time will hold. And keep an eye on Warthen TC in the Navy, being calm and collective in the middle of the pack right now. It was all Bedford out front, and Warthen decided to mix it up with Hall. It was Warthen, Hall, and Bedford. And this is where the race really broke it up. Now we come into our third exchange. And now our final championship heat, the boys 4 of 4. We're getting some introductions here. We have Warrior Project. A nice pose. Warrior Project. The time to beat 7:38. We've got Calvert Hall. Cold with it. We have St. Xavier from Cincinnati. And Cedar Falls. We have Westfield Track Club, New Jersey Zone. And Arden TC. Westerville North, WN for short, WNTC. Run Brave in the blue. The McNamara Mustangs, great name. We have Jackson TF. And 6 Mile, coming out with a ton of energy here. And that is your championship heat 4. 12 teams out here. The time to beat is 7:50.95. We're going to pay close attention to this first split to see if we are tracking towards a fast time. Relays are the bread and butter of Franklin Field. There is no better feeling than stepping out. And the record is held from last year, 6 Mile TC 7:36.81 from 2023. So keep an eye on 6 Mile. Will they be going for their second year? Will they break their record of 7:36? And Tom, take it away. And this is the championship boys 4x800 meters.
And let's kind of recap for you what we've had so far as we enter into this final section. Fastest time turned in by Wortham Track Club, 7:38.02. Perilously close to that meet record of 7:36.81 set last year. And in this race, we're going to have the Warrior Project, Calvert Hall, St. Xavier's from Cincinnati, Cedar Falls, Westfield Track Club, Arden Track Club, WNTC, Run Brave, McNamara Mustangs, Jackson, and 6 Mile. Again, the time to beat 7:38 at Wortham Track Club from the third heat, 153.14 on their anchor. Ironically, there were two 153.14s on the anchor there, and we're off and running. Conditions really quite nice here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 76 degrees, cloudy, very, very good 800-meter type conditions. Wouldn't you say, Dana?
Absolutely. These athletes are ready to run a fast time tonight. I'm excited to see what 6 Mile TC can do. In the previous heats, we saw a similar pattern going on where everyone was very bunched up, but very quickly after the first 400, the favorites came out and said, we're ready to play.
Okay, well, pace seems to be
pretty easily handled by everybody in this section. What a thrill to be able to run on the track where the Penn relays were held. I saw in 1971 Marty LaCory faced Jim Ryan in the Dream Mile on this track at the Penn relays. Usain Bolt has been on this track. The Santa Monica Track Club with Carl Lewis, Leroy Burrell, Joe DeLoach have been on this track, and now these youngsters get an opportunity to do the same. And we're coming in now to the home backstretch, for got about 250 meters left on this, and Westfield Track Club is the early leader. This is the Westfield Track Club A. Ryan Daly running the first leg and doing a very good job of it.
And keep an eye on
And
that
they have
clock.
a substantial lead.
We're looking at times, these low 150 marks for this championship heat.
So Westfield in first, drawing first blood. Terrific leg by Ryan Daly. He's going to pass off to James Gilday, 153.98. Run Brave in second, Jason Rettinger, 154.75. Jackson, Elliott Zuckett, 155.78. So those are very, very, very good times. And James Gilday going off very quickly for Westfield. Roman Corbett for Run Brave. It's amazing to me that there's so many teams in this country, and just even in the Northeast, that have 4 guys that can run under 2 minutes on the same high school track team. Is just phenomenal.
Yeah, times have definitely changed, and what we're seeing at these national level meets is that athletes don't just want to win. They want to win, and they want to take it in a championship record time. They want their names going down in history.
So Westfield still keeping a slight edge over Run Brave.
And creating a little bit of space from themselves, which is always nice in these chaotic transition zones. Westfield.
Yes, and that's Jackson. I'm sorry, that's Jackson in second. So it's Westfield and Jackson, and we're going to come up to the zone you were just talking about. In third is Run Brave. Coming up to about 200 meters to go, or a little bit less in this carry. Such an unusual track configuration. You always have to kind of get used to it because the numbers that you see are typically back of the finish line. And now Jackson making a big move. This is Sean McNulty. And a stellar leg by McNulty. And he will pass off to Eli Ilg. 151.33 for McNulty. Dang, that is fast. And they are definitely on meet record pace here. Again, that meet record looks very vulnerable. The 7:36.81. These guys are really moving.
Absolutely, and it's 6 miles record to lose, and they were back in about 5th place. So Jackson TF leading it out, looking very strong here. It's hard to follow up a 151. That is a blazing time on that second leg.
Yeah, that's by far the fastest split that we've seen. That was turned in by Sean McNulty, and now Westfield making another chase here. This is supposed to be Avery Keith. And he confidently moves into the lead. But still very, very close with Jackson.
One of the most exciting things about these relays is you really never know what's going to happen, who still has juice in their legs at the end of a very long high school season.
That's a very good point, because a lot of these athletes, when they probably came into the season, I bet a lot of them didn't know whether they would be participating in postseason meets like this, and you have to extend that peak. You have your state champion, meet of champions, whatever, and right now, Eli Ilg just opening it up on Westfield. He's running a terrific leg, and he's going to hand off with a substantial advantage here. Sorry, that's Avery Keith. For Westfield, it's handing off with a substantial advantage, excuse me. 157.84 for Ilg. 155.01 for Ty Monroe of Run Brave. 155.21 for Ethan Powell of 6 Mile. So very solid split. So let's do a little math here. It would have to be about a 151 actually to get to a meet record here. So that's going to be a little bit difficult. That third leg a little bit slower than you would need to dip under what we had as a meet record.
I think the real question here, Tom,
that 736.
is our previous heat came through their third leg in the exact same time. So Worth and TC went through, well, it looks like they were just 2 seconds up from that Worth and TC's 7:38.02. So we need to keep the pace moving here if we want the champion to come out of this fourth and final heat of the championship boys 4x800.
Yeah, and I had it right the first time. I got a little tripped up by the data. I always believe the data over my eyes, and maybe I shouldn't do that. But Avery Keith did run 154.24, and Westfield firmly in command. Alexander Valencia here on the anchor leg, so he's got to run 154 as the data has been updated. Jackson, William Prado is on the anchor for them. The question really is to me is to whether... Boy, we're seeing some movement here behind Valencia, and we may have ourselves a race before this is all said and done. There's a big finish coming up here, but Westfield's going to hang on, but it's going to be a lot closer than anybody thought. 7:36.26, and Valencia, listen to this, Brendan Herger for 6 Mile anchors in 148.43. He was moving up super fast, and OMG, is that a mark? Nobody has broken 150 on a leg here, and he ran 148.43. And I mean, if that race had been about 30 meters longer, Dana, I think 6 Mile would have won. Congratulations to Westfield, and they did dip under the meet record with that 7:36.26. But wow, Brendan Herger was coming fast.
And Westfield
TC, New Jersey has a lot to be proud of. So you can see
the
start
absolutely.
Here. And early on, it was Westfield controlling the tempo of this race. They did lose the race, excuse me, they did lose the lead there early on. And that's when Jackson took over. Westfield still always in the hunt. And look at this lead, Dana, going into the third leg that Westfield had, or fourth leg, excuse me, but look at how close Herger was there at the end. Just remarkable.
It was a tight one, and a shout out to Worth and TC from Heat 3, placing in that third place spot, running a 7:38, as you see the results come up on the screen here. Westfield TC takes it in a meet record of 7:36.26, followed by last year's champion 6 Miles, then Worth and TC from Heat 3, Run Brave, Jackson, TF, and Hall TC also from Heat 3. And as we move quickly now to the championship girls 4x800, the first section of 4.
Yeah, and in this one we have Clarksville, Kentwood, Guilderland, Skyvault, Radnor, Mount DeSales, Warrior, Blacksburg, Track Life, West Springfield, Golden Flashes, U32, Wizard, Rockscales, and Abington Heights. Now, the very last heat of this is going to be something very special. Purple Track Club, Rachel Forsyth ran a 4:41 anchor leg yesterday in a 4x-mile. Paige Shepard ran a 4:53 anchor leg yesterday in a 4x-mile, and Union Catholic's rolling out Peyton Hollis as well. So it's going to be another absolute barn burner between Union Catholic and Purple, and let's not forget Raleigh Catholic has got Hannah Ray Schaefer running for them. So that heat number 4, and Derby City has Reagan Gilmore. There are some real name brands in that 4th heat. So we're going to throw it down to the former great USC 100-meter hurdler, Candace Price. And she's with our boys 4x800 winners from the Westfield Track Club. Take it away, Candace. And we'll bring you Candace and the Westfield team in just a moment. But boy, I tell you, I can't wait, Dana, until that fourth heat with all of those studs going at it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Candace Price, I'll say it again, the great hurdler from USC, former hurdler from USC, is down with Westfield. Take it away, Candace.
What a true trifecta. These are your indoor New Balance national champs. What a true trifecta. We are here with your indoor New Balance champs and now your outdoor New Balance champs. They are blue check certified. I heard you had the meet record. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, setting the meet record, we knew we had it. I mean, the way we've been training, the way we've been racing these past couple weeks, it's really been unreal. Like, some of the stuff we've been doing, we knew we were ready.
Unreal, and that field was competitive. And as I see you over here, you guys are still bouncing off the walls. How does it feel to be a New Balance national champion?
It's just unreal. We had it indoors, but coming to today, we weren't totally sure. But as Alex said before, we definitely have the potential to run fast, and I'm really happy that we got the record now.
So, what do you tell your coach when you go back to training? You got a blue check, you're certified, meet record. What's next?
Business as usual.
Hey, they're standing on business. Give it up for Westfield TC. Say hi, Mom. Congratulations.
And now we're back to Heat 1 of the championship girls 4x1. That's Clarksville TC out in front in the green.
And a good first leg by U32's Ginger Long, 2:16.40. And U32 Bergen Clarksville have separated from the rest of the gang, so to speak. Clarksville now in the lead, as you pointed out. That's Alyssa Mattis, who is running their second leg. And it looks like we're going to have at least these three teams for the time being. I love the Westfield interview. Those young men were very confident about their abilities. Oh, yeah, we knew we were going to get set the meet record. I love that. So
Absolutely. And I think it's something where that confidence comes from winning and having the experience of going to these New Balance national meets. The indoor meet that New Balance puts on at their brand new, the track at New Balance, is one that you cannot miss. If you haven't been to that track, you absolutely should go.
So a leadership change of a huge sort here. Mount Sales, and moving with Mount Sales, Blacksburg, but Mount Sales' second leg here. Grace Tate really throwing one down. And as we would expect, a lot of gyrations here in this 4x800 meters. So Mount Sales holding court, taking over. And in second is Blacksburg, and in third looks like West Springfield, and now Blacksburg into the lead. Oh my goodness gracious me, we've had a lot of turnover here in this race. A lot of pockets being picked in this race.
Absolutely, and this is the type of meet where you can really surprise yourself at the end of the season, and running for your team as we come into this third exchange, you never know how much energy you're going to have at the end of the season.
Yeah, and 2:22 for Blacksburg. Allie McDonald. Isabel Koger, 2:22.68. Grace Tate, who made that big move and then kind of faded a little bit, still ran a 2:18.67, which was the fastest split of the second carry. Love having this runner space split screen so you can see all the teams as they make their exchanges. And no matter what relay it is, we saw drop baton in the 4x-mile yesterday, so you can get you can have a lot of dynamism, so to speak, in no matter what the relay is, as long as it involves a baton and you got to pass it from one person to another. Now, this is Blacksburg Track Club Tess Dickens in the lead, trying to do her best to hold off Amy Felice here on leg number 3 and doing a pretty darn good job.
She's looking very strong on this back stretch, holding her own, not looking back at all. The secret to the 4x8 is to never look over your shoulder, because if you looked back, you would see the entire field is right there.
Well, I think it was Satchel Paige that said, the great pitcher from the 1920s, you don't look over your shoulder because somebody will be gaining on you, and that's certainly the case in track. We have an excellent third leg being run here by the young lady in second place. Try to get that bib number here in a minute. These are not the high school colors that we're accustomed to. These are club color uniforms, so it's a bit of a hunt and peck, so to speak, to figure out who's who. And if we can't see their bibs, it's a little bit more difficult. But one thing is for sure, Tess Dickens is doing very well. She's got about 200 meters to go in her carry, and she's now opening up the advantage considerably, and she's definitely holding the fort. She was given a 3/10, almost a 4/10 lead, and she is probably going to hand off here with close to a 2 or 3 second lead. So she did her job on that third leg. Coming up now to the final exchange for the Blacksburg Track Club. It's going to be Penny Griggs, and that is Clarksville Track Club. And it was Nikita Mohan that got them back into the race. And it's Morella Vermani, the sister of Lauren Vermani, who ran the first leg for Clarksville. 2:23.18 for Tess Dickens, holding the fort, as I said, with actually a 4-second plus lead for Penny Griggs.
There's nothing better than being on
and
a
here
team
comes
with
Clarksville.
your sister.
There you go, and here comes Clarksville. And you wonder, Dana, if Morella Vermani is trying to make up too much too soon here. We've seen that movie before.
We absolutely have, but there is something about gaining momentum and going around an athlete, creating a little bit of space and separation as you come into your second lap of this 4x800.
So Vermani really moving. Her sister ran a really nice 2:16.63 opening leg, and Morella Vermani has wasted no time in just gapping the rest of the field. I will say this, that Penny Griggs looks pretty solid there in second. And we don't know whether, if Vermani can hang on here.
Yeah, and look at the strung out entire field here. Such a large field, but everyone has space to run at this track at Franklin Field. As we cut back over to our leaders.
And there's our leader, the Clarksville Track Club. Vermani coming into the line here. She'll have 1 lap to go. And she's just really laying one down here. Still has pretty good turnover. Love the high socks. That's a fashion statement to be sure.
Driving down this final finish line. I think she's really held on to this pace very well, even though slowing just a touch.
Yep, she comes into the finish now. 9:21.30, that was a 2:15.10, so both sisters, 2:16.63, 2:15.10 for the two sisters. Hallie Green closed very strongly for Rock Scales Track Club, 2:15.34 on the anchor there. They finished second at 9:25.22, and Abington Heights Comets finish third in 9:25.74. And you can see the start of the race on the left side replay, and the finishers coming in on the right side. And you can see the big move, the 2:18 carry by Mount DeSales Grace Tate, that temporarily put them in the lead. And then Blacksburg took over And you can see Clarksville behind there, and then Morella Vermani, almost as soon as she got that baton, she was just reeling in Blacksburg and then made it look comparatively easy, winning by almost 4 seconds after taking the baton, almost 4 seconds behind. So she made up 8 seconds in that leg. And I am going to bid Dana you a goodbye, and I'm going to be turning this over to the very, very capable hands of Kate Van Buskirk, the Canadian national and former Duke great middle distance runner and excellent broadcaster.
Well,
And I
thank
believe
you
Kate
so
will be
much,
coming
Tom.
in now. Yeah.
Tom, thank you
So
so
welcome,
much.
Kate.
What a lovely introduction. Lovely to be with you. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, and thrilled to be on the call with you this evening as we come to the end of a very busy second day of action here at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships 2024. Tom, again, we appreciate so much of your hard work, and Dana and I are going to take it from here as we are underway with section 2 of our timed finals in the girls championship 4x800 meter relays. I've been listening in. It's been a thrilling set of action on the boys and the girls side so far. And Dana, things are just going to keep cranking down here as we have a second heat on track. Again, getting
We're heat 2 of 4, the championship girls 4x800. And Kate, who do we have out there in the early lead, taking it by charge?
Well, one of the things that I so appreciate from our team on site this year as I've been to be with them is that they've actually put the hip numbers on the back of the kits for some of these athletes, so we're able to get a good sense of who's running where. So that is our hip number 15 right now, out to a very fast early lead. We'll get some names for you as our athletes continue coming around, but my goodness, in the space of a lap and a half, there's been about 15 meters put on the rest of the field. As they come into the first exchange, it's going to be a really quick opening leg here for our leaders. Keep an eye on the clock, about 2:13 at the exchange, Dana.
And that is
that looks about to be 4 seconds.
Irondequoit TC Elizabeth Tyler leading it out in 2:13.74. That is a hot first leg.
As was mentioned earlier, you know, coming in, it's going to be a very fast meet, I think, especially as we go through all of our sections. Union Catholic Track Club holds the meet record here at 8:47.08. That was set last year. They're also the national record holders. That time set at the Penn Relays on April 25th. So good familiarity with this facility. Dana, I know you're familiar with Franklin Field as well. And it's been a few years since I had the pleasure of running here. I was a 4x800 meter anchor for my Duke team, actually, at the Penn Relays in 2011 when we came away with the big wheel. Of course, that's always a great thing to be able to say. But look at the distance here put on by our leaders. Again, Irondequoit, as you mentioned, Elizabeth Titler started things off with the lead leg. Aubrey Smith now continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. And then, Dana, it looks as though they're just queuing up for second position right now.
Absolutely. This secondary pack is very bunched together, but Irondequoit is making a statement out front with that 2:13 first leg. Very quick for championship heat 2 of 4. And Aubrey Smith doing a great job of maintaining that distance. We can't even see on screen how stacked that secondary pack is.
As you and Tom mentioned, so many of these athletes coming back from events already in the first couple of days of competition, looking to more events throughout the rest of the weekend. I'm here on site in Philadelphia, and we're so happy to now have some clear skies and cooler temperatures for these athletes. But absolutely blazing solo effort here by Aubrey Smith. She is set to hand off shortly to Catherine Bowman, who is going to run the third leg for this team. As we said, a 2:13.74 opening 800-meter leg for this Irondequoit team, 2:18.64 for Olentangy Liberty. And to your point, they were only just in the screen a couple of moments ago. So Irondequoit continues their lead. That was a 2:18.60 for Smith.
And I just love the chaos of these transitions. There's something about Franklin Field in particular where you are exchanging in the middle of the 100 meters where it feels you're a little bit unease, but Irondequoit's doing a great job of staying out of that mess by creating, I would like a little perspective here to see how big this gap is. It looks to be almost 100 meters long at this point, Kate.
You know, Dana, you and I have both had experiences at high-level running. I'm wondering what your experience has been like, where you have to just hunker down in a solo effort. These athletes in the lead right now are running just against themselves and the clock, and they know that they're being hunted. You can sort of see in our split screen that there's actually some gaining happening now by our second team, the EO Panthers. This is Jordan Steiger. What's going through your head in a moment like this where you know you're being chased down, but you've got to maintain that foot on the pedal?
Absolutely. I think it's a moment where you want to look back so badly, but all you have to do is you can sneak a glance maybe to that big screen, but you just want to maintain your position. And one thing is that you also want to hold on to the rail here. You don't want to drift out and lose your positioning, especially. So as Irondequoit is trying to hold on, especially leading into this exchange zone, they need to make sure that they're maintaining the lane positioning in particular.
Such a good point, and as it's been mentioned throughout the broadcast so far, this is such a unique track where you have that double rail. It can throw athletes off sometimes, but many of these runners coming into repeat performances at New Balance Nationals have good experience with this facility and are really impressed with their ability to hold on to that lead. As you mentioned, look, they've extended it even further at this point. So a good chase now on for second. It continues to be Irondequoit leading the EO Panthers. Muth Eagles are in third, and the Ponax Panthers continue in fourth. So a couple of Panthers here in the mix, and a change into position 3 now as they approach the final exchange.
And it looks like the lights are on. It is nighttime at Franklin Field. And that brings another special